With this one and see. I had a
Did you say it came off?
a permanent marker before. Okay, cool. Go ahead. I don't think we met yet.
James.
James,
Hi.
nice to meet you. Travis.
Nice to meet you.
How you doing? Good. All right. We're just waiting on my audio feed to connect, so we'll make sure that we are all connected with the live stream here. So, are you Jimmy? All right. Your name tag's in the back. Some of you guys, obviously, who are in the mastermind, I see your profile pictures, and if your profile picture somewhat accurately reflects what you look like in real life, it's easy to tell who you are. Yeah. Well, some people put like a picture of their animal. I get a lot of animal pictures, or like somebody has a picture where it's just the hat that they're wearing. It's like I can't tell who you are if it's just a picture of your hat or like literally your cat. Yeah. So let's make it a little easier. So once they give me the thumbs up that our audio is good, we can go ahead and essentially get kicked off and get started. You're already on it? Oh, so you can hear it? So we're good? We are live? Sweet. All right, cool. So we're live. All right, guys. Well, welcome. We'll have some stragglers coming in throughout I'm guessing there's a couple people who I know are here who just aren't in the room yet, but we'll go ahead and get kicked off. So obviously, welcome to Tampa. Welcome to Wealthery Live. This is our first time doing this event. We've done a couple of Wealthery events before, more focused on like higher end funnels. This is going to be essentially our first one on kind of a start to finish look at if I was to start from scratch with my business, what would I do to go about building an email list, and then how to take that to profit. And what's kind of how I really want to start talking about it is oftentimes I guess back up more. So I've obviously been running my own business for 14 years. And in that time, I've been teaching people how to do different marketing techniques all the way from, obviously, a lot of you know me from my recent like 6-year stint with a company called Chatmatic that I started and founded. And so I was teaching messenger marketing at that point. And I've taught that. I've taught email marketing. I've taught funnel building. Email has kind of been the central theme for everything I've taught forever. Actually, in 2011, I had the #1 ClickBank offer that did about $250,000 in 4 days in sales. Went on to do over $1 million in sales, but in the first 4 days, we did $250,000. PayPal shut us down because we were getting too many sales too fast. It was like odd. But we were one of the first people that actually built a software tool that allowed you to build squeeze pages. So like way back, this was prior to ClickFunnels. So imagine like a ClickFunnels, a Kartra, a Groove, but before all of that, you could download it to your laptop. But you had to like download the code, install it. It was kind of a mess, but it was a cool tool. And so at that point, this was also before Facebook groups. We had our own forum, and we blew up in this short time period because we were showing people how to build an email list and how to monetize it. And at that time, it was exactly the same system, I guess, what I'm going to be teaching this weekend. The major difference is now, it being 2022, I think there's more opportunity. In 2011, there was not that much opportunity for free traffic. You had to hustle. You had to, now you can kind of put time in, get traffic. And I believe that's a great way to kickstart things, and we'll cover that as we go through. But you know, back in those days, it was all ads or solos. So essentially paying somebody who already had an email list to promote that email list. So over the course of the 2 days, what I really want to be able to do, this is kind of what I want to get out of doing these events, is mostly to inspire, light a fuel that is in a direction. So I've been to a bunch of events like this. What I don't like is when you leave an event and you think, okay, great, I've got so much information. This is awesome. I'm definitely motivated, but what do I do? How do I use it? How do I build an actual legitimate business out of this? And my goal, for those of you guys who are in the mastermind, you know via my weekly calls, we've kind of laid out that leaving this room, leaving this weekend, you should have a map in place for a legitimate 7-figure business. But it depends on whether you want to take it there. I can't go with you after you leave the event and go, you're going to, you know, let's get you to 7 figures. Obviously, we're going to be, if you're not in the mastermind, one of the big things that I would definitely suggest is looking into it. As we go through this event, that'll be something that we talk a little bit about. But that's about as hands-on as I can get outside of like real one-on-one coaching, which we're going to be offering later on. But for the most part, it's up to you. Some of you might want $5,000 a month, $2,000 a month, just a supplemental income. Some of you might want $20,000, $100,000. I can tell you my best month to date was $560,000, my own best month. 90% of that was my own email list, was my own marketing, my own email list, building my email list, and selling my own product. So you can absolutely take it to that level if you want. But I want you to have the map in your brain of like, I know how to get there. Now it's not like a confusion. It's not like somebody's holding something back from me. And that's what I love about this particular event is you can go to any other marketing event and a lot of times you'll miss the number one thing that you need, which every single one of you has probably tried running ads. You've tried, you know, doing your different marketing. But if you neglect building an email list, you do not have a business because you're leasing it from whoever you are spending money with on ads. And that's just kind of the nature of the business. And if you get a chance, feel free to ask Brian back in the corner. He's does a lot of media buying, does a lot on Facebook. And we've had this conversation because he didn't spend a lot of time building this list when he was doing this media buying. And it can be very easy to get shut down. It can be very easy to like have ads not perform for a day. But that's what's kept me online for 14 years is everything I did, it just so happened I started teaching email marketing because I got good at it right away. So I've always built an email list. So even in times, like a lot of you guys who followed me for a few years, you don't get to see it, but there'll be months where like I'm launching a product and it doesn't do well, right? But I can fall back on my email list to be like, hey, I've got this other thing. Thankfully, I've got that list because, you know, that last offer failed. It either puts me out of business if I'm everybody else or I built my email list. So it's really, really important that you understand the trajectory of, okay, if I get this right and I go down this path, I see how I could get to 7 figures. And I literally want to map it out this weekend, like what I do from starting with email. And obviously, you guys aren't going to get to 7 figures in September, right? It's going to be a build-up process. But you have to be willing to take that next step. If you're not willing to put yourself out there, you're not willing to, you know, actually take the steps to look at this as an investment in yourself of, I'm going to grow, I'm going to put in these action steps, then it's not going to work no matter what you do. So just keep that in mind. But I want you guys to realize that from this step forward, you should never do anything online that isn't building your email list. And 100%, it's the thing that's going to help you break free from other kind of, you know, stigmas that you've had prior. But it's also going to be the thing that helps you in a month where you're like, oh, you know, that other offer I was promoting isn't doing so well anymore. Oh, I can go back to this other thing that I'm doing because I have a list. I don't have to spend money to reach them. So that's going to be really important. What I would like to do to start, and I know this isn't going to be the best for the live stream, but is I want to kind of go around the room just quickly and get like a 1 to 2 sentence what you actually want to get out of this. You can just say your name, where you're from, and what you're actually hoping to get out of this. And I will try my best to, if I'm going to talk back to you guys, I'll try for the live stream's sake to reiterate what it is that they said. So we'll start over here with Les. Go ahead and give us, I just said his name, so his name's Les. What are you hoping to get out of this event?
Basically, the lead gen ability to, as you indicated, if you know how to lead gen, you really can take your market anywhere. Anywhere you want affiliate marketing, but basically, I want to get that.
Okay. A better understanding of how to generate leads profitably.
Especially from the Chatmatic side, but
Cool. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Because Facebook shuts you down quickly.
Sure. Yeah.
Chris Hines from Athens, Georgia. I've got several businesses that I'm running, and I've just started putting my toe in the water with this stuff, and it's working, but I'd like to get the full plan, and so I can just execute.
Perfect.
Figure out what to consolidate.
Better plan so that he can execute.
I'm Carol Morant from Houston, Texas, and I'm really new to all of this space, so I really just wanted to come here, carve out the time for myself to dedicate and get a foundation going. And I do think that it's correct what you're saying about the email being so important and being one of those foundation pieces. So I don't even want to just go off and start that all on my own. I wanted to come here, dedicate the time to get all of the steps and make sure that I set it up correctly in place.
I love it. Yeah, that's number one reason I do events is because I see from people that are taking my courses, that are into masterminds, that are in, essentially everything that's not in person. It's such a divided time because I'll even get calls where I'm like doing I had a coaching program back in the day where I had people on these coaching calls were distracted because it's like, oh, a kid would come in, then my kid would come in, and then it's like, everybody's kind of pulled in a different direction. This is literally 2 days where we just get to do this. You get to turn your brain off to the other stuff for a little bit. And I think even that, like, you're talking about mashing 2 to 3 months of what would normally be your study time into 2 days, and there's something amazing about that. So the committed time is great.
Hi, I'm Tim Adler from Boca Raton, Florida. What I'm looking for, first of all, thanks for having this event this intensive because I think it does provide that focus. I've been building a list, but what I'm looking for out of this is to systemize a whole process of not only building a list, but how to monetize it and target people that are going to be interested in what you have.
I love it. So he wants to systematize the system. What I think is really cool about that is I'm going to give you guys a bunch of like my frameworks that this is one of the themes that I'm going to go over on this is if you guys want to be really good at this stuff, and I talk about it in my mastermind, you have to learn something, you have to do something, then you have to teach something. And so I've obviously been doing internet marketing for a long time. I've been teaching it for a long time, but every time I reteach it, I go back over and reevaluate, like, because every 6 months something's changing. Like right now, Reels are performing really well versus, 6 months ago, it wasn't that big of a thing. So reevaluating what you're doing in the right now market. Facebook ads, actually, so this is a big change. When Facebook reported a really bad earnings quarter, their approval rates for ads went way up afterwards. Because now they're like, hey, you can tell, hey, we need money. So we're going to start approving more people. A lot of the people that I worked with that were constantly getting shut down on their ads, not getting shut down as much. So now maybe you have a little bit more freedom. It's a little bit easier, but you got to be, more specific because they're using a bit more AI in their thing. So just really understanding the up-to-dateness of it. So what's funny is I'll be basing this entire event off of, I spent 2 weeks going through my entire system, basically over and over again, like what I would do if I was starting over, but then also what am I doing now? And I wrote it down in the notebook. I then turned that notebook into slides and then also the workbook that you guys have both live stream and here. If you are on the live stream, you can write on, so there's a digital version of that workbook. You can write in that workbook on the PDF and you can save it, so that's pretty cool. But that's kind of what I want to be able to do is also demystify this like systemization of email, being able to profit. So I'm going to give you guys these like, actually at one point I'll call it my 3-4-5 system. I'll give you guys that. So every time you're going to send an email, you just refer back to the 3-4-5 and you go, okay, what does this tell me to do? Kind of makes it a little bit easier. So we will get into some systemization of it.
I'm Mila from Kansas City. I'm hoping to get, like you said, like the frameworks because I feel like I know enough. I've got the tools. And I just got to put it together. I got to understand how to make things go where I want it to go. So
I'm with that. Let me ask this actually, just for sake of time for everybody. Give me a hand raise if you are here because you want to see the systemization and be able to sort of feel more comfortable in the exact process of generating a lead and then turning that into profit. If that's a good nutshell for what everybody here is trying to get out of. Good. Okay. I wanted to make sure there wasn't some like other mystical, like I want to see exactly the, thank you page button copy text. Like we're not going to get that granular because that's stuff that like you figure out as you're doing it. But so what we'll do is to save time, I'm guessing everybody on the live stream is also in that same boat. So let's just go through, we'll just say our name, where we're from, and then we'll go ahead and kick off into it. So
good morning, I'm Ralph McDonald from Northern California.
Ralph, Northern California, welcome.
Craig Gunner, I'm from Central Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Lori Hyde, I live right here in Clearwater. Thanks for
This is Tampa, this ain't Clearwater, but. Oh, nice.
My name is Brian Kopacki. I live over in Pinellas, west of here. And real quick, I'm not here to get anything, I'm here to give. So if anybody has any questions, please ask me.
Brian's done a lot. He sent me a screenshot not long ago that was probably like $65,000 in sales on ClickBank, all from media buying. So if you have questions about ads, questions about media buying, especially as we go through this, we'll talk about the system that I used to start, which was I kind of went backwards into building my email list, and I was promoting other people's stuff because I didn't have my own thing. Like when you start in this business, you don't have your own thing. A lot of people have this misconception that like, I see them all the time. I see the Facebook ads. Hey, build your own course to get to 7 figures. And it's like, that's great, but on what? And so, yes, I like the concept of, there's a guy who teaches the concept of if you understand math at a 5th grade level, you could teach math to a kindergartner, right? That's the concept that people are teaching when it comes to building a course. I don't necessarily agree with that because I don't feel like it puts you in a comfortable position. Because it's hard, let's say you want to get into the internet marketing space, which we're going to spend a lot of time talking about that this week or this weekend. Everything's going to be based on the idea that you are all going into the internet marketing space. I'm doing that because one of you might be going into the gardening space, one might be e-commerce, one might be health and fitness, one might be internet marketing. If I was to sit here and go back and forth on all those different ideas, it would make it unclear for all of you the analogies that I'll be making, because I do think there's it helps a lot if I give you guys some analogies as we go through. And so I'm actually going to make stuff. So we're going to talk about a lead magnet that I made with Trent. When we get to the lead magnet section, that's going to be based in the internet marketing idea. So you guys will see that. But I think that when you start, it's perfectly okay and actually advised to start by promoting other people's stuff. Whether that's, in a big launch format, or that's in sort of an evergreen format, or it's a recurring format, high ticket. That's kind of up to you, what route you decide to go. I think a lot of people give bad advice on that, actually. So we'll talk a little bit about what I would promote if I was to start right now. I definitely would go a little bit more of a different route. But so I would definitely, started promoting affiliate offers. I then took that, and then I was like, hey, I started realizing the offers that I was promoting weren't anything special compared to what I could create. It's like I'd buy them myself. Wow, this is 22 modules of stuff that like I did all of this to sell this thing. Why don't I just put out a course and teach it? And then I started reaching out to the people that I was promoting to, and I was like, hey, would you want to promote my thing? And they were like, yeah, dude, it'd be great. So then they started promoting my thing, and then it was easier to build a list because now all these people are promoting my stuff. And I think all these misconceptions come out when I start talking about stuff like that, because it's like everybody here has the initial thought, brick wall. Nobody's going to promote for me. I'm nobody, right? Well, you are nobody until you are deciding to become somebody. I was nobody until I decided to be somebody. And it's really funny because even being in this room, all of you have a different opportunity than you had you not come. Sorry, live streamers. Kind of. You still have the same opportunity. But the opportunity is, there's been a lot of people who've come up to me. So I'll bring up a story about a guy in Nashville when I had my event. He came to the event. He came a little early. He happened to bring me this little Tennessee whiskey thing. And I've kept up with him since then. And so he has a product that he's releasing. If he hits me up and says, hey, if it fits my list, I will tell people about it. And so he went from sitting in your seat to now, potentially getting somebody else that he buys products from to maybe promote his thing, right? So just keep that in mind. Like there's barriers that you are going to put up to making all of this possible that aren't real. Like there's stuff that you make up until you decide that they're no longer a barrier. They will be one. But we'll start there. They got to grab something out of what? Oh, okay. So we have to have a break because they, well, it's actually been good. We'll continue to go around the room and talk about our stuff for this little period so the live streamers can just hang with us for a second. You can tell them to come on. To give you guys an update, apparently there's a closet in this room that they need to get a TV out of. So we'll let them do their thing. No, don't worry, guys. They'll reimburse us for this time. It'll be totally fine. It'll be totally fine. So go ahead.
My name is Jimmy Pavlados. I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Welcome. It's a big trip.
Nice one.
I'm Trent. I live right here in Hanford.
Literally a few minutes away walking. He could have walked here.
I'm Cody. I live in Sarasota.
So Cody does pretty much all of my video work. So if you see any of my reels, you see any of my YouTube ads, you see my YouTube videos, he's the one doing all that. And then Trent basically does all the other stuff that I need him to do. Really, he kind of fills a lot of the gaps. So he's going to be your kind of point of contact if you guys have any questions about anything that's going on at the event. And then, following up with you guys. He also is our sort of like, I guess you'd call it community manager of my mastermind. For those of you guys that don't know, we have a mastermind that we do weekly calls with every week, and it also gets you access to all of my courses. And so he manages that community, helping us like send notifications and talk to people who have questions. So go ahead. Oh, welcome.
I'm Jason Card from Temecula, California. I'm here for food, drinks, and
You'll get better wine here than in Temecula.
Dave Gregory, I go by DG, Denver, Colorado.
Marcia Following, Columbia, South Carolina.
Awesome.
Aurora Rodriguez from Winter Springs, Florida.
Welcome.
John Peoples, Greenville, South Carolina.
Maurice Hayes out of Vegas. I'm Farhan Rahman from London, England.
London. Welcome. He takes the trophy for from Canada. He takes the trophy for biggest trip.
I'm Jamie Oler. I'm out of Virginia. I do want to say two quick things. Number one reason I'm here is because this guy last year beat me in a promotion. Hands down, without breaking a sweat, like tripled my sales, and I came in second place, which I need to learn how that happened. Number two, connections. I'm really looking forward to some new connections in what I do, so let's have some conversations.
Which brings me to a point real quick. This event is going to be a lot about starting that list building process. I do want to cover, I'm going to get to a stage called my 4 pillars. When I get to the 4 pillars, I'll spend a little bit more time going over that individual promotion that you're talking about. On that promotion, we did 60,000 in affiliate commissions in 5 days. And it took us all in, I don't even want to say it, like about 3 to 4 hours of work to do it, which was cool. I mean, we did put in some time, but 3 or 4 hours each, from me and from Trent, and Cody helped us out. So call it 9 hours of work, but it's just the way in which you tap into the promotion, and you guys will see all of it will play together. So we'll definitely give some really good stuff that he can use.
I'm Greg Ottman from Indianapolis, Indiana. Just a quick bit to Mill's point, like with systemization, definitely I'm in for that. But then also, it's been in my mind, I've always wanted to learn this, but I want to understand how to collect users or consumers who would engage and genuinely be interested in my offer or product. And have that collection of people, like not just names or emails, but people that would really respond.
So yeah, that's a different, I mean, now you're talking quality over quantity is my idea, and so I've always been a big fan of that. I do think that you can make a significant amount of money with a very small list. That's a big kind of misnomer that people have. If you want to be completely automated on a beach drinking Mai Tais, then you're going to need a lot of leads because you're not spending time cultivating those leads. If you spend more time and you treat this like a business where you're in it, right? But it's your business. You know, you can be way more granular, take a much smaller list, and have a better contact point with those lists. And so we'll talk about that as well.
My name is Carlos Aviles, and I just want to mention something real quick too. Two things I want to get from here. One is to help my clients get more out of their email list, and also build my email list so I can get 7 figures.
I love it. Yeah, and you do Facebook ads, right, for people? Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we'll talk a little bit about Facebook. It's kind of a cursory thing that we'll go over because everybody's going to leave here with a different business. Again, it depends on what you want to do, and I can't stress this enough. The easiest thing for me to do at this event is like, hey, everybody here, promote my thing. That'd be the easiest thing for me to do. I don't like doing that because it pigeonholes you into only knowing how to do exactly what I'm showing you to do. It would make me significantly more money. I promise you that, because I could sell that all day long. I'm going to give you the offer. I'm going to give you the commission. I'm going to give you this. Yeah. And then just copy what I do and use my exact ads. But then you become a parrot. And the people that are on your list, if I'm teaching you list building, the people who are on your list, where's the value that you're giving them that they wouldn't get just from being on my list, right? So if you're going to be a parrot of me, fine, but realize all you're doing is you're setting up a pyramid to make me more money. And that, like, I don't, thank you, but I'm totally down. If anybody wants to parrot, I'm in, but there's so much more value in deciding what you're going to do, which is why the very first page of the workbook is decide your niche. We're not going to talk about it in here because, again, as I go through the event, I am going to explain everything as if you're going into the internet marketing space, as if you were promoting one of my products or a product in that space, just because it's going to be easier for me to give examples and show things that have worked versus, you know, you want to go into the gardening space. I definitely think you can make 7 figures in the gardening space. I think that it would be a little bit of that method that Greg was talking about of like a small list of people that you really are in touch with. And I mean, it can absolutely be done. It's just for the sake of our analogies today and tomorrow, we'll be talking about my industry and my niche. But yeah, it's funny because, you know, a lot of people in here have toyed with the idea of having an agency. A lot of people in here have an agency or have done stuff in that space. And almost none of them build a list for their agency. And I think that's probably, like, I don't know any agency owners, aside from 2 or 3, that have like a strong email list that they use that then always turns people into clients. And I think there's this, you know, I have a thing that we'll talk a lot about later on, which is my 56, 40, and 3 rule, which some of you guys have heard me beat to death if you've been around me for a little while. But it really is this overwhelming marketing principle of awareness, consideration, and conversion, right? So it's kind of that. You've heard those analogies before, but if you can play the game thinking about the fact that out of 100 people, 56% of them are not going to buy from you no matter what you do because they're not interested. They're not in the phase. 40% are about to buy from somebody like you, and if you're doing the right thing on the marketing side, it could be from you. And this is where I see agency owners, e-commerce stores, digital product sellers, everybody misses this. 40% of your audience is about to buy from somebody. And if you don't have a really good way of reaching back out to them and a unique way of offering your service, they're going to buy from somebody else. And I'll show you some slides. It's absolutely unbelievable. When I get to the slide about luggage, you're going to see Facebook doesn't want you to win. Like, Facebook does not want anyone in this room, including me, to win, because what we're actually doing is, and I'll use an analogy. I recently got chickens at my house, and when you get chickens, you've got to get them really small so that they kind of acclimate to your house and to each other. And so imagine you take the hardest part of having chickens is that phase where you're raising them inside because you got the red light on all the time. Imagine you take the chickens and they just get old enough and somebody swoops in and goes, okay, I'm going to take them now. It's like, but they haven't even started laying eggs yet. That's why I got them. I want the eggs. And then somebody else takes them, right? The big dogs come in and they take them. And that's exactly what it's like when you market exclusively without a list, is you're building these little chickens up, these buyers, and then the big dogs come in and they swoop that up. Because here's the thing. Who do you think Facebook is going to prioritize? My $50,000 to $80,000 a month budget, or somebody else, big companies, $250,000, $350,000, $500,000 budget? It's not a mystery why those guys do so many more sales, because they can outspend us. So if you're not building your list, you're at a massive disadvantage because you're literally growing little baby chicks into the point the day they're about to lay eggs, somebody takes all the goods. And that's exactly what it is. So this 56, 40, and 3 rule is kind of that, right? You're cultivating a relationship with people who aren't going to buy from you. You're building them, and then you've got to get that email, that connection, that, you know, I'll say it's an email list, but it could be SMS. It could be any number of different contact points. We'll be talking mostly about email. You've got to get that, and that's kind of what this entire event is about. So I will say this. So before we actually kick off, being that this is the first time I've done this event, the cadence of it is going to be a little bit like I'm going to be going back and forth. I have slides so that I can give everybody access to the slides that I've prepared. That's not a problem. I may not stick directly to the slides. I'm going to go a little bit more off of like feel for what I think is going to be the most important for you guys to get out of this. So I may skip through a few slides. I may, not work directly off the workbook, for instance. Like, I don't want anybody going, wait, hold on, I don't see this page in the workbook. Not everything's in the workbook. You actually have to pay attention. So for those of you guys on the live stream who are like kind of back and forth, like, you're going to have to pay attention or you might miss out. But everybody's going to get access to the replays. The way that we do our live stream is it actually streams to YouTube. And then from YouTube, that link will live forever. So we'll be able to get access for all of you guys. And for everybody who's on the live stream, you can watch it pretty much immediately. So we will start with some slides. So the workbook, if you are watching on the live stream, you can actually whatever you do from this point on has an email focus to it or a list building focus to it, because I've had too many conversations with really good marketers that get really deep into a business, hire a few employees, they start running Facebook ads, and then bang, it's all gone. They start running YouTube ads, and then bang, it's all gone. With an email list, you never are out of business. And then I think like, okay, everybody here wants to have a real legitimate online business. Let's say Black Friday comes, and I'm going to make a lot of money on Black Friday personally because I'm going to put out an offer, and I'm going to tell people on my list about my offer. If you don't have a list, how do you tell people about that offer? It's like unbelievable to me. You can literally make up an offer. Everybody in this room could make something up and sell it on Black Friday and make sales if you have an email list. Just take your same offer and reduce the price by half for a day and add a bonus. And it's only going to be up for one day, right? And you'll see why Black Friday works, the psychology that makes Black Friday works. We use it in all of our marketing. So you'll actually be able to kind of have that. Imagine if Black Friday could be like every day, right? So we have that kind of methodology to our marketing. So you'll be able to get some of that. But just make the commitment that no matter what you do from this day forward, you'll build your list, you'll focus on it. Even if you take other courses, which I 100% think all of you will do. You'll get different courses. You'll get access to different products. You'll learn different material. But if they're teaching you something that doesn't teach you email marketing, just say, I'm going to add email into this. I'm going to make it better with email. And that is a big thing. So I will start by saying this. As of a week and 5 days ago, I sold my company, one of my companies. I sold a company called Chatmatic. Thank you. And that's a big deal, right? Like everybody kind of has this thing in the back of their mind, like I'd like to build a company that somebody else wants to buy. It's a really cool achievement, and it's cool to think about that I was able to build something that somebody else thought had enough value that they were willing to give me money for the whole thing. I got him good, I think it's definitely got some good value. But as you guys can see here, I wanted to show some of these screenshots. We did in about 3.5 years, $5.4 million in sales just in Kartra to that offer. Every single sale that I generated was behind email. Every single person in this room is here because of email. Every single sale that I generated to Chatmatic wouldn't have happened if I didn't start with email. If I was like everybody else and was just like, I'm just going to put up a software company and let everybody take a free trial and have no back-end marketing, I wouldn't have survived. And in fact, the number one reason that I survived in an industry, like there's a massive 900,000 pound gorilla in my space called ManyChat, which was our big competitor for the time. They have a complete, like think about this, they have a completely free version of their software. They have 70 developers working full time. They started in 2016 with $25 million in funding. And yet I was able to build a software in the space that had less functionality that somebody else thought was worth buying. And it was because ManyChat's biggest flaw was no back-end marketing to teach you what to do with their thing. And I said, well, I'll just get an email list and teach people what to do for free because, and you guys will see, I have this like, I always talk about this sort of, I guess I'll use this one. It's like, imagine like, you know, you're trying to get to the top of this mountain here, and there's levels to the mountain where like when you're down here, you look at the top and you don't necessarily see the value of it. I make money as a mountain tour guide taking you up to the top. The first thing I got to do is make you want to get up here, right? And so as a software company, I've got to make you want to get to the top. If the top up here is using my business, is doing business with me, I've got to make you want to get up there first. And so a lot of other companies in the space didn't have any kind of marketing that went into making people want their thing. So people would sign up for my competitor. They would log in, they'd connect their stuff. Cool, but I don't know what to do, and leave. And now they've got a bad taste in their mouth. They don't think Messenger works. Messenger sucks. I heard good things about Messenger, but I can't figure it out. And I get to swoop in. Hey, give me your email list. Give me your email address, and I'll show you exactly what to do. I created free modules, free courses. I created free tutorials, 14-day training videos, one video every day for 14 days. Because what happens is, 7 days in, Jimmy gets the video about using, you know, Instagram Reels comment reply functionality and goes, I got an Instagram list of 200,000 people. I just watched this 7-minute video that showed me exactly what to do to get more leads. Now I'm in. And he could go use the competitor, but he saw how to do it in mine, so he joined our platform. But it's hard to get somebody to want to reach the mountaintop, which for you is going to be your business, is investing with you, right? There's different things that we can do. So at the bottom, I call this the map to the gold. You've got to give somebody the map before they can decide that they want to take the journey. So the easiest way to get somebody to decide that they want to be at the top, which is like a power user of whatever your platform is or whatever you're selling, is you got to show them how it works, right? And email allows us to do that. Like, hey, give me your email address and I'll give you the map, right? So let's say, good example is, hopefully everybody who's on the live stream can has their version of it. I think this one's fine, yeah. But let's say that I was to go out and I make a squeeze page and I go, hey, I just held a 2-day event that people paid to come from all over the country, as far as London, England even, and I literally taught them what's in this book. Would you like this book for free? This is just a map. So many people confuse this. This is a lead magnet, right? Like, in a sense, this is a map. Without a guide reading this map to you, this is not worth as much. Without watching these videos, this book is great. But inside this book isn't going to make your 7-figure business. You're going to have questions. So what do? You listen to the training that we're about to do for the next 2 days where I explain all of this to give you these ideas. So I could give this to 1 million people. What's the next thing they're going to say? Well, can I buy that training that you did that explains this thing? Because this is great. Right? So many people think that by giving away some information, they're going to lose the... Why would they buy from me? You know, why would they pay me? Because you've given them a map. They don't want to figure out that map, how to get to the top of this thing by themselves, right? So after the map, we then have what we call speed and automation. So speed and automation is, hey, you can get there by yourself if you walk, but how about this? I've got an ATV. I'll just take you up to the top. Or oh, you can take the ATV. And they go, okay, yeah, I want that. I don't want to have to walk all the way up this mountain. Are you kidding me? It's like, okay, cool. So now you've got the map. You've got a really fast way to get to the top. It's kind of treacherous up there. What about pay me a little bit more and I'll just drive. I'll take you up. Now it's even easier. You sit in the back and you just hang out, have a drink. Yeah, I want that. Not everybody's going to want it, but some people will. And so now that's how I was able to actually build a hyper successful business was the idea that I had 3 levels of things that I could sell people to create this top of the mountain, right? So I had the map that I would give away because I had the speed and automation. You can't do messenger bots without a platform. So I already had the speed and automation. That's what I wanted to sell you. So I gave you as many maps as I possibly could. Look at what's going on at the top of this mountain. Everybody in the world can have the map. You needed my speed and automation to get you there. So then after the speed and automation, it's like, hey, here's the software. You can do a million things with the software. Would you like my hand in helping you do exactly what you want to do? Oh, you do? Okay, cool. Now we have this. So that's how we were able to build this. And what you guys are seeing here is a lot of different like sale analytics for like individual months that we were having. And then also most of this is built off of the backbone of email. So we did, all these are actually individual products that we had. But upwards of 1.6 million on that product, 72,000 on this one, 5.4 million. Now, all the while, that promotion that Jamie thankfully brought up, where I beat him in a little affiliate competition, that stuff doesn't track in these screenshots, right? So that's a totally different platform. So all the while, I can turn my focus at any point in time if something matches my audience and share that with them. And it's all because of email. I would not have been able to sell my business if I didn't have an email list, because one of the main factors they asked me about, what's your contact list? Well, I've got a contact list of 134,000 people. Yep, here's my check, because not all those people, how many customers did I have? I had like, I had 10,000 people who've ever used Chatmatic. So I have a list of 120, 30,000 people who have not used it yet, which means they're still in that 56 or that 40 phase. They're not quite there. I need to, he can do a lot more to introduce them to that. So yes, this multi-7-figure company was built on the backbone of email marketing. And again, I can promise you without a shadow of a doubt, Chatmatic wouldn't have survived our first year without an email list. Because we did do some cool marketing techniques. We did a pre-sale before we actually had the product. We pre-sold lifetime access to it. Then we ended up having to change that when we added a lot more features. But so we had cash flow to build it. But to sustain it and to actually get it moving, you guys have no idea, and I promise you, you have no idea how hard it is to sell chatbots. It's one of the hardest things to do because there's no way to simplify it. There's really no way to make chatbots like, hey, let me just give you one for your business, because now it's like, well, what's my business? I'm a chiropractor. Okay, I need to tweak it for you a little bit, and then we got to run ads to get people into it. It's like nothing could make it easy. So I had a really, really tough run getting that figured out. And as an entrepreneur who has a million other things and ideas and all this stuff, it was like, there came a time where I was like, you know would be the best move for me is to give this to somebody who's got a phenomenal development team and who has the focus to turn this into something massive. And so I found somebody who had that, and he took it over. So as of now, he's starting to take over Chatmatic. I'll still be an advisor for all of you guys who are like, well, I'm just going to leave because Travis isn't there. It's about to get a lot better, and we had a really good arrangement where all the people who have yearly access get to stay at that, and we're going to be removing that price forever for anybody in the future. So it's kind of nice that all the people who are already in get a really nice bonus, and he's actually going to kill the agency model altogether in the platform because, like I said a million times, it makes software companies a lot more money to sell to individual businesses, so I can get one license paid, one license paid, one license paid, versus, hey, you've got 50 licenses you're using, and you're paying one fee. We lose money, but we do that to grow. So he'll be killing that pretty quickly. But I wanted to show you guys too, I found this to be absolutely astronomical, right? AppSumo is a really cool software company that, well, they sell software. They're an online business and they sell software. And AppSumo makes about I believe it was like about $38 million or $36 million a year from email marketing. And this is a chart that represents all the other income they make. 14% from people who go directly to AppSumo, 2.7% for SEO, 24% affiliate marketing. So that's actually users of AppSumo can promote their products, right? 9.4% ads. Now, how many of you are kind of shocked at that number? A $72 million a year company only makes 10% of their revenue from ads. Give me a hand if you're pretty shocked to hear that stat, right? Like, that blows me away when everybody else thinks ads are all I've got. Like, ads are the only way. Ads are how you start. But if you don't build an email list, how profitable do you think this company is? When I bet you they can spend more money, right? They can absolutely spend more money, but that's not what's generating them ads. What's generating them money is They spend money on ads, they get an email list, and then they consistently market to that email list other products. Now, they've got a really unique offering because every week they can offer different products to that same audience, whereas us, you know, we don't necessarily have that like background of being able to like, hey, I'm just going to choose a different product every week, because then you're beating up your list. The anticipation for them is to get something new all the time. So that's a little different. But I wanted to show you guys this because if you don't think email marketing is literally still one of the most powerful assets in your arsenal as a business owner, you're nuts. And that's what I want to get you, I want you guys to think about that as we leave, is like, I want you to tell, and this always helped me, but like tell spouses, significant others, family members, friends, cousins, anybody will listen. I'm going to be building my email list from now on. Helps you, hold you accountable, but then also let them poke holes in it. What do you mean you're going to build an email list? What are you going to build an email list on? Who are you, right? Let them do that, because they did it to me when I started. My dad was like, I just want you to remember, you should have a backup plan. You have a degree, you know, you should have a backup plan. Make sure you have a backup plan for this if this doesn't pan out. I was like, dude, at the time I was like 23. I started my business at 23, 24. I'm like, dude, I'm young. I'll recover. Like, I'll be fine. Then you get the nice penthouse in San Diego, and then you're like, I won't be fine. I won't be able to pay my bills if this doesn't work. Yeah, that was always fun. But there's always going to be somebody who's going to question it, because they aren't taking action in their own business and to do things on their own. So it's really easy. It's so much easier to pull you down to my level than it is for me to climb up to yours. But put it out there. Let other people know that you're going to be doing that. I'm going to be building my list. And then be willing to have the conversation with people when you're casually meeting up with somebody and they have an idea. Like, are you doing anything with that? Are you building an email list? Like, I got a text message this morning from a buddy of mine who's he's like responsible for the budget of the #1 hospital in Chicago. And he texts me and goes, we just got a $500,000 grant. This is actually pretty cool. He got a $500,000 grant from the National Institute of Health to build a chat bot that analyzes people's symptoms to essentially siphon them to the doctor that they need, and then to also show the doctor a synopsis of like, hey, this person's been having these symptoms, and it actually shortened they did a test. It shortened diagnosis from 8 months to 1 month. Accurate diagnosis is down. So he was like, man, you should do that. I'm like, I want to build that now. Is there somebody who does that? Like, can I build that and sell that to hospitals? Because then I'll be on a yacht. Then I'll be on my own yacht, and I'll be done. But yeah, it's just very interesting when you think about all the different ideas that you guys can take out of this. When you start having these conversations with people, that's where you're going to get the ideas for what your business is. So if you leave here and you're not 100% like, I'm going to go in this direction, don't worry. You're not supposed to have everything figured out right now. I think one of the craziest things that I've been realizing lately is like, as a 36, almost 37-year-old guy, that like 17 years ago, I was supposed to have everything figured out. Like, the society wanted me to, like, I graduated college. I'm supposed to have it all. I know what my path is now. And it's like, I still don't know what that is. So don't worry if like you leave the event and you're not quite sure, like, I'm going to go into this niche or that niche. Now, if you've got a background, and I'll call them out, like Jason, for instance, got some great experience in the e-commerce space. If he asks me this weekend, Travis, what would you suggest that I go into? I'm going to lean him into the e-commerce space because he's got really great results. A lot of the things that might make it more difficult, he's already bypassed because he's got some results there. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about this weekend about the fact that you don't need any results to be able to make a good amount of money. And those of you guys who are in my mastermind already know that stuff. But you guys can see here, this shows $2.4 million that I made from my email list in the last, I think it was 2 years. Well, it did show it. There, it's back. But I wanted to show you most importantly this. This is my internal business subscriber revenue, meaning that for every single subscriber, I make $12. Every subscriber that joins my list, so that little name and email, that little dinky, I never thought to collect a name and email, makes me $12 just when I promote my own stuff. So that massive promotion that I did that we can't see in here, that's one of, I usually do about 6 to 8 of those a year outside of my own platform. That's one of those. I just recently grew an amazing mastermind to well over $80,000 a month. That's not in here. So like a lot of the stuff that I do in my business isn't actually in here. So just on a base level, just for Chatmatic on the lifetime yearly deals and the monthly deals, I was able to generate $12 every single time somebody opts into my list. So knowing that, This is what I think is great about Kartra, for instance. Kartra manages your products and your email list and your pages so you can see lifetime value. It's really hard to build a business if you don't know what the lifetime value of a lead is going to be, right? It's like, okay, I got this lead. It's $7 for me to get this lead. That sucks. Well, does it? Because you're making 12 at minimum. That's not so bad. Because now all of a sudden our mind changes. It's like, okay, now I get it. So you mean I can pay $11 a lead and I'll eventually be profitable? Yeah. And on top of that, you can make money on your affiliate promos. You can make money on stuff that's not in here. But this is $2.4 million. And another big issue that I see a lot of people wondering is like, well, Travis, I just don't know what to send because I don't want to be spammy. Let me see a hand if you've ever thought that. I don't want to be spammy. Okay. I've had 73,000 people unsubscribe from my email list. Out of 200,000 people who subscribed, 73,000 of them unsubscribed. I didn't lose a wink of sleep. Like, I sleep just fine.
Can I just say something about that?
Yeah.
If people don't want to be on your list,
You should,
want to unsubscribe
yeah.
as quickly as possible.
Especially because you pay platforms for how many subscribers you have. So the point that he made was, if somebody doesn't want to be on your list, you want them off your list. And I had an old client that was in the e-commerce space, and I managed their email list. And we sent an email, and they got 9 unsubscribes. And they said, well, we're just freaking out because people are leaving our email list. And I said, okay, so let me just play the scenario out for you. You've got this great email list of 13,000 people. You never email them. Yeah, that'll guarantee nobody will unsubscribe. You got that same list and you send an email every now and then. You make a lot more money. We made like 7,000 from the promotion, but 9 people are going to unsubscribe. And you want to go with the first one? I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. Yeah, for now. Like, so why did you even collect the email list? What's the point? So don't be afraid of unsubscribes. Unsubscribes are literally not only saving you money, but they're also, here's a really cool trick that I learned, and you can take this if you're not already doing this with Facebook ads. I take my unsubscribes, I upload that list to Facebook, I create a lookalike audience of those people, and it's crazy. When I used to run normal Facebook ads, obviously I got myself on camera. A couple of years ago, I had a hairstyle where I would like kind of pull it back, right? And it got a lot of attention for some reason. And other males especially like to make fun of me for my hair, which I thought was pretty great. And so I got a lot of comments about, I won't even go into all of them. They were bad. And I think the hair actually looked good. If I could pull it off now, I would. I'm just thinning a little bit. But it was funny because I uploaded my list of unsubscribes. I then created a lookalike audience, and I've never had them since. So that's how good Facebook is at eliminating bad, toxic people, is you can actually create an audience that you exclude from your ads. So when you're running Facebook ads, you say, hey, don't promote to these people because they don't want to be a part of my audience. They're not good people. They're not whatever. So it actually helps you save money on ads, makes your ads perform better, and now the comments aren't negative on your ads. Instead, they're positive. And so now it's cool because Facebook acts as this kind of town square. When you get a positive comment, the likelihood that you get more positive comments goes through the roof. There's people who are probably watching on this feed who've seen my ads, who've commented on the ad and been like, Travis is real, he's legit, I'm in his mastermind. I noticed that ad after that, all positive. Can I get more information? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, Travis is legit. I watched this training. If the first comment on my ad is, you look like such an idiot with that haircut, all the rest of them are negative. Like, oh, here's another spammer, or they'll throw some GIF on there that's like, spam alert, whatever. It's like, dude, figure out a better use of your time than to throw GIFs on other people's ads for sure. But yeah, I wanted to show you guys this because I want you to understand that the amount you pay for a lead means nothing. In fact, I will give you this one tip. I'll give you more over the weekend, but this one right now. Your goal in your marketing should not be to spend less on leads. It should be to spend more. Giving yourself the ability to spend more on traffic gives you the advantage. So many people make the mistake of like, well, Travis, I'm paying $5 for this lead. I need to get that down. No, you don't. No, you don't. You need to see how you can take that lead and make 10 off of it. Instead of right now, you're focused on maybe making 6 or 7. How can you make 10, 15, 18, 20? And you do that through what I was talking about here before, the map, the speed and automation, and then the hands-on.
Just an extreme example of it, but like there was some campaigns I was running in the past where you could be profitable spending over $5,000 per lead.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
Especially if you don't like good conversion.
And so we did that, right? So like we'll have, there's different kinds of leads out there, and we'll talk about it when we get to the lead magnet section. The lead magnet that you choose to give out is going to dictate the kind and quality of the lead that you get, right? So if I'm doing a giveaway as my lead magnet, I want people to opt in, I'm giving away a laptop, I'm going to get pretty low quality leads. If I'm giving away a free consultation on how to grow your email business, the lead quality I'm going to get is phenomenal, because what they're getting is my time. Now there's high value there, but the kind of person that's opting into that is different. So I might spend, and I'll give you an example, I spent upwards of $400 to get somebody to book a call with my business, but our average close was, on average, those leads were worth about $1,800. So I'll spend $400 to generate $1,800. Who wouldn't, right? The downside is people are looking at it in the micro, and they're already looking at it in scale in their mind. Well, if I get leads at $6 and I get 1,000 leads at $6,000, oh my gosh, I just spent $6,000? It's like, no. You dreamed that you spent $6,000. You haven't spent a dime yet. But people already have that anxiety in their mind of like, I can't keep spending this much money. It's like, you haven't done anything yet. Just chill. Just chill. You'll make some money along the way. Like, you have to let that whole scenario play out where like you will make money. So yes, if you're not spending money on ads and you're not building your list, obviously you're not going to be able to make $12 for every lead that comes in. Now, the good news is on day 2 of this, we are going to be talking about how to take free traffic and start your business with that, because I think every single one of you, and it's not beneath me, I do it, it's not beneath you to generate traffic via the method that we're going to be talking about is mostly Facebook groups. It is not beneath you, and it's actually the best way to get started. And you know, it's funny, there's a guy, I had a picture with the 2 Comma Club award. Those of you guys who know the whole ClickFunnels 2 Comma Club thing is when you generate $1 million in sales, they'll send you a plaque that has a cool record on it and it has your name on it. There's a guy who now has what's called the 2 Comma Club X award. He's got like 2 or 3 of them, which is the $10 million in sales. And I just happen to have the inside story on it. I think it's a kind of a cool story because I feel cool about it. My sales guy was also his sales guy for a while, did phone sales for him as well. This guy literally makes over $10 million in about every 2 years by being in a group. He shares content in that group about what this is where it's like weird. It's like a circle. I hate this kind of business. That's why I think it's cool because I've figured it out and I'm going to let you guys in on the inside of it. He uses funnels. He goes into groups, tells you to check out his funnel that's then making him $10 million, but the only way he's making $10 million is by getting the people from the group to pay for the content to learn how to turn people from groups into money. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, in one sense, I get it because it is of value. It's obviously working. There's something there, but like he doesn't make money unless you pay him for that material. It's not like if I ran a really good e-commerce store and I'm like, hey, I'm going to put out a course about how I run my e-commerce store. That's different. This is a course teaching you a topic versus, again, what I was talking about earlier with this. If I was to make this event like everybody here should only promote Wealthery, then it's kind of a little, like you're not really learning, I guess, at the end of the day. And it would be easy for me to make way more money. I would have a 2 Comma Club X award too, because then I've got, 40 people all trying, dedicating their life to making me more sales. Like, that sounds freaking great, which, hey, I'm actually selling myself on it a little bit here, if you guys are into this. But I definitely think Facebook groups are an amazing way. And this guy makes a lot of money because he literally takes what we're going to teach on day 2. He just, like he believes it, right? Like a lot of people who haven't done it yet, I talk about this all the time, like it's impossible to believe that you're going to be able to achieve something when you've not achieved it before. So you have to literally have this, like, I look at it the same way that I look at religion, right? You can't tell somebody who's very religious and believes in God that there is no God because there's no proof. It's like, but I believe in it. I believe that, right? So it's the same thing that you have to be when it goes into your business. Is like, I know I've not made $1 million yet, but I believe that I can. And yes, it's going to look a little crazy on the surface, but hopefully with a system like we're going to be able to show you here, you'll be able to do that. Okay, so obviously starting a business without email is literally absurd. Now, this is why I think it's absurd. So we're talking about the luggage example. The other day I was I took a trip to Salt Lake for a day and I came back, and on the way back my carry-on luggage, it was a nice bag. It was from Rimowa, which is like the little carry-on was like $300. Like, it was not cheap. But the thing basically rolls on its own. Like, when you've got 2 kids and you've got them dragging you and you can toss the bag up and then you can like collect the kids and the bag's still rolling. Yeah. I didn't want the one that you have to tilt and drag because it's like it's caught on my feet and everything. So it's got 4 wheels and it's almost like on a remote control. You can just, and it glides up and you're like, all right, where are they at? Hey, let's go. And now I know it's going to be up there. So I wanted to fix this bag and I'm like, all right, maybe I just get a new one. I've had it for a few years. Like, it's been like 9 years. So I went online and I looked at a luggage bag. I want to show you guys the time. I went to afterwards, I'm like, I'm not going to get this right now. I'll take my time. I'll think about it. I don't know what I want yet. 1:03 in the afternoon. I'm scrolling through Facebook. I get ad number 1. Very next ad number 2. Very next ad number 3. Very next, or ad prior to that, ad 4. Ad prior to that, 5. Ad prior to that, 6. All different brands. So when I tell you guys that Facebook doesn't want you to win, imagine being the original company that I went to. I don't even know what that company was. Which one was it? They all look the same. It's a carry-on. I don't know. And they've all got different kinds, so I don't know which one they're marketing to me. It could be the one that I was looking at was kind of like this, but I don't know, like, does this company have that? I have no idea, right? So Facebook, the algorithm is insanely good. They now know that I'm interested because I went to somebody's website that sells this stuff. Now they're like, hey, these people are all saying, hey, Facebook, here's a bunch of money. Get me sales to my luggage. Who are they going to show that to? Me, because I've already shown interest, right? Whether I didn't put any information on any website, this is all cookie-based. They're tracking my actions based on, hey, you went to this site. So Facebook is literally trying to give other people your customers, essentially, right? That's their job. And they do a very, very good job of it. How hard is it going to be for your brand, if you're selling something similar like luggage, to stand out against all of these? These guys have budgets for professional photography shoots. And like, I mean, this is like beautiful luggage. And then they got the little display with the globe. They took this picture on the moon. Like, how are you going to compete with that? That's like impossible. So if you don't have an email list, you're going to run ads and you're going to be in this feed, right? You're going to just be in this mess of like, well, I'm just going to spend more money and try to do it. So again, you can't outspend everybody in this space.
Just on that point, they probably weren't running retargeting ads.
Those guys weren't. They were running conversion.
The original.
I think they might have been. I just don't remember the original brand. I think they did run retargeting because I got ads that looked like the similar luggage case. Again, I was looking for something that was like kind of like aluminum outside. So I started getting a lot of ads for aluminum luggage. So I'm pretty sure one of them was in there. It's just that, I mean, if you look at the names of these brands, these don't stand out. Solguard, MVST, Level 8, Pax, Paravel, Monos. Like, these aren't names that I will remember. They're just randoms. They usually show up first. Sure. Oh, for sure. Retargeting, 100%. Once you've gotten somebody to show interest, a retargeting ad is great, which again, the reason retargeting works is the same reason that email marketing works. The first time somebody sees your stuff, they're not going to buy it. The next time they see it, they might. In fact, everybody who's watching on the live stream most likely didn't buy a ticket to this event the first time they saw me tell you about it, right? It took you 2 or 3 times. This is what I think is great about marketing is every time you spend your dollars, you are part of the experiment that you should be looking into of like, why did I just spend that money? How many times did this person market this product to me? Why do I want it? What made me in this path to end up getting this thing? Like, what happened? And a good example is like something I recently spent money on was a new driver for golf. I bought one 2 years ago. If you had marketed new drivers to me 2 years ago, I'm not buying it because I just bought one, right? 2 years later, you're still there, you're sending me emails, you're showing me your new products. Now I'm going to buy. Another great example is Kartra actually shows you lifetime like relationship with your client. So I had somebody that opted in 2018. I think it was about 15% of my recent promotion were people who opted into my list in 2018. So that's 4 years later, almost 5 years later. Those people are now buying different things from me because they've been on my list for a long period of time. That's going to play into everything that we're talking about here. But what I'm really trying to do is force feed you the idea that email marketing is literally the central piece to your business. It's going to make having a business easier. 100%. Think about every business on the planet, and I'll use local business because it's really easy to wrap your head around that. If I run a cryotherapy spa where I sell cryotherapy sessions, I can run ads, generate people who want to book an appointment with me, right? But you're going to run into all these problems. I don't know what cryotherapy does for me. Why would I need it? Well, if I got you on my email list, I can tell you what it's going to do for you. And now that next time, hey, do you have knee pain? As a matter of fact, I do. Did you know you can help your knee pain? I didn't know that. I'm going to book an appointment, right? So email is literally the central piece. And I don't know many businesses that fail when email is that central piece, but I know every business that I see fail has no email system in place. So again, do not overcomplicate this. My goal for the workshop I already talked about is to accomplish, to show you how to accomplish building a list in a niche, and then how to take that to 7 figures. Now, I want to see, yes, I want to actually outline a little bit about how you take that to 7 figures, and I kind of outlined it a little bit before, but it kind of starts in a little bit of a path. So we'll call it like, I mean, you can kind of give it a ladder, a step. People give it this like escalation path, right? So I think with affiliate marketing, everybody in here can get to 10 to 25, 30,000 a month. If that's all you did was affiliate marketing, promoting something else with email marketing, it's pretty reasonable to think that everybody in here could be generating 10, 15, $20,000 a month. That's literally nothing more than you starting to build your list. Run ads, tell people about something that's going to build your list. We'll talk about how to do that. What do you entice people onto your list with? And we'll be outlining kind of the whole funnel that we use here in a second. But the idea of actually how to take this to 7 figures. So if this is 7 figures up here, I want to just demystify how to get from, Travis, I don't know anything. I don't have a single subscriber on my list. How am I going to do that? Well, first you're going to start by building a list, promoting other people's stuff. That's going to get you to tier 1. Tier 1 is, again, I think you're probably capped at about, let's call it $50,000 a month on a reliable basis. Like you can actually get there by promoting other people's stuff. Now, some of you are going to decide, Travis, $50,000 a month sounds great. I'm going to stop right there. I don't have to go any farther. Cool. That's fine, right? You can do that. Build your list. You're going to be at very low margin in the beginning because as you're promoting somebody else's stuff, you're only getting a percentage of the sale. You're not getting all of it. And you don't get the buyer data. I will tell you this. Quality over quantity really matters. Buyers are worth significantly more than non-buyers. Yes, that buyer is, if you're promoting somebody else, they're technically on your list, but they didn't buy from you. They bought from somebody else. So now that new person who they bought from, they're getting that person's attention, and that really matters. I have a screenshot in there. Back in 2013, I made $97,000 promoting a hosting company in 7 days. And what we did was I released a product, and it was back again, this was 2013, so Wild West, right? No ClickFunnels, none of that. So we had a WordPress installation that built squeeze pages in WordPress, made it easy for you to collect name and email address in WordPress, which at the time was really hard to do. So I sold that as a plugin. On the back end, what's the number one thing I have to tell somebody to do? Go get a website. Go get a domain. You literally can't use the product that you just bought until you get a domain. So I said, well, I could just send them to GoDaddy, or I could hit up my friend and I could be like, hey, do you guys have an affiliate program? Oh, you do? Oh, you pay $100 for everybody that I send that buys a domain? Sweet. Sent, 12,000 people his way, something like that. And then we ended up doing $92,000 in 2 weeks. And he sent me this like big sweepstakes like check. It was pretty cool. I tried to keep that for a long time, and then I got married. My wife was like, are you really going to keep this dumb check? I was like, yeah, so what? It's from 2013. She's like, it's not real money. I was like, it was. At one point, it was. But, so that's the idea, right? Like you take a buyer, and as they're going through the path of being, your customer, there might be other things that they're going to buy that they might need that you can introduce them to. And it's not like, another big misconception is that like, oh, I'm taking advantage of them. No, you're not. You're giving them a guided plan that's going to save them a ton of time. And yes, they might need 2 or 3 or 4 other tools. If I'm teaching you how to build a Shopify store and I don't give you a link to go sign up for a Shopify store, I'm not doing you any service. It might as well be an affiliate link. Now, there are the other side of that where you buy a product and literally the 19 modules are all go buy this thing. I never subscribed to that. I'm not a big fan of that. If you do it, you can make a lot of money, but those people that buy your product will stop listening to you very quickly. There's definitely a relationship there and some trust. So this is affiliate marketing. Now, what happens, and I think this is really cool, as you start to build this, and let's just use the example of digital marketing. You're all going to go in the digital marketing space for your business as of until Saturday afternoon, but you can do your own thing. I really want to stress, I really want you to select a niche that you're passionate about, that you spend money in. Spend some time in the first page of that workbook, which will tell you how to kind of get an idea for what niche you should go into. Like, Greg, I know you're in UI, UX. Awesome, go into that space. You've got a lot of background there. You already kind of have a thing there, and I think there's a lot of money to be made in that space. You can definitely take this entire thing and make 7 figures in this model, getting way more of your time back, and it can be done pretty quickly. And we'll kind of describe the path here. So you start by either promoting somebody else's stuff or just realizing I'm building a business. How many of you guys realize, just a hand up, building a business usually costs money? Right? Okay, cool. So it's almost like a savings account, right? Like every month I might put in 500 or 1,000, expect nothing back from it for a while because I'm building something. Thankfully, I don't have to sign a 4-year lease. Thankfully, I don't have to have a bunch of inventory. Like, it's easier than most businesses. But you can build a list without selling something. And in fact, what's going to end up happening is you're going to get more value out of that list because now you're not just redirecting them to a sales page and saying, hey, go buy this thing. That said, again, we'll be talking a little bit about the other method, which is monetizing them immediately. So you start by promoting your either nothing or just building your list or promoting other people's stuff. Now, during this process of like, hey, I started building my list, and I use Mila as an example a lot. She's in my mastermind. She's good with building websites with Groove. So let's say she gives out this like lead magnet to builder list of like, you know, the 5 websites every digital marketer should have, the 5 types of sites every digital marketer should have, right? So she gives that away on the thank you page. She's like, hey, I'll give you the sites. Just go sign up for Groove. Now she's making Groove commissions, right? That's an easy funnel to help you build your list. And what's going to happen in the process of getting here, right, of her building her list, guess what she just did? She just learned how to build her own list, how to get websites that convert. She's learning, hey, this one headline tweak ended up making my conversion go up. Hey, if I change my button from green to blue, my conversion went up. Well, now I'm getting more data. And now in the process of making this, you just made what's going to make you 7 figures, which is your course. Hey, I spent the last 3 months building an email list of 10,000 people, and I turned that email list into $6,000 in commissions, and I found out these 12 things that every marketer should do to their website to get more opt-ins, to get faster customers, blah, 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 right? Now you have a course that is just you showing what you did. And that's where I think it's like almost too simple. The bodybuilder who releases a course on how he became a bodybuilder gets a lot more sales than the guy who is like really skinny who's like, I'll show you how to be a bodybuilder. It's like not believable. You haven't done it. Like, you might know how to do it. You might genuinely know. You've studied. You probably do know how to do it, but you didn't prove it to me, right? We like buying things that are a summary of the things that other people have done, right? So a lot of people are in this room right now, like, I don't have the experience to do these things. That's why what we start with is what we call our 30-hour challenge. We talk about it a little bit in the workbook, and I think I talk about it right here in one of these slides. Yes. Okay.
You know what, psychology is quite interesting. My son, he's 17. He just started working out with one of my employees. And this employee, he's a runner. And he's a small guy, really small. And he's teaching my son how to lift weights and become big. And I go to my son, I'm like, Joel Terry, you know.
Yeah.
With him, he'll teach how to do that in 7 minutes instead of working out for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
My son will have nothing to do with it and believes 100% in what my employee, who really doesn't know what he's doing. It's incredible the psychology that goes into that.
Well, and I think a lot of it comes from trust. Like, he trusts that person now. And then you like them and you get into a good groove, and we like things that feel comfortable, and it's like, that's comfortable. So there's a lot. Like, yeah, a lot of us are, you know, just I think in general, human beings being a little bit more naturally emotional are guided by emotions and then also held back by those same emotions where, like, I was just thinking about it the other day. Like, I don't have to like somebody to learn from them. But a lot of people in the world right now are so emotional. Like, oh, I hate that guy. He's all over the place. Like, there's a guy, Liver King, right now, who's blowing up on social media. You don't have to like him. But look at him from a marketer standpoint. Like, how did he get to 1.7 million followers on Instagram? And he blew up 6 different companies in the span of a year. I want to learn what he did there. I don't care if he's outrageous. Like, the guy jumps into water with like a pitchfork and he comes out with a fish in his mouth. And it's like, and he literally eats raw liver and he eats raw cow testicles and he eats brain, and it's like, it's outrageous. But that's what the world wants. And he attracted people and he's making money. So all of us can think the dude's outrageous. But he grew, like, next thing you know, my wife orders one of his proteins because his wife is like, you know, really jacked and lean. But they talk about the health benefits. So we'll get in a little bit on them too, like him in particular, where they're just what we call curators. We're going to talk about that now.
Just on that point, what you mentioned is really something I found super important, is always to be an extreme. If you sit on the fence in the middle and you're a neutral nobody that doesn't really have an opinion,
it's going to be hard to do a lot. Yeah.
But if you can create polarity, even if it's just your opinion versus the opposite view, the moment you've got polarity, you can create something in an audience which either draws them in or pushes you away.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are so afraid to push somebody away that they don't want to grab any polarity because they want everybody to like them. And actually, it's super funny. On the way in to this today, I was thinking, like, I was running through some of the things I wanted to talk about. And in my mind, a sentence came out with a curse word in it, in my mind, as I'm thinking about how I would say it. And I thought, no, I can't say it like that because there might be one person that turns them off. And I'm like, but I don't actually care. Like, because if that turns you off and you didn't get anything from the other information, like, sorry, but that's just me being me. So it's like you have to play all the time in that world of like, how much do I care if that person dislikes me? Look, I have people all the time tell me, like, you know, I was trying to figure out if you're a worthwhile guy, and now I see that you're not because of an opinion that I have on Instagram or something. So it's like, hey, if you're not into that, you're not going to be a good customer for me anyways, because you're looking for a reason to be unhappy. But yeah, I think polarity is an interesting thing because there's a concept that Russell Brunson has that's called throwing rocks at the enemies, and I really love this, where if you can, I did it actually when I was growing Chatmatic and I was competing with this other company called ManyChat. What I would do a lot of times is a lot of companies want to avoid the competitors. I don't bring them up. I don't talk about them. I don't even know who they are. Gary Vee has that famous quote that's like, I don't even know who my competitors are. I call them out and I say, look, here's why they're bad. And then without you knowing it, you're like, yeah, they're bad. And then we all start, you know, kind of throwing, yeah, they're bad, because now you're on my team. And instantly, if I can get you to throw rocks at my enemy, you're on my team. Whether you like me or not, you're now on my team. So it's easier to get somebody on your team by having a common enemy, which we see all the time. Like, you look at like American politics. That's one of the ways that you win in American politics is you just get them to hate the other person, and now de facto they're on your side. They don't like you at all, but they dislike the other person, so it's like, all right. But this is actually a big concept that I'm really happy that I have this mastermind that I have, because it allows me to create these kind of ideas. And this idea is called the 30-hour challenge. And the 30-hour challenge is, this is how everybody's business should start. When you're trying to figure out what do I want to do, I would ask you to spend 30 hours in one particular topic that if nobody paid you for it ever, you would enjoy the process. So a lot of people are like, well, Travis, I want to promote a good offer, right? I want to promote this weight loss pill on ClickBank. Okay, why? Well, because I think it's going to make me a lot of money. Cool. You will end up at zero at some point because you don't care about it. You don't care about it. You have nothing to say about it. You've done no research on it. You don't know anything about health and wellness. You can't talk on the topic. How are you going to write emails on a topic that you literally know nothing about? Right? It starts to feel overwhelming. Like, yeah, I don't want that. What if you spent 30 hours doing something that you cared about? So let's just say, 30 hours on, I'm going to learn Facebook ads in 2022. So I go on YouTube and I watch Facebook ads exclusively. And even more so, Facebook ads, one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make, and I made this in Chatmatic, I would have made a lot more money had I not made this mistake. So if you're going to write something down, write this down. A big mistake is not being as specific as possible when you're deciding what business you want to go into. I want to get into Facebook ads. Okay, cool. Facebook ads for who? Because Facebook ads for e-commerce looks a lot different than Facebook ads for coaches. But if you are a Facebook ad consultant for a coach, I can charge coaches more because I'm specifically for you. And it was actually a model in software where we were talking about, let's look at like, if I sell a time management software, I might have to sell that for $9 a month, right? Because time management software, there's so much that it can do. It's not very specific. But if I sell time management softwares for photographers, now I can go to $49 a month because it's exactly what that photographer needs. But if I sell time management softwares for photographers who specifically shoot weddings, now I can charge $95 a month because it's exactly what they need. It's more formatted to them. So when you're creating your shtick, your place, it's so much better if you get specific. Like, look at a guy like Russell Brunson, now worth $1 billion. He focused on funnels, not on every funnel, right? Like not right away. He just funnels, not marketing, not Facebook ads, not text messaging, not YouTube ads, not viral YouTube videos, Instagram, funnels. Got really good at funnels, and now he's worth $1 billion. If you had told me 10 years ago funnels would be $1 billion idea, I'd have been like, I don't think so, man. It seems a little small. Are there that many people? And it's like, yes, there's that many people for everything. There's that many people who want to learn YouTube Shorts. There's that many people who want to learn how to make effective Instagram Reels, or how to be a good email marketer, or how to book more appointments for a coaching consulting business. So get specific and spend 30 hours learning that. Now, I give you the examples in the internet marketing space. Another example that I really like is, that I give everybody with the whole gardening thing, is my wife and I started doing this, like, she started potting plants and trying to keep them alive. So she's been learning that. That's fun, especially in Florida. I don't know if you guys have been outside yet here. It's pretty warm, especially in the summertime, and an abundance of humidity that definitely has like that sauna feel. Hard to keep certain plants alive. So I got raised beds, and I planted seeds, and then I also planted some plants that had already grown. And like, I had to go on YouTube and look up, like, what plants should I plant together? Which ones should I plant in what? Like, I didn't know until I looked it up that not all seeds can be planted at the same time of the year. I thought you take a seed, you put it in the ground, and whatever it is going to grow. But like, you can't grow certain things in June in Florida. That's some good information for somebody who's also trying to do raised beds. If I could tell them that, I'd save them a little bit of time. Hey, the reason that your tomatoes are dying is because you can't grow tomatoes in Florida in June. They don't grow. Oh, thank you. Now it's not my green thumb. You know, you ever heard of those people like, I don't have a green thumb. No, dude, it's because you're trying to plant tomatoes in June in Florida. It's not a green thumb thing. It's like it literally can't survive. Yeah, it's not your fault. You're missing some information. It has nothing to do with your genetics. Like, so I started thinking like, man, I could turn my little backyard growing green peppers into a business. And I could do it by spending 30 hours learning what I need to do to accomplish it myself. 30 hours, that's it. It's not that much. And I've already spent that much time building the raised beds, watching YouTube videos, reading the back of seed labels, right? Go into Home Depot and look at all the seeds. 20 minutes there reading the seed labels. Which ones can be June? Not June, not June. Pretty much everything is not June in Florida. They've got these little maps where it's like, if you're in this region, it's like a big X in June, July here. Don't do it. I'm like, I can do it. I tried. And a lot of my stuff died. But so I'm learning, I'm learning. So it's spending that 30 hours doing that stuff. Now, some of you are like, well, Travis, I've been in internet marketing for a long time. I spent 30 hours in your course, and this course, and that course, and this course. They're all different. So that's not really 30 hours. Commit to one idea, spend 30 hours in it, and then the 30-hour challenge is actually broken out into take 2 notes every hour that you spend accumulating knowledge on a topic. Because everybody in here is like, Travis, how do I actually get a list? I don't know that I have that value. You don't until you spend the time becoming valuable. Learn the topic so well that you could have a conversation about it and be like, no, I know this. Talking about Facebook ads, for instance, like I've spent so much time running my own Facebook ads, I can tell you the aspect ratio on a video. A lot of people are like, Travis, can you tell me that again? Can you tell me that again? I can tell you to you 1,000 times because I've had to study it 1,000 times. I've had to look at that little upload your video and then frame it 1,000,000 times. So I know it. I've spent those hours in there. So you do become valuable in that aspect. And this is where I think that if you know math on a 5th grade level, you could teach a kindergartner. This is where it comes into play. if I know how to, like, I'm not a gardener. I've killed all of my tomatoes this year, right? Nobody's going to come to me and be like, yo, please teach me to grow tomatoes. And they shouldn't. And I will not offer that. That will not be a course. Now, what I could do is, here's the 5 things you need to know before starting a raised bed garden in Florida as a lead magnet. And now I could build my list. Now, I don't have a product of my own to sell, but somebody out there has a gardening product that I could promote on the back end of that. And here's exactly how it would work. And this is jumping the gun a little bit, but we'll come back to this framework. Is they see my landing page, and it's no video, just a headline. If you don't want to kill all of your tomatoes, then you need to download my 5 things that you need to know before starting a raised bed garden in Florida. Enter your email below. They're going to be like, all right, cool, this sounds good because I don't want to kill my tomatoes. So they opt in. On the thank you page, it's a little video maybe now. It says, hey, I wanted to show you all these dead tomatoes. So I didn't do this right. I wasted a lot of time, and you see my wife up there judging me? Yeah, she said this was going to happen. And if you don't want that look for your raised garden, then what you need to do is you need to grab this course. Because I took that course afterwards and look at what happened when I did it the right way. I learned the timing. I learned how to water them. Like, I don't know if I'm overwatering the things that I know I'm watering them every day. It's at 8 ounces. I don't know how much 8 ounces is out of a hose. Do you? I'm not pouring it in a cup and going, okay, that's good. And it rains here every day. Is that enough water? There's all these things, right? All I would do is spend 30 hours learning that. Right? These are all things that I could probably solve, right? Give me a hand if you agree. I can find these answers online, right? What I'm doing is I'm curating all of the information that's already available on the internet, okay? That's kind of the beauty of there being so much access to so much information that it would take me a lifetime to consume one topic of information, right? We could spend a lifetime learning about how Van Gogh did his paintings, right? Spend a lifetime on it. Or I could watch a documentary that's 2 hours long. What did they do? They spent a lifetime learning a bunch of information, and they diluted it to 2 hours of all the main information that I need. Now I'm a Van Gogh genius. And I didn't have to dedicate my life to it. So what did I get value out of that? Yes, and we're going to talk about what I call the value equation. I actually took it from Alex Hormozi. I will tell you this. I don't read books. I don't know why. Actually, I was at an appointment, or not an appointment, I was at the kids meet the teacher day for my daughter's class last night. She's in kindergarten. And the teacher brought up a really good point, and I think this is probably why I don't read books. She said, when you have your kids at home, read to them every night. We have been reading to our kids. And she said, but because I've figured out that kids whose parents read to them for 10 minutes a night, they said, they get exposed to over 6,000 more words vocabulary than other kids. And they said, and it also makes them like reading. And I wanted to call my mom and be like, you didn't read to me. And now I don't like reading. You didn't, because I know my mom didn't read to me. I know it. We didn't have a whole lot of books. So it's that's why I don't like reading now, I think. So I'm going to take that seriously. I'm going to read to my kids.
I was going to say, if that helps, my mom didn't read to me either, but I love reading.
Okay, so he's an outlier. He's an outlier. I didn't get big. I enjoy the process of reading. I don't enjoy the process of picking the right books and all that kind of stuff. But Alex Hormozi's book, $100 Million Offers, was phenomenal. And in there, he writes out this really great equation for value, which we're going to cover. And we're going to talk about exactly what that equation is. I actually noted it. That's the book, if anybody wants to touch it and see it. But here's exactly what we do, right? So this is how we take 30 hours and turn it into a legitimate 8-figure business. And I'm not saying that out of hyperbole. I'm giving it to you because this is what I did, okay? I started in the industry 15 years ago, and I was working for somebody else. And I literally was paid to spend the 30 hours every week in this niche, learning internet marketing, learning affiliate marketing, learning. The day I got hired, he goes, hey, we run a CPA network. And I'm like, I don't know anything about accounting. I didn't even know that meant it was a marketing term. It was cost per acquisition network. It was like an affiliate marketing network. I literally, from that moment, had no idea. 2 years later, I had my first $105,000 a month. And it was because I spent that time learning, getting into the niche. And the more you learn, the more you realize, this whole time, I thought this was above me. And there's nothing in any of this material that I'm learning that's something I couldn't produce, something I couldn't do, a video I couldn't make. I'm just going to do it. And so then I started doing that. But yeah, I started in the space 15 years ago, just engulfing myself in that time. Then I started promoting affiliate offers, going, hey, all these other guys are promoting these dudes' offers. Why can't I give it a shot? I spent time on the phone with all of our affiliates. A CPA network, for those of you guys that don't know, is essentially we'll come back to this piece. But basically on one side, you have people who promote offers. So you have affiliates, right? Then you have the network, which I'm just going to put that. And then you have offers. Okay, so this is cool. All I did, so we were the middleman, right? We would connect people who had the ability to promote stuff. We were the network that connected them with a bunch of offers. So instead of having to go to 50 different offers directly and say, hey, can I promote your thing? Like, I want to promote Tony Robbins' offer. Let me go to Tony Robbins. I want to promote Russell Brunson's offer. Let me go to Russell Brunson. We had one network where you could come in and see all of those offers. So all your stats tracked in one place. You had good payouts, whatever. We then got paid out by the guy who had the offer, and then we paid them out. So my job was called an affiliate manager. So literally my job was to go to all the people who had lists to promote to or had an ability to promote something. I had to go to them and say, hey, we've got these 50 offers. Which kind of offers do you like to promote? How do you promote? Make sure they were legit, and then just have conversations with them. And about a handful of them took to me like mentors almost, where they were like, hey, this kid knows nothing. Like, he's calling me, he knows nothing. Like, here's what I do. And so I just soaked it in like a sponge. I was so interested. Like, this is a whole world I had never been familiar with. Like, wait a second, hold on. You made $5,000 yesterday sending an email? And you were mudding in your Jeep immediately? Like, how are you doing this, dude? Because I make $2,000 a month. Like, what are you doing? And he explained it to me, and it's exactly what we're learning right now. He had a squeeze page. He sent traffic to a squeeze page where he offered something. People would opt in. He then had a list of people he could send emails to, and then he joins networks like the ones that we had that had 50 offers on them and said, hey, I'll just keep sending different offers, and different things will resonate with different people, and I'll make sales. And it was pretty awesome. And so I learned this method, and I then I actually started getting decent at it. I got a squeeze page up, and then I started building my list with ads, and then I turned it into a course. And what's funny is he's actually out of the room now, Trent. I was going through stuff to move from my house office to my new office that we just got last week, and my wife found this box of checks, literal checks. And I put them out all over the island on my kitchen. It filled the island on my kitchen with all these checks that I cashed in 2014 and 15 from affiliates, from people that I promoted their offer. They would pay me in a check, and I was going through it, and I'm like, man, this was like the coolest time of my life. Like, you imagine going to the mailbox every day and being like, there's actually a check in here for me, not the other way around, like not somebody asking for money. I used to love going to the mailbox and being like, oh, is there one in here? It's like, oh, not today, not today. And so it's just funny because I had them all, because I thought at the time, 2015 was different times. If you deposited a check on your phone, they told you to keep it for like a year in case it bounced or something was wrong. So I kept it for like 7 years. So I got this great stack. I'm gonna see if I can find an artist who will like paper mache it to a background and then do an art on it. That'd be really cool. But this is exactly how I started. So then I got decent at that, started getting some checks, and I thought, I'm gonna teach other people what I'm doing. And I'm just gonna make it easy by making the software that allows them to build their list, right? So that's not rocket science, right? Like I realized that what I was promoting was very similar to what I could create. So I thought, I'm just gonna create something. And that's where I ended up getting to 7 figures, was off of the course, right? So all of it starts off of 30 hours of getting good at something. You then build your list, and then in that process of building your list, you now have something else. Even with gardening as an example, as you go through the process of feeding your list new content, you're learning new things. If I can spend, let's just say conservatively, 10 hours a week doing something that you don't have that 10 hours to spend, I have value to you, because I can take that 10 hours of learning, turn it into 30 minutes of information for you, and now you're on my list. Now you buy my product. Now you do my stuff, right? So imagine I have 14 years now of experience. I open a mastermind and I say, hey, 1 hour to 2 hours every week, I'll get on a call with you and teach you the things that I've learned in this time. And I'm going to summarize 14 years of my information into 1 hour calls every single week. There's value there because I'm saving you time and effort in having to do it yourself. And the value equation that Hormozy has is brilliant, which we'll cover, because of the way it's built in a fraction, where I want everybody to take out of this whole meeting the idea that in order for you to have value, meaning you get money, right? We all know money is just an exchange of value, right? Hands up. It's nothing more than that. It's not some sacred piece of paper that it's like hard to get lots of it. It's just an exchange of value. The more value you have, the more money you can get. Value at its most primitive form is the easiest way to create it is to save somebody time or to save somebody effort. Nothing else. Like, don't overthink it. Oh, I've got to have the video with the background and then this, and it's got to be like that. It's, all this stuff. None of it. Save somebody time. And in fact, there was a quote from a guy I was looking at the other day who was like, I've bought a bunch of different courses in my time and spent millions of dollars on courses. And the best course was one that I spent the most money on. And when I got into the members area, it was one video, 90 minutes, but it gave me exactly what I wanted. And he said, you know what it did is it also saved me time. I only had to spend 90 minutes learning the material that I bought it for.
So the idea is we spent 30 hours.
And you're summarizing it into little chunks.
You can learn it in 30 minutes.
And exactly, 100%. If I can get you to the top of this mountain in less than 5 days, you just want to get to the top of the mountain. So what's the point of taking the 5 days and potentially dying and not being able to get across that one cliff and like, I'll get you in an ATV, we'll be up at the top in half an hour, you get your selfie, and now you're off, So that's exactly what we're trying to do is, I think far too often, a lot of the people who are thinking about where do I create my value, I don't have a course, I haven't made millions of dollars, I don't have a successful garden in my backyard. Can I make money in the gardening space? Absolutely. By taking my experience, and this is what we call the workshop you can see on the cover of the book, the Pursuit Profits workbook, because I believe that the way that we should look at this is I am pursuing something and I'm going to get paid to do it. And that's the idea is you're going to spend 30 hours doing something like, learning how to clean a gun, learning how to garden, learning how to, a great course from somebody who's in our mastermind, learning how to homeschool. That niche happens to be blowing up right now, right? Well, they've been homeschooling for 18 years. Probably got a little bit of experience there, right? They put 3 kids through homeschool. They could easily be like, here's the top 10 mistakes that the average person who wants to homeschool is making. That's your lead magnet on the back end. Hey, it's as simple as this. I've spent 18 years homeschooling my kids. They both got perfect scores on the SAT. Give me $1,000 and I'll give you my curriculum. Or go ahead and figure it out on your own. Good luck. And then somebody's going to say, here's my $1,000. A lot of people would say, here's my $1,000. You get 1,000 of them, you've made $1 million. Yeah, and then actually, what's funny is, here's $1,000, I'll give you the curriculum. $10,000 and I will teach your kids. Oh, hold up. Okay, hold on. So now it's even, but what is that experience? Think about it. At its core, it's lessening their effort, and it's lessening the time that it takes to get them there. And the top of this value equation we'll get into is increasing the likelihood of success while decreasing the amount of time it takes and the amount of effort that it takes. If you can do that, everything is valuable. Every course that you've ever bought, that's how it's wrapped up. It's saving you time. I spent years figuring out how to make squeeze pages. You've spent no time. What's that? 10:45? Yeah, okay, cool. So here's what we'll do. We're going to break now for 15 minutes. Come back at 11. We have another break at 12:30 for lunch. So we'll keep kind of going through all this stuff, but we'll give about 15 minutes if you're watching. Hey, but you know what's funny is if you spent 30 hours making a bunch of different smoothies, I guarantee you by the end of it you would have a decent, that's what I think is really interesting. It's like the solution to everybody's confusion is just spend time doing that one thing that you're confused about. And then by the end you'll be like, wow, I learned this thing. Is there value in that? Did you learn something in that 30 hours that somebody else can use? It's like when you have misguided time, which a lot of people do, they have this like sort of like shiny object syndrome, if you will, where they spend 30 hours doing a bunch of different things, they come out feeling like they have no value, and that's the other problem, is you don't have value because you've not done anything productive with your time. You were like busy, but not productive. Okay, so we are obviously having an issue with our TV, if you guys can't tell. The HDMI cable doesn't seem to want to participate, but what's in the slides isn't super important. I'll make sure you guys get access to them so you can see it and go through some of the information that I have in there. We will kind of go back and forth between some of these and some other stuff. I'm basically now going to be getting into my 3, 4, 5 system. But so what I want to do is I want to outline like the actual funnel, right? So now let's get into the actual mechanics of it. So we understand that the most important thing that I want all of you guys to leave with is after this event, you should be considering where am I going to spend my 30 hours? What's my focus going to be? And I urge you to consider the things that you like the most, because that's what you're going to spend 30 hours doing. And I want you to enjoy that 30 hours so that then you want to enjoy talking about it. That's why if I said to all of you, you're going to spend 30 hours learning from me and you're going to just regurgitate my content, which is fine if you wanted to do that, you might not enjoy it as much. Now, the other side of that is all of you are here. So you obviously like internet marketing. You like the digital marketing space. So it is a concept that you could get into very easily and not be in the wrong space. So it is a good niche. But I would advise you guys to niche down a bit, get into email versus into this. And then when you get into email, there's 1,000 things you guys can learn that most of you probably have no concept of, like what words should you not use in your subject line to ensure that you don't get caught in a spam trap, things that you can do to increase open rates when you're sending mass broadcasts, what platforms have the best pricing for email marketing. All of this you can get into, and if you spend 30 hours researching that, this is kind of what I tell my mastermind members, is like, that's something that I would pay for. Like, that's what I think is so great, is this 30 hours of knowledge. If you can give it to me in 1 hour or in a couple of reels or in 30 minutes or some PDF, it has value. And then if you can give it to me in a course that makes it that much easier for me to get it, now you have even more value. So that's the really important thing that I want you guys to realize, is like you're staring in the face a legitimate 7-figure business, like over $100,000 a month, legitimately, through this exact system. And it comes down to understanding math, right? Like just reverse engineering the math of, okay, if I can make 12 and I spend 6 to get the $12 lead, how much do I have to spend to make $1 million, right? So that kind of plays into it. But then also understanding that the higher you take somebody, the more in depth you get with somebody, the more you can charge them. So again, if I'm doing the internet marketing thing, hey, here's this great workbook that I put out for my Wealthery Profit events. It'll outline everything that we covered in a 2-day event that people paid money to come and see, right? So that's my map to the gold. That's my lead magnet. I can give that away for free, and then behind that, guess what I'm going to do? Hey, look, the information in that course, in that book, it's great. It's going to get you a lot of really good stuff. It's going to get you going, but we spent 2 days describing the stuff that's in that book for $4.99. I'll give you access to the replays. We broke them into individual modules. You can watch the entire event at 1.5 speed. You can play the audio if you want. We've got an audio-only version. You can get access to it. You'll have lifetime access to the replays for $4.99. Somebody's going to go, yeah, this is really valuable information. I want to learn how to build an email list. I'm going to pay the $4.99. Now I say, okay, great. Here's the next thing. I teach you how to build squeeze pages, right? I teach you how to build squeeze pages. You obviously need to build a squeeze page in order to build an email list. What if I just gave you my squeeze pages? I'll give you my exact squeeze pages that you can copy. Go sign up for this platform. Okay, now I just made more money there. Okay, cool. I I have access to this. I have this mastermind where I teach you every single week ongoing training. I'm going to make it a lot easier for you. Now I can give them access to that. Then I say, okay, here's the deal. I have a one-on-one training program where I literally work with you one-on-one for 6 straight weeks, guaranteeing that you get a list, helping you build your product, helping you build your lead magnet. You get to use my designer. He'll design the lead magnet to make it look really cool, just like mine. All this, yada, yada, yada. It's X thousands of dollars. Some people are going to go, I want that, man. I want your help. I want this to go all in, right? So now I just took 30 hours of work, 30 hours of learning something. I'm obviously going to continue to learn. It's just the 30 is that beginning path. I turn that into a free lead magnet that then turned into a massive course that can make me 7 figures. And when you get into higher priced items, $10,000. That's what is that? That's 100 people makes you $1 million. At $10,000. Now it sounds crazy. Who's going to pay me $10,000? Depends on what you're doing. Depends on what you're worth. If you only spent 30 hours, maybe you're not worth $10,000, depending again on what it is. Like if you spent 30 hours learning how to, and you actually figured out like the cure to cancer, it's going to be worth $10,000. But if you spend 30 hours learning email marketing and you don't have the experience yet to then dictate that you're worth $10,000, now you might be short on that. But all of this escalation path, right, that makes you worth that 10 grand that you can get at the end. And everybody here, hand up if you realize there's 100 people out there who will pay $10,000 for something, right? For one specific thing. I know it's the case because I've seen it in my own business. I've seen it in a lot of other businesses. A mistake that a lot of people make in their business is I call it shop with their own wallet. Oh, I wouldn't spend $10,000 on that. Of course not. You spent 30 hours, 80 hours, 6 months doing it. You didn't spend $10,000. You spent something infinitely more valuable, your time that you can never get back. So you're telling me that if I could save you a year of your time, you wouldn't give me $10,000? If I can get you earning what you wanted to earn now or living the way you want to live now or, growing that garden the way that you want it, I'm going to hands-on do it for you in 2 months. You don't think that's worth something? So it's transitioning your mind as to what you're going to sell. So understanding that 7 figures and 8 figures, which I used to shy away from saying was realistic, it's very realistic when you start on this path of understanding there's levels to it. Start with 30 hours, right? Get good at the one thing that's going to make you a specialist. Most of the people that you follow them because they're specialists in something. And actually the example I was giving you guys before about that guy Liver King, he talks about these 9 ancestral tenets. So if you don't know who he is, he's a super jack dude. He's lives in Texas, and he sells a supplement company. He has a supplement company that sells dehydrated grass-fed organ meat in a pill, right? So you can take liver, you can take kidney, you can take hearts, brains, dehydrated. So he eats this stuff raw on Instagram, eats liver raw. And he created the perfect marketing sequence. If you can't get raw liver, how many of you guys can get raw liver? Not very many, right? Grass-fed raw liver, not many. You can take my supplement. I suggest that you take the real thing, but if you can't, which you can't, most of you, take my supplement, right? So it's like he created this perfect scenario, but all he did was accumulate a bunch of information about how healthy organ meats are for the body and how we used to, ancestral tribes lived on this stuff and the amount of disease that it can eradicate and all of this. He did all that research and he summarizes it on Instagram Reels. 1.7 million people watch him, and now his supplement company, every time I see him going somewhere, he's in a private jet. And I'm talking a big private jet with his family, and they're on there eating raw liver because it's like cool. But it's like he turned the accumulation of knowledge, not just the accumulation of it though, the curation of knowledge into flying private everywhere. He just did it aggressively, right? So the idea of curating information is literally a 7-figure business if you do it in the right space and you understand that there's levels to that. Giving away X amount of it, hands-on with some of it, curate. And even with like Facebook ads, you run an agency obviously. If you curated information about your Facebook ads, like, hey, there's a lot of different ads that I've run, these were the 5 best. That's worth something to somebody. And then, hey, not only are these the 5 best, here's my 20-module course on these are the 5 highest producing Facebook ads. I'll show you what they are, show you how I made them. Then behind that, here's 20 modules on exactly how I produce my Facebook ads for my clients. We've spent over $200,000, and this is the way that I set up our ads. This is our infrastructure. This is how we set up our Google Sheet to track the kind of ads we do. This is what we tell our creative team to do when they're making an ad. This is what we think about when we do images. These are the images that perform best. Give me a hand raise if you think that people would pay for that. Because all you're doing is this is now 30 hours of hands-on information, not information you learn from somebody else. You're actually curating your own information. That then does have more value, which that's what I wanted to kind of make sure everybody understood. It was like 30 hours of somebody else's information still has value because you're curating it the right way. Like if I read $100 million offers and I came in here and told you the 5 key points that I took away, there's some value there. But it's not my information. I don't have to claim it as my information. That doesn't make me less valuable. Like the fact that I'm giving you guys knowledge that, sorry to break it to you, there's nothing in the Wealthery Live training that I invented, right? It's like I experienced some of it, I learned some of it, I read some of it, but like I'm curating it for you in 2 days versus you having to do it for 14 years to figure it out the way that I did. And even just sharing, by the way, even just sharing what I'm going to share when I get to the 4 pillars about how I beat Jamie in that affiliate promo, that right there is worth more than what this event would ever cost anybody to come, because if you can just frame what I do in your next promotion as you grow, there's that value, right? And that's just, again, that's my experience level value versus me taking it from somebody else. So I just wanted to show you, this is an example of a funnel that I use that's exactly like the one that I teach. It's a simple squeeze page, name and email, and then it goes to a thank you page. And I use a very specific structure on my thank you page, which we're going to cover, to always be able to sell my products. This is an affiliate funnel. This is what almost all of my real sales funnels look like. So what I do on my funnels is, it looks kind of similar to this chart actually that I have right here, but we'll do another one just for sake of making it clean. Our structure that I run with all my affiliate promos, this is how I started, this is how I suggest everybody run their business, is you start by figuring out all the different traffic sources that you could ever get your hands on in a realistic time frame. So we mostly cover YouTube ads, Facebook ads, and free traffic via Facebook, because I think that's the starting point for everybody. Not everybody in here, give me a hand raise if you think you have the perfect lead magnet already. We haven't talked about it yet, right? So you don't know what it is yet. How you figure it out is you test. How many of you guys are in my Chatmatic group? Well, I guess it's not mine anymore. Are in the Chatmatic. Okay, so in that group, if you noticed, before I launched my mastermind, I spent 2 months. You didn't think of it this way. I was testing what worked. I asked for comments. Whichever ones get me the most comments, I know those are the most viral ideas. I know that's something I should talk about in my presentation. This is what's always funny. When you're talking to people who've bought something from you and you're telling them what made them buy, it's always kind of this inception moment where it's like, I'm like the magician revealing his trick. Like, sorry, but gotcha. But it works, right? So I literally I use the group a lot of times to test an idea. So if if I was to do this and then blah, yada, comment below if you're interested. Lots of comments. I should talk about this on the presentation. Same thing. Hey, if I was to show you this, would you want it? Comment below. Not as many comments, I don't talk about it, right? So I'm testing lead magnets. I'm testing what everybody wants to see. I did it completely free. I got hundreds of people to comment. And now from that, I've also done this in other groups. I did it in ClickFunnels. They have a big group that's very active. And one of the things that I was doing was I'd go into their group and I would literally take, like a lot of you guys are going to take some notes today. I would take a note that I took that I had like either taught somebody that I knew kind of resonated with people, and I would expand on it. Start with one sentence and expand on why that is. So ready? I'll give you an example. The most important thing that you can have in your business is consistency, right? Take that idea and tell people why that matters in the post in the group, right? So that's where we start with our free traffic. And if a lot of people respond, people like the idea of consistency and the information that you just gave them. If they don't respond very well, now I can move on to the next post. A lot of people, though, will take that, they'll make a post, it doesn't get a good response. I'm never posting again. Nobody cares about me. It's like, nobody cares about that idea. Maybe it was the wrong time of day, I don't know. But and so I made a post. Again, I had the experience, which again is worth a little bit more. So I took a picture of the 4 Two Comma Club awards that I've gotten from them, and I posted it. That gets a lot of attention. I will admit, I cheated the system, okay? Not something all of you guys are gonna be able to do right away. But so I did leverage what I have. But everybody should leverage what you have, whatever you have. If it's something that's like, actually, a great quote was vulnerability equals virality, which I think is really cool. So the more vulnerable you are, more like you can go in these groups. So it's like the whole thing with like, girl takes a picture, posts it in a group, and it's no makeup kind of thing, right? People are like shocked, like, oh, she's like presenting herself as she really is to the world. She's such a trooper, and then that goes more viral than the picture of her perfectly done up with the hair and makeup. So vulnerability can be virality too. But I posted the picture, and I made this post about the 5 things that I found in common between all my 4 Two Comma Club awards. And everybody was like, oh, this is so great. What great information. And I'm like, literally, you guys could have all made that same post by looking at my 4 Comma Club funnels, my 4 Two Comma Club funnels, and analyzing them as well. And being like, here, these are the similarities that I found from all the people. I analyzed 100 Two Comma Club funnels, and I found these similarities. People are going to love that. You're going to get hundreds of comments. Now, what happens from those comments, and I'm jumping the gun, but just stick with me. We're going to be talking about this more tomorrow, is from those comments, about 100 of those people are going to friend request you because they're going to be like, this person knows what they're doing. Now, all of a sudden, you went from being nobody that nobody listens to somebody that people listen to. And so now when I post on my normal Facebook page, hey, I'm hosting this event, 5 people, hey, can I get a ticket? This person knows what they're talking about. They share really good content in this group. I like them. So they're building trust, which is what we're going to talk about here in a little bit. But this is what my majority of my funnels look like. And it really just goes from any kind of different forms of traffic. So I'm going to put a couple different boxes just because I use Facebook, I use YouTube, I use Instagram as a version of Facebook. I use group traffic. I obviously have my email list, so I'll use that, but you wouldn't have that to start. And all of this you're going to want to siphon into one landing page. Called a landing page, called a squeeze page, looks just like this. Now, you'll notice with me, the thing that I teach is your landing page should literally have essentially, I think it's 4 elements. A headline, a subheadline, if you do a button, and then a pop-up to get people to opt in. I just did a name and email opt-in right here. Don't get, especially in our space with what we're doing, don't get overthinking on this and you go into like, I use Kartra, or this one's actually done in ClickFunnels. Don't go into ClickFunnels and look at all the templates and go, well, there's this really cool template that has like the picture of me, and then it's got like the 7 bullets. Trust me, I know this feeling, right? You see that picture of like the person going like this, and the background is cut out, and you're like, well, what size picture is that? It's like so perfect the way that they did the design looks great. How do I remove the background? I've been online for 14 years. I just figured out how to remove the background on a photo last month. And I've been, like this whole time, I've been not using landing pages because I didn't know how to remove the background on photos. But you don't need all of it. You don't need pictures of yourself. You don't need pictures of proof stuff. Nowhere on this landing page that you can't see does it say that, I'm basically just going to pull it, but I wanted to show you guys this stuff real quick. Nowhere on there does it say anything about me, really. It just talks about, yes, how to start a $243 a day business in 2 days, all while selling someone else's product, even if you have 0 followers or experience. Now, I write that headline using a very specific marketing funnel that everybody else can use, a system, right? It's who, what, and without. That's how you write your headline. Don't overcomplicate it. Who are you talking to? Entrepreneurs, marketers, what do you call it? Home gardeners, homeschoolers, right? Call them out. Let them know you're talking to them. You'll see it in ads all the time. Are you an agency owner? Are you a digital product seller? You see it everywhere because you're actually talking to them. I used to find it kind of annoying. I think in headlines there's better ways to do it than to like literally like, are you this? Just tell them you're talking to them, right? So in this one, it's how to start a 243-day day of business. That's who I'm talking to, is somebody who wants to start that. And the what is how to start that business in 2 days. So I'm then using other elements in my headline, right? So $243 a day. Travis, how did you get that? I took a big number of what I made, I divided it by how many days are in a year, and it sounds way cooler than the big number. $243 a day sounds way better than like how to make whatever it is, like $62,455 a year. That sounds boring. $243 a day sounds, and it also sounds exact. If I say how to make $250 a day, converts at half the percentage that one does. Because 250 sounds made up. Sounds like I'm assuming that this is going to happen. 243 sounds exact. We were talking about your headline with your opt-in numbers. How to generate 150 leads a day sounds fake. How to generate 118 leads every single day sounds real. It's less, more appealing because it's an exact number. Oh, she's going to show me an exact thing, not some concept that could be this. So you kind of trick the mind into thinking that this is exactly what it's going to be. Now, in that page that we're just going to basically shut this whole thing down. In the page that I was showing, I didn't use a subheadline because I didn't have to, but if you have a little bit more information, I like to use a lot of times a little subheadline below that, right? So on top of the opt-in form, I'll put a subheadline. Don't get stuck in doing a million bullets, doing a bunch of this other stuff. This is a typical, I'm just getting a name and email opt-in page. Use the longer pages when you want a more high-value lead. If you want the lead to cost you more, aka to be more valuable, use more information on the page. I do think, though, the thing that you got to keep in mind, the reason I like this page, 85% to 90% of your traffic is going to be mobile. You'll never see the page like this. Neither will your subscribers. So whenever anybody sends me a page, like, hey, Travis, can you review this page? Pull it up on my phone. I never look at it on the desktop because your customers aren't going to look at it on a desktop, right? Like, that's just how it's going to be. And I always find issues with mobile versions of sites when they're not laid like this because you got to remember, when this site goes on a mobile device, it's going to stack, right? So if you've got a bunch of bullets, like you've got an image, let's say you've got an image on the left side and then a bunch of bullets, it's going to stack and that image is going to be up top and the bullets underneath. And so when you're scrolling on mobile, it's like, here's a random picture of some dude. Like, why? I didn't need that. On desktop, it looks cool because it's side by side. So I eliminate the things that I don't need specifically for mobile. And I can tell you, looking at like Billy Jean, his marketing, he does a ton of lead gen. His landing pages are simple, just like this. Headline of what you want, button. That's it. And it's because it's mostly geared towards mobile. Now, after that, then we go to a thank you page. And the thank you page, once you go from a landing page, I call it a bridge. Especially in the beginning, it's going to be a bridge. A bridge, if you didn't know this, is a thing that takes you from one side of something to another, right? Normal bridge. So this is a bridge page. It's taking you from where you were, taking you from my little freebie experience. Now I'm going to bridge you over to something else. This is how you promote affiliate offers. In my opinion, this is how you promote your own offers. So for this event, I paid some guy to create this awesome one page, essentially I turned it into a 2-page funnel that I could promote to promote this event. Had the video on it and we got all the material. I don't just straight promote that because there's no opt-in form on that. And the other thing I want to kind of pull into perspective here is if I ran ads directly to that page, the only thing, if somebody goes to that page and they don't buy, the only way I can get them back is if I spend more money on Facebook ads. I didn't want to have to do that. This event wasn't one of those like multi-$1,000 events that you go to, although next time maybe it will be, but this time I did it the right way. So I wanted to have what I would call a bridge page. So I started with a bigger idea. And my landing page, if it said, hey, opt in here and I'll tell you how you can get tickets to my event, nobody's opting in, right? So you have to have something of appeal. In this video, I share how I created a $243 a day business, how I mapped it out exactly on this notepad. I, again, am not saying I made this business. I did this specifically to teach my mastermind people and then also show you guys that in here, I said, hey, I did the math on exactly what it would take to create a $243 a day business, all while building an email list. And I know that it's possible if you build an email list. Here's how it breaks down into how you can start a $243 a day business. They watch this video, and again, there's a button right here. Yes, I want to start now. When they click on that, it goes over to the event sales page, right? So then you have your actual offer page. This is the way that I run almost all of my funnels. And I do it this way for a couple of reasons. Number one, I could have gotten them to opt in on this page and redirected them straight to the offer, but they spend less time with me before I then ask them for something, right? So here's what I think is really interesting. I use this method, and I'm going to be using it again. So again, a little bit of inception for those of you guys who are here. I use these events to promote my mastermind because here's what's going to happen. If I promoted to all of you on my list and I said, hey, come join me on a webinar, and I spent 30 minutes on the webinar saying, hey, you should really join my mastermind. There's a lot of really great information. Most people are going to be like, well, I don't know. We'll see. If I let you spend 2 days with me and you see that this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what's in my mastermind, hey, join my mastermind. Where do I sign up? I like this. I want more of it. It's so much easier for me to get people to invest their money in my business when I spend time with them. So I actually like this method of using a bridge even when I'm promoting my own offer, because it's micro commitment style marketing where I get them to opt in. I give them value right here, because my offer is not really going to give them value. It's going to be asking for something. So I give them a bunch of value here, which I actually told them and explained exactly how I got this $243 a day business. Now what's funny is I tested, and I forgot to change it, my screenshot. I originally had both pages at 250, 250. I tested the 243 converted better. But I didn't, when I took the screenshot, I didn't change it on the second page. So you can see I did run that little split test. And just for sake of, we're all here learning, list building and email marketing, for sake of a good idea of a lead magnet, I could literally be like, the one split test that I ran that increased my opt-in rate by 15%, give me your email address and I'll tell you. Now I've got people opting into my list, right? So everything that you do, all the stuff you try, all the things you play with, the information you soak in becomes what you give, and that has the value. And now you do that as many times as you want. And you'll notice most of the good marketers, and in fact, Frank Kern is kind of famous for saying this, if you want to make more money, make more offers. A lot of people think they had to have one offer. I'm just going to make one offer, make one course. Dude, make as many courses as you can that actually have good value, that help people. And the same thing with offers. So we have this event. I ran people to this, and I sold tickets to this event using these exact 2 pages and one more third page. Question.
The text overlay, I think, is absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
Is that something you're just starting to play around with?
Yeah. Yeah, so it actually kind of just came out. There's a software called Descript. I would highly suggest every single one of you who has any plan of ever running a video, download Descript. It's actually very affordable. They just came out with a new beta. The beta is blowing my mind. It's the first video editing software that transcribes your video, and you edit the video based on the transcription, not on the video. So most normal video, let's say hey guys, what's going on? Oh, I don't like that. Okay. Hey guys, what's going on? When I upload that video to Descript, it's going to show all of it, right? Because it was recording. I highlight the text up to the point where I say I don't like that. I hit delete, and it deletes that part of the video. It's amazing, especially like ask Cody. We're about to start working on it. When you do reels, you cut them up a lot. Now all you got to do is delete the text, and you put a little like / in front of the text, and that's a new scene. And now you can drag a video clip on that scene. So now all of your different video clips are organized by the text, not by the video. It's so nice.
Yeah. Mr. Beast uses a lot of text. Big.
Yeah, you got to have text. And I think even on Reels, you have a lot of text. This one happens to have something called fancy captions. And the fancy caption option allows you to put a background behind the caption area. You can change the color of the words that aren't read yet, and you can highlight the word that is read, and you can change the color of that word. I could put this at the bottom, I could put it on the side. I love the text. Actually, I will tell you this, my best Facebook ad of all time is a video that I made in Descript. It got me the cheapest leads. Again, I know I'm shooting myself in the foot. I tell you not to go after the cheapest leads, but it got me the best, same quality I usually get, but significantly cheaper, because there's something addictive to that word blinking and changing with every word that I read. Also, 80-some% of videos on Facebook are watched without audio. So having the text like this, where it's not just one word at a time, it's the whole thing. They can read it at their own pace, but then it's also highlighting. So it's matching your mouth, which is nice. And literally, this takes a video like this. I shot it on my iPhone because I wanted to let everybody know you don't have to have professional cameras. I shot it on my iPhone without even an iPhone holder. I was sitting at a table, like leaned up against my thing like this, just so that I could say, like, see, I didn't use anything fancy. I used a notepad, my iPhone, and then I uploaded it to Descript, and in about 5 minutes, it had the transcription. I literally said, add fancy titles, and the words that it actually comes out with, they're almost spot on. It will miss a word every now and then, but you just double click on the text and hit edit, and then add that word in. I don't even bother doing that, because for the most part, they still get the point of my video. And so I can pop out videos like that in minutes. And I mean, obviously, I have a background. I did a little bit of video editing for myself before, but Descript is like insane. And you have online collaboration in real time. So if you are in Texas and you want to edit a video that I'm editing, we can edit it in real time together because it's all online. It's pretty wild. I don't think they have one. I know. I would have brought it. It's wealthery.com/descript. No, but I don't know they have a. They don't even need one yet. The beta's not out, so that little like highlighting the text and deleting the video, you can still do that. You can still put the fancy titles on it. I opted in for the beta like a month ago. I got it 2 days ago, so I haven't really been able to play with it much. But when I did mess with it, it's like it's going to change video editing forever. It started as a podcast editing software. You would upload a podcast and cut out the audio that you don't want, and it was all had the transcriptions. But now it's like everything, and they have like they pulled a page out of the Chatmatic book. They uploaded a database of a bunch of GIFs, a bunch of B-roll video footage. So if you want to make a video, but you don't want to pay for the B-roll, it's all already preloaded in there. You just search for the topic that you want. It pulls up all the B-roll library, and you click and drag it on top of the text that you want it on. Covers that scene.
Lumen was doing that too.
Who is?
Lumen, so you can like.
I've heard of Lumen, but I haven't looked into it.
I've been like researching that as like the third year.
You know what's funny about Lumen is, I don't know if you guys watch shows. There's a show on Apple, Severance, and Lumen is like that. Isn't that? Yeah. That's all I think about. So he says Lumen, and I'm like,
what?
am I in the movie? Am I in Severance?
We just finished it.
Okay, so now that I want to kind of, this is the general outline, right? So right here, landing page to bridge, we always collect email. Now, we know, based on what I showed you before, email, let's say, is worth $12. Your funnel might have them be worth 18. Your funnel might be worth 10. Your funnel might be worth 2. I don't know what the lifetime value is. It also depends on what you're selling. If you're selling something for $1,000 or more, your lifetime value is going to be a lot higher. If you're trying to sell stuff for $49, you're going to have a lower lifetime value. So those leads might not be worth much. The reason that most people survive on the internet, and probably this one little fact could be what I could charge for the entire course for, is because, and the reason that I've had success is because I've focused on 2 areas when it comes to online sales: recurring and high ticket. If you notice, Travis doesn't sell much $29 stuff. Why not? Because it is great to have the $29, what they call trip wires, where you get somebody to trip and, they're in my funnel now, the cheap little item. That's great. But I heard this quote that changed my mind. When you walk into a Ferrari dealership, they don't try to sell you a keychain. And it's like, oh, okay, that's a cool idea, right? Like if I'm thinking my product is the Ferrari, I'm selling something high service, it's good. I'm not going to start you off by selling you the keychain. I'm going to sell you the Ferrari. And then I might sell you other Ferraris in the future. But I started with recurring and high ticket. That's what's going to add value to your leads. High ticket. And there's no difference between somebody spending $5 and somebody spending $5,000. There is none. There's going to be less people that do it. But if your solution is good enough, whatever it is that you're providing for somebody, and I'll use Greg as an example. He does UI, UX. I created Chatmatic. My #1 problem was UX. I would have paid somebody gladly $15,000, $20,000 to come in and guide me on how do I make this UX better, so that when my user logs in, they know exactly what to do, and everybody has something built within 5 minutes, right? That's UX, UI. That's the user interface and user design of a software. So am I gonna be more enticed if he's like, hey, for $10 you can take this course? No, I don't want your course, right? Me individually, I wanted somebody to come in and just do it for me. And I know I've got to have to pay more for that. So it's that idea that, like, can I sell something for $10,000, $20,000? Yeah, it sounds unrealistic and crazy when you're thinking about your own wallet, right? There's people out there who've got hundreds of thousands of dollars of cash, and they're looking to give it to other people to solve their problems. So as soon as you realize that, like we've realized it, there are literally end-of-year meetings of like, hey, Donna, you're going to spend $500,000 next year. What are you going to spend it on? She's like, I got to go figure out what to spend this money on. And there's people like us in this room going, nobody wants to pay me for anything. And it's like, but there's a company that's trying to solve this problem, and you could do it, and they got a bunch of money to do it with.
Just on that point, like, one thing I found has been really helpful is to remember that some people, if they're making $2 million, and your solution can make them $2.5 million.
Totally.
That means that value is $500,000, $500,000.
Yep.
And there are people that are making that kind of money all the time, hand over fist. We're just not in those spaces.
Yeah, and what's also better about that too is, what if you could give somebody an email sequence? They're already making 2. This will make them 3, and it takes you 8 minutes to give it to them. Is it not worth $1 million? Yes, it is. Still worth the same. Can I charge $10,000 for it? And it's that whole, like, you probably seen the video of the guy who was talking about doing a logo for somebody, and he was like, I'll do this logo for you. It's going to cost $15,000. And the guy's like, well, what's your hourly rate? And he's like, don't worry about my hourly rate. I'm going to give you the logo that you want. It's going to be the best logo ever, and I'm going to give it to you in a day. And he goes, oh, well, I've got this guy over here who's going to charge way less. It's going to take him 6 months. Okay, so you'd rather have maybe a worse logo in 6 months. So you're saying time doesn't matter to you. I thought time mattered to you. That's why I was going to give it to you fast. It'll give you the best logo that you can get right now. Is that not worth something? Well, yeah, it is. Okay, so you don't want to wait 6 months? Pay me for it. And so it's a much easier way to sell when you think about, again, this all comes back to that value equation. If you can reduce the amount of time it takes somebody to get the end result that they want, you have value. And you can charge more for that value. The less time it takes, the less effort it takes, you can charge more for that.
So, question. So the offer could be a high-ticket product or...
Yeah, 100%. So when I say offer, this is one of a couple of different ways. Like when I was selling Chatmatic, this would be a yearly subscription to Chatmatic. I would either most likely have them on the bridge page. This would be done via webinar for me. So my bridge page is usually a thank you page. There's a delay, and then I get them on a webinar. The webinar is now my sales page. But I also did the same exact thing. Now, I've used a bunch of different funnels. When I sell coaching, it's the same exact offer. Opt into a webinar delay to a webinar where I offer them, hey, book a call with my team, right? So this structure that's pretty much always the same. Now, I like this. When they can spend money with you right now, I like sending them the offer right now. So if you're starting out today, you're going to be promoting affiliate products because you don't have your own yet. Most affiliate products are set up this way, right? Now, what I would advise you to do, and I was talking about this earlier, is I would definitely advise you to choose a product that has recurring in it for you or that has high ticket elements to it. What you don't want to get stuck doing, and an example would be, there's this, I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but JVZoo is a software platform that sells one-off softwares. And when I was creating Chatmatic, there was another messenger automation tool out there. This is going to make me have a seizure. I'm just going to go ahead and unplug it, turn it off. There was another software on the market that was offering similar feature set, $49 one time. Travis, yours is $149 a month. They're charging $49 one time. Why would I buy yours? Okay, well, come back in 6 months. Go ahead and buy theirs and see if your business is still running on their platform in 6 months. 6 months later, they were gone. They had already launched 2 other software products that were completely unrelated to that. They never improved and enhanced their own product. Mine was getting better all the time, still running. I said, okay, so is it still worth $49 one time? No, I wouldn't pay anything for it now. Okay. Now we see that the value there is in it being updated and extended. So yeah, it has a lot of those different nuances to it, but I had to create that, and that's why I created mine as a recurring product so that I could consistently make it better and not have to shift focus. But if you're promoting as an affiliate a low-ticket JVZoo offer, it might be a $29 front end and a $150 upsell. You might be able to make some decent commissions, right? So this leads me actually to the last big promo that I did on JVZoo was when I beat Jamie in that affiliate contest. So one of the things that I did was I told the guy who ran the offer, and you get this, you can do this when you're starting, but you get this when you have a little bit of a list. You can actually pull these strings. I went to the guy and I said, hey, look, you want me to promote your offer? I totally get it. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to bundle everything into one item. So I don't want to sell the $40 front end, the $97 enterprise level, the this and then that, and then I make people choose what they want. No. We're going to simplify it. Make it $500, give them everything, and I will sell the one item as a bundle. And so the sales are all based on commission, right? So it's how you win the contest by getting the most volume, not the most individual digit sales. So I didn't care if I had 10 sales, but they were all 500 versus somebody else generating 50 sales for 10. So we bundled it together, and then I created a bonus stack, which the bonus stack is essentially where I ended up making the most out of it. Had the best results was because of the bonus stack. But and the way that I did it was essentially exactly like this. I took my email, I took Facebook ads, I took YouTube ads, and I promoted all of them to a landing page that told people an event was coming. Come to this event. I'm going to teach you how to do this really cool thing. I'm going to give you a bunch of free stuff when you come, right? So this was me hosting webinars. And then on the bridge page, the thank you page, further indoctrinated them, which we're going to get into in a little bit, the 5 steps, my 5-step system. The number one step when you are collecting an email address is to indoctrinate people. Those of you guys in my mastermind, you're going to be, this is what I think is cool. I got to share all this information with my mastermind members, so they're hearing it again for like the second and third time. It's going to make that stuff so rock solid in your mind. You're going to leave being like, oh yeah, I got the indoctrination stage. Sometimes you got to hear it multiple times, but also, if you guys are spending 30 hours in a niche and you're spending 8 hours here today and you take good enough notes, you're already well on your way to your 30 hours, which is pretty cool. So you can take notes on that 5-step system and share that. But indoctrination, this is what I want to do here. So my assumption whenever I make my bridge page is these people don't know me. They don't know anything about the product that I'm trying to sell. So I have a framework that I use that's called I call it my main offer framework. And the first thing is I start the video by talking about the main idea. Now this can be done very easily with simple video. You put a video up and you can edit this video, right? So you use a system like Descript to edit this very simply. And the first thing you want to do is you want to talk about the big opportunity. So that's the number one thing in the main offer framework is I want to make sure that they know the big opportunity. So in this case it was, or like with the event, right? So I did the same exact landing page structure with my event. My bridge page was, you know, email marketing is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Whether you have clients or you want to do this for yourself, you can make up to $243 a day by just understanding this basic principle of how to turn an email address into $12. And if you can, reduce this cycle down to all the automations that we use, you can be in another place while you're making money. And this is truly where you get into multiple streams of income and how you get into that, like making money while you sleep. That's what that's about, right? Having automations that run 24 hours a day. Boom, stop. I'll come back and edit that, right? So now I don't have to I don't have to flow all of this off the top of my head. I can edit, right? So that's my main opportunity message on the bridge. Then I get into the how, right? So that's the next step in my main offer framework. The how is, I start to get more into email marketing. I talk about, with emails, you can build a landing page, you can collect an email. From that email, it's going to get put into this database, like a Kartra or a SendLane or a GrooveFunnels, or whatever you use. And now you've got a list of people. You can go in at any time, you can highlight all those people and say, send them a broadcast. And I'm going to send them a broadcast about something that they were already interested in. So they came in to learn about gardening. I'm going to show them this, hydroponic grower, and I'm going to sell that as an affiliate. Then I'm going to sell them this, fertilizer stuff. Then I'm going to sell them these special, non-GMO seeds. Like, I'll make those promotions, right? So I describe that in the how. Then I stop. Then I edit. Then I go, okay. Now the next step in the video is the proof. You want proof? Guess what? You don't have to use your own proof. You know what I did at the beginning of this? I showed you how AppSumo was making $72 million and how 36 million of it came from email. That's not my proof. It's somebody else's proof. Does it still prove that email works? Yeah. Right? So you can use other people's proof in that. So hey, you want to talk about building an email list? Look, this person took 2,000 leads and turned it into this. AppSumo makes $36 million out of their 72, all from email. And look at the percentages. They're making 49% of their income from this. And look, this e-commerce company, and actually a little hack for you, if you're looking for proof to use in your thank you page message, find the software companies that do what you're trying to prove, go to their website and read their case studies. So Klaviyo, it's an email platform. I go to Klaviyo, I read their case studies. So-and-so sunglass company made $15,000 sending one email at 8 p.m. at night. I pull that in and now it's my proof too. I didn't say it was mine. I said these guys are using Klaviyo and they're doing this and blah, blah, blah. Now I have as much proof as I need because all these softwares, they're busy proving it. So it's everything that we do, they all have proof. You want to prove that GrooveFunnels makes people money? Go find their best people in their group. What did they do? You want to prove Kartra makes people money? Exact same thing. So whatever it is that you're trying to bridge people over to, whatever this offer is, find out what proof that there is that this thing works, right? It doesn't have to be your proof. A lot of people are like, well, Travis, I don't have an email list. How am I going to prove in this video that it works? There's tons of proof out there that email works or that whatever works. And then the last step is my call to action. So at the end of that step, Now I've walked them through almost all the things that they need. So remember, if we go over it again, the big opportunity, hey, here's this really exciting thing that can make you a lot of money. Here's exactly how you're going to do it. So it kind of feels like a little bit of value being shared in that video. Here's proof that other people have done this. Do you want to do it? Click the button. Just click the button. There's a button below this video. Click it, and you can go check it out. And now I'm sending them over to the offer. And guess what? I've pre-framed them. Now they know they're about to go get an offer. Now they know that they're going to have that interest. And guess what I just did? I set up everything I need to know about this email sequence now, because now I can have an automated email sequence. Now, everybody here, raise of hands, you know that you can have thousands of emails pre-written, pre-set up to send on a specific time, right? Raise of hands, we all know that? Good, okay. So you can build these in autoresponders. It's called an autoresponder or email service provider. You can actually pre-set up these email sequences. I looked at my stats in the last year. We made $230,000. I'd show you, but it doesn't work. We made $230,000 from automated emails that I do not have to physically send. I wrote them once, I copy, paste, here's the link. Somebody 7 days into my funnel gets this, right? So that I've pre-framed. Now I know what, in a sense, I kind of know what to write for my emails now, because it's all kind of similar to what I said in the bridge. I want to make sure that they understand this opportunity. I want to make sure that they understand all the rest of this. Now, then I get them over to the actual offer as consistently as I can. So all my email follow-ups, all my sequences, whatever, they'll probably go back here. There are times where in my sequence, I will be working on what I would call my trust factor. So I don't know when I was supposed to cover this, but I'll cover it now. I look at the most important thing that we do in our marketing as generating trust. And I have it written down here in my little notebook. I wrote out an actual equation that I can use to create trust. And it's basically, to create trust, this is how you're going to make the most money in your business, is you need to provide value to people over an extended period of time. And that's essentially it. Because I started thinking, like, if somebody trusts me, if you guys who are in this room, in order to be here, you had to trust that I was going to give you something when you got here. If I didn't get you to trust me, you wouldn't be here. So my first goal is to build trust, not to sell you something. I've got to get you to trust that whatever it is that I recommend, you're going to want. And if it helps when you're learning business like this to think about the extremes, right? Somebody that you really trust, I'll give you an example, is like my wife's best friend. If she said you should go to this restaurant, we're going to go. We're going to go because she trusts that girl's opinion. It could be an awful restaurant. Oh, you're going to love it because it's got this. It's like, you don't even know me. You know, like I don't like that kind of stuff, but we're going to go because she trusts that opinion. And there's something to that we can use in marketing. All these real life personable things that happen in our real life, we use that in our marketing. And so trust is number one most important factor of everything that we're going to do. Now, it's hard to get somebody to trust you if you take from them right away. So if you're opting in and I go, hey, you're going to love this, it's $149. You're going to be like, whoa, hold up, dude. Hold up. This is a first date. So you have to try to build trust.
So you say you got most people here through email?
Yes.
She didn't come through email. I just sent her the link and I was like, look, you need to go. She bought it. She's like, okay, I trust you. She bought it.
And that's it.
3 seconds, I was getting my nails done. I was like, where am I going?
And that's perfect. And see, that's the thing too, because that's another thing that we don't talk enough about is like trust has a little bit of virality. We have this like, if you trust somebody and they trust somebody, again, it's that throwing rocks at the enemy kind of thing. Like it's quick to get somebody else on your team. And so even though like ultimately I wanted everybody on my team, you can get people on my team by just saying, hey, you should come or you should do this. And that's one of the things like, again, I'm in this like weird, like no man's land where my advice to everybody is promote your own thing, your own niche, but I offer people the ability to promote our mastermind because that's something smart to do. If the reason I think that's important is because when I first got out of college, I took a job at a marketing thing, and the guy signed me up for prepaid legal, and the guy had the best sales pitch for prepaid legal, which is like, well, if you find it valuable, don't you think your parents would find it valuable? Why wouldn't you tell them? And then they can get on it and they can get a will, and then they'll tell their parents because it's got, it's valuable. It's like that's how I started thinking about all things in life. It's like, if I enjoy the mastermind, why wouldn't I tell somebody else about it? And if I tell somebody else about it, I should get something for it, right? I'll get you something, you know, maybe like a special hat or, you know, like a backpack, you know, in this case. But
on the video piece of the bridge,
yep.
Is there a specific time frame when you're going through the main offer framework? Is there a time frame that you're trying to?
This is a great question. No. And the answer to that question all comes down to, what are we trying to achieve in the thank you page video? It's not trying to sell people, it's trying to build trust. The more time you spend with someone, the more trust you're going to get. If you did a 4-hour bridge video, from a conversion standpoint, are you going to get less conversions? Most likely. Are people going to bounce before it's over? Yes. But what about those 10 people that watch it all the way through and they're like, this dude is the best? Those become your groupies. Those become the people that, like, there's that whole theory of 1,000 true fans and you'll never starve or whatever. Those become your true fans. The ones who watched it till the end. Like, I've had people message me and be like, Travis, 3 hours and 55 minutes into that one training, you said this. And I'm like, dude, I'm so happy you were still there. Like, I can't believe somebody was actually listening to me and you were still there. That's amazing. But they're the people who, like, feel the most attached to me at that point. And then if I said, literally, if I went to my email list, and I don't take this for granted, which is why I rarely promote anything. If I went to my email list and said, hey, this is literally nothing more in my email list than this is good for you, go get it, people would go and buy it. Because there's a trust factor in me. Not everybody on my list would, because not everybody trusts me.
You beat me, because I use that, because I have local businesses as well.
Yeah.
And I use that in my local businesses, so my little tribe that I had at
yeah,
the time,
yeah.
I was like, guys, look, I use this every day in my local
businesses. Yeah.
I literally thought nobody was going to come close to beating me. And
what I did was I flipped it. I had never used it before, which is so. But here's how I was able to win, though. Here's how I was able to win. My tribe, my local community, was my Chatmatic users. So what I did was I basically made it a no-brainer for my existing tribe. They're going to get more out of my bonus than they got out of the original product. So what I did was, and I'll segue into this, is, okay, so let's imagine you guys are all building your email list and you're like, Travis, I want to make a lot of money. Well, here's how you can make $66,000 in 7 days, and I got a $10,000 first prize bonus, and then I won every speed bonus along the way. So I think I got another like $10,000 from that, because it was like $2,500 for the first person to $10,000, right away. You know, another $2,500 for the person who gets the most sales on Saturday, no problem. You know, and it was like all the closing last 6 hours, most sales, $2,500. And then of course, when you win all those, you kind of know you're going to win the overall. So I won the overall. So what I did was I said, look, I've got all these people who their number one goal is to get the most out of Chatmatic. I can serve them while also selfish-serving myself. By making a bonus that so here's what we'll do. Trent and I sat down, we made these templates that were like really good for local business, and we said, here, let's make, it was like 10 local business templates. So it was, hey, you want to go after restaurants? Here's a template you can use. We sat in front of a TV like this with a table, had a videographer there, he shot. We spent an hour on each one outlining exactly what I would do. We had written down, like, you go to a restaurant, you say this, you send this message, you tell them you're going to do this campaign, here's exactly how I would run it. So it was 10 videos, 10 templates. And so I went to all my Chatmatic users and I'm like, yo, you guys all want to run an agency, right? Here's the easiest way to make a $10,000 a month agency. Take these templates, build an app for them as well. And then when you buy the app builder, you get all 10 templates, you get all 10 training videos, and there's a full PDF that walks you through everything that you should do in each one. But so the videos took us, I would say like 10 hours of filming the video and then like a couple hours of compiling it to be the bonus. And the only way you could get it is if you bought the bundle. So the bundle was $4.99. So instead of everybody else going the route of like, I'll just buy it for myself, that might have been another reason that it would be easier to win for me, is because we were only bundling it. Somebody who owns a local business might buy it just for themselves and then not need the enterprise edition or not need this. I was specifically saying, hey, I don't know if you need the enterprise edition, but you're going to have to get it in order to get our bonus. So people were saying, look, that bonus is worth more than $4.99 by itself. I want that. And so they bought that. And then actually that's funny because there was a screenshot on here. I didn't realize that there was a back end recurring to one of the other products that I was promoting, not this particular one, but I promoted another one. We did really well. And I switched JVZoo accounts, And then I just recently had logged back into my old JVZoo account, and I'm like, wow, there's like $12,000 in recurring commissions in this account. Yeah, I did the same thing with Warrior Forum one time because some guy asked me to do a launch with him, so I provided some training. He cut me 50%. And in Warrior Forum, you have to manually pull out your deposit or your commissions. And I literally never used it aside from this one offer. And so I logged in. It was like, it was something not that big. It was, I mean, for some people, but it was like $6,500. And I was just like, I can just send this to my PayPal. It was pretty cool.
So you do about 6 of those type of promotions a year.
Yes.
And when you do it, you go all in like that.
All in, all in. Why would you go half in is my thing. Like that's what's so crazy to me is, let's say everybody here is my list, right? You guys are all representative of like 100 people, okay? So if I am promoting, if I am literally shouting from the rooftop every single day, you guys got to get this new black marker, man. This thing is the best. And then tomorrow, this blue one is so nice. And then, oh, but this red one, you really need the red one. What starts to happen is like, okay, he's literally only cares about himself. He doesn't care about my success. Now, the other side of that, as a marketer, I understand, is you might need the black marker. You might need the blue one. You might need the red one. I can't differentiate who's going to need what product, right? So if I'm promoting a video product today, the line that I draw is I won't promote here's actually what happened to me. I promoted that app builder. So the product that I was promoting that I beat him in was an app builder for local business. I promoted that, and then this was 2020, and then GrooveFunnels comes into Chatmatic, buys into my company. GrooveFunnels also bought into an app builder company. The owner of GrooveFunnels comes to me and goes, hey, I need you to promote this app builder. And I said, I won't. I can't. A month ago, I promoted this other one, and so now I'm going to tell those same people, but that one's not as good as this one, go get this one. I would expect them to refund the last one, or I said, look, I just can't promote it. I'm cool with promoting all the other stuff that you guys want me to promote, all this, but I'm not going to cross the lines on that. But then what ends up happening is I look at it and I'm like, man, you know, I see other people in the industry making a lot more money because they are just promoting their list all the time. I've got 140,000 people, and I'm either only promoting my own stuff or on the occasion something else, but I'm going all in on those. Those promotions are still a piece of me where I'm doing training, I'm adding this extra bonus, I'm doing this extra thing. If I can make 60,000 in commissions in 1 week doing it that way, why would I do it any other way? Oh, I could make 10,000 doing it 4 times a month, but it's like, now I've got to, the other thing that happens is you've got to constantly, this is actually a huge problem that I ran into early in my career. The more offers you promote, so let's say my list is 1,000 people. I sell 100 of your product. Those 100 people are listening to me less than they are listening to you now. So now I've got 900 people actively listening. And then they buy your product, and now 100 people buy that. Now I'm at 800. I've got to constantly replenish my listeners because I'm like dying them out. They're all buying all these other things. And then all of a sudden you get the question of, you know, he's promoting like 8 video products. He doesn't care which one is actually the best. He's not doing any kind of due diligence. Again, he's not actually curating good information for me. He's just going out and he sees dollar signs.
Can I be vulnerable?
Please.
So I left that space in January because of that. My respect for you has just gone through the roof.
What space is that?
That whole JVZoo warrior.
Yeah, JV.
It's a cesspool of that.
Yeah.
And in January, finally, after 5+ years of dominating, I just walked away. I just had enough of that mentality.
I hate it. And it's always a scratch my back and then I'll scratch yours kind of mentality. So it's like if you don't promote for other people, they won't come to your back. So you're like, hey, I've got this great product. I don't care. Here's how you can tell that the market is screwed. JV pages are a page where you go to get affiliate content, right? This is where you go to find your tools, you go to find all the information about a launch. Find me a JV tools page that tells you and shows you what the product is. It's almost impossible. They have like a little demo, but it's a demo that they want to show their JVs, not a demo that they would show their client. So it's like, wait a second, you want me to promote this thing, but I don't even know what it is. Why am I promoting it? Oh, because we're boys? Because guess what? Next month, I'm going to launch something else, and you're not going to have my back because, again, this is what ended up happening. Chatmatic was so competitive with all these other JVZoo platforms that I'd be like, hey, who wants to promote Chatmatic? Oh, nobody? Because you just promoted that, guys? It actually happened with AppSumo. I launched Chatmatic on AppSumo, and they had done like $3 million in sales to another messenger bot company. And so then when they brought us on, we flopped. And I'm like, of course you did. They have lifetime access to a competitor of mine. Why would they buy mine? Because of me? That makes no sense. Like, why would you even prop me up? Like, this was stupid. So I'm glad it didn't happen because those are lifetime leads, and they don't have as much value.
Travis, can I just flip the narrative for a second?
Sure.
Suggest that also there's another way to look at it, and that is that people are buying to see whether you're worth investing more with, or whether you've got the skills and the expertise to then spend more money with. Because I know most people like might go the approach, and I used to do it as well, right? I buy the thing because I thought that was the solution, and now I do the opposite. Like, I'm investing 2 days here to see if it's worth my time to like invest in the longer term.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like that feeling out process. I definitely think that when it comes to the marketing industry in and of itself, we have to understand that we're selling really in the scheme of the greater thing, we're selling one of 3 things. We're selling the map, we're selling speed and automation, or we're selling a service where we're actually helping people. And once you kind of nail down what portion of that you're in, what you're going to sell, am I going to be helping people manually? Can I do both? I had to overcome that mental challenge myself. Was like, I gave everybody the best I possibly could of me in my Chatmatic training. So I thought there was no need for a coaching program. And then I went to a funnel hacking, and somebody said something that I don't know why it stuck with me, but they said something to the effect of like, you're doing your people a disservice by not giving them more access to you to get more from you. So I was like, if that's true, I should offer a coaching program. And all of the best results that I've ever had from Chatmatic came from somebody who went through the coaching program versus doing it themselves. So it was one of those things where like I had sold them, a lifetime license to my offer or whatever, but when I got my hands in and could like, look, all of you guys are going to overcome one little barrier most likely during the next 2 days. That could be worth 100 times what you paid to come to the event, right? So it's definitely figuring out what you have, what you're going to take out of it. But again, going back to the whole trust idea, was trust is infinitely more important to me than any of the other factors, because I'll always be able to make money from people that trust me. And that's like the biggest thing. Is like, if you're just trying to make money, you don't need people to trust you. There's that whole like, I talk about it too, like know, like, and trust. Everybody's heard of that. I don't need you to know me. I don't need you to like me. But I need you to trust me. And it's the example I use is a doctor. If I break my arm and I walk into a doctor's office, I don't know him, I don't like him, but I'm pretty sure he's going to fix me because I trust him. He's in the right spot, right? So I don't need know, I don't need like, I just need trust. And you get trust by being consistent. That's what I said before. Consistency is the #1 thing in business. If you're not consistent with your role, people are going to catch on to that. Hey, I always use the MLM idea as the example. Like, if you're promoting an MLM this week and then you're promoting a different MLM next week, well, you just proved to me that the last one was crap. I don't need the last one. And now I don't trust you because now I know you will promote crap. It's a very simple line. So that's the problem that I ran into with the JVZoo space, which is kind of what he was talking about. It's an easy thing to fall into because people who don't have a system in place, it's easy, right? I created this offer. Hey, do you want to promote for me? 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 One of you said yes. Cool. I'll keep going. One of you want to promote for me? Okay, I got 17 people who are going to promote for me. You all promote my offer. I get 100 buyers. I just got a buyer list of 100 people. I now turn around and I go, hey, you promoted for me, right? What can I promote for you? Send my buyers to this person. What can I promote for you? Buyers to this person. I've done nothing good for the people that came into my ecosystem. And I know, like, Trent can vouch because he's heard me have these kind of conversations where, like, there's times where I'm like, man, I could be making so much more money. Like, in the short term, I could be making so much more money if I just, like, pimped my list. If I would promote everything that came along, and actually it was kind of frustrating because I was trying to turn him into a bit more of a JV manager for me to get JVs into my program, but then also to help me promote other people's stuff. And we even got a broker involved who was bringing us offers, and I'm like, I need you to vet the offer. And he's like, well, I don't know what you think about this. Every time I'm like, no, nope, nope, doesn't fit, nope. Yeah, I could make a lot of money with that, but no, because like it just wasn't along the line. So when that app building offer came along, it fit my list and my agenda so perfectly because I was already helping people help local businesses and small businesses or digital. Now I can just translate that. Here's another tool to bolt on to my existing thing. So the way that I look at it is everything that you want to promote should be a bolt-on, not a replacement to what you're already doing. If it doesn't add to your experience with your people, don't do it. Don't take short-term profits, and I'll take this statement back in a second, in a way. Don't take short-term profits because it'll kill your business. That said, in the beginning of your business, you may take some short-term profits. I know I did. When I was first getting started, my first 3 years, I promoted anything. All of y'all could have come to me and been like, hey, I got this thing. It's like cleaning shoes. I'd have been like, I'm going to figure it out. Let's go. Because I wanted to figure out how to make the whole thing work. I had to learn all of this. And it's a tough pill to swallow to think like, I'm going to not promote these offers that are killing it, but I'm going to make more money by not doing that. And it helped.
I was going to say, it's almost protecting your brand.
It 100% protects your brand. But most people online don't think of it as having a brand. A lot of the people who you're on email lists for, they don't look at themselves as a brand. You guys are here right now, don't look at yourselves as a brand. But when you send an email and it comes from Travis Stevenson, that's a brand. So like even though you're not building it like a brand, I don't have a travisstevenson.com with like a bunch of information about me. It's not a brand the way that we would normally look at it, but it 100% is your brand. It's the advice coming from you. It's that level.
From an IP perspective, for higher end fashion brands such as watches, like if you're with like a Rolex or Louis Vuitton and like maybe Patek or Chanel, right? If you try to make a group on Facebook, they'll ask you to cease and desist because they want to control their narrative.
Yeah, totally.
It gives consistency and value to their body of buyers.
Yeah, no, you can't like, there's also certain things that you can't do with Rolex, for instance, like they don't pimp them out a certain way. Some other watches can be customized. It's like, no, we want our image to be shown this way. There's a lot that you can get into there. Thankfully, I've always found that if you're just guided by the idea that you want your list to trust what it is that you say, all of it becomes easy. Like we don't have to worry about brand building. We don't have to worry about like, you know, are we saying the right thing the right time? It's like, yeah, if I want people to trust me, I'm going to be honest with them. I'm going to be forefront with them. I'm going to not hide anything from them. And that's what I think is kind of cool about events like this is you stack a room full of people who in some way or another paid you to be there, and then you're teaching them what you did to get them to pay you to be there. And that's a cool thing because there's an honesty level to that, which I think is really cool because it's like, something enticed you. Now let's take some time to introspectively look at what that was and how can you reverse engineer that for yourself to get people to buy from you.
And also just a reflection on that, your audience is reflecting you. And so the things that you value, the things that matter to you, the people that are willing to spend the money to be with you, to invest in you, are reflecting back those things that matter to you. And
Totally.
Yeah,
and what he was saying for those guys on the live stream is your audience kind of reflects you. I definitely think, look, there's a reason that you guys are here with me because my method of talking about what I talk about resonates with you. I think about it all the time. Like the way that I sell naturally in videos doesn't fit everybody. It just doesn't. And it's not because I think I'm doing stuff wrong. It's just I'm not hitting every element like a perfect copywriter would. But to some people it fits. And so you can do it wrong and still do it wrong enough to make a lot of money and to attract people and to bring good people into your life. And then, yeah, they usually, what I've found is like very often they're mimicking the same desires, the same end goals that you are when you can show what those are. The problem that a lot of people have like using JV Zoo, and I don't want to like crap on them if there's anybody in the JV Zoo world watching this video. I think it's a great platform for what it is, right? Like it can.
There's some great vendors there too.
100%. 100%. I just think that there's an overwhelming amount of that. I call it the launch circle jerk. It's like this, we're all just doing each other. Like, this is weird. Like, nobody, and here's the crazy weird part about that. None of them are running ads to bring new people in, right? So it's always like, my list promotes to your thing, then you promote to his, and then he promotes to you, and then you promote back to me, and now I'm going to promote back to you, or I might go that way, but like, at a certain point, it's just literally a circle of the same people buying the same products. And then what ends up happening, and this is why I ultimately left, was you promote my offer. And then in a month, you're promoting something similar. They're refunding mine to buy the new thing. And even if you're not promoting something similar, they don't have the money to buy everything. So they're going to refund the last thing that they're not using. So your refund rate goes to 20, 30%. And it's like, what's the point? My refund rate global on Chatmatic was 7%, which is unbelievable, but it was because I was paying people to come in. I was introducing them to the offer. I was, running ads. And that's how you get $12 a lead. But so this is the funnel that I use to bring people in, right? We were just talking a little bit about like how we, what we can do after the fact, right? I want you guys to really let your minds open up as to what the potential could be. You're an agency, you get an email list of 1,000 people. What kind of stuff are you going to say to them? What kind of stuff are you going to introduce them to? There's a lot that you can do that's not like formal email copywriting, but I'm going to give you guys a system that I call my 3-4-5 system. And the 3-4-5 system is something that you guys can go to whenever you feel like, I don't know what to send. I don't know what I'm going to send. I'm building my email list. You'll see in the workbook when it gets to the sequences section, I talk about having a 7 to 9 day email sequence with 10 to 14 emails. That is definitely something every time you collect an email, you should have an automated email sequence in place that's going to do the work for you after the fact. Because just raise your hand for me, nobody's going to buy from you the first time they see your thing, right? Let's just say nobody is going to buy from you the first time they see your thing. Doesn't matter how good it is. We don't know what their background is. We don't know if they need it. So we have to spend time automatically sending emails to them that walk them through the journey, the way that we want them to see it. So the good example of that would be like if I'm selling a digital course on, we did this example the other day on fishing. If I'm selling a digital course on how to be a good fisherman in Tampa, it would make no sense for my first email to be an end point, right? It would make no sense for my first email to be like, you really need this course. I need to spend some time getting them to know me, like me, trust me kind of thing, right? But to hear about why they need this course, right? So what we do is we put them through a 3-4-5 system. And the 3 stands for the 3, what I call reasons that people buy. And so I want to use these in all of my email sequences. I want to make sure that I hit on these. I'll use these in broadcasts. I'll use these in my 4 pillars, which is the 4. But 3, okay, so we have logic, emotion, and scarcity. We need to use all 3 of these. Why? Because Travis buys stuff because of logic. Not all the time. Sometimes I'm an emotional buyer. When it comes to like cold plunges, I'll throw some money on one of those emotionally because I think it's going to make me feel good. Logically, my brain plays a role in most of my purchases. I think this is a good idea, therefore I'm going to buy it. Not like, I like the way that makes me feel. Having that would make me feel good. Not everybody's like that. A lot of people buy because of emotion. So, emotion equals stories. Okay, so how do we get emotion in an email? We tell a story. When I first got started on the internet, I was making $2,000 a month and I was watching people make $10,000 a day. And so I started studying what they did. Boom, story. Makes you think, I can do that, right? That's an emotion that I'm pulling out of you, a positive emotion. The emotions that we're trying to evict at all times is I'm trying to take somebody away from pain or push them towards pleasure. People will spend money if you can help them avoid pain. That is the #1 way to get somebody to spend money. Hey, you want to make more money on the internet? Why do you want to make more money on the internet? Because I don't like not making a lot of money. There's a pain to that. I don't like not having the money to pay my bills. I don't like, the stress of maybe losing my job. I don't like going to work 9 to 5. People will spend money to avoid pain more than they will, I want to sit on a beach somewhere and drink Mai Tais. That is a cool thought, but we're not spending money to get there as much as we are to avoid the nastier side of life, right? So, yes, you can get people to spend money to go, live a life where it's all digital marketing and you're promoting a promise, but you'll get people to spend money if you hit them with stories that help them avoid their pain. Everything we sell is essentially in the avoidance of pain. So we're trying to help people avoid pain constantly, and our products are a solution for them, right? So you want to learn how to start a good internet business, you need to learn, email marketing. I'm going to help you avoid the pain of, going through a million different courses and doing this or doing that, or taking the JV Zoo route and then end up getting burned out. Like, go this way, right? So avoiding pain through storytelling. And that's one of the things that we can do. So that's literally like, hey, Travis, I don't know what to send. Well, I'm going to tell a story. And so what I like to do, especially when it's stuff, because again, you're spending your 30-hour challenge doing stuff that you like, I write things down in my iPhone in my notes when something hits, when I'm driving or when I listen to a podcast. That's one thing that I would highly suggest is like spend your dull time feeding your brain in these 30 hours. So I drive 30 minutes or so to and from dropping my daughter off. On the way to school, we have to listen to Sing 2. On the way back, I listen to podcasts. And so I'll analyze podcasts again unemotionally from the content of the podcast. I'll listen to the topic. I'll then say, hey, that's an interesting topic. How are they approaching it? What's a cool concept? So I was listening to a podcast recently, and they were having a discussion about a topic that online right now would be very censored on most platforms. I can talk about a story about how it made me feel about the censorship idea, not even about the topic they were talking about, right? So it gives me ammo to write about. Like, oh, I've got about 30 seconds I could talk about this. I'll write down that topic in my notes on my phone, and then when I can get down to sit down somewhere, I can record it, I can make a video, I can make an email, whatever it is. And it's funny because, you don't always have to sell stuff when you're sending an email. Sometimes you can write, and I wrote this one email, I rarely check responses to my emails, but this one guy wrote me back. I wrote this long email that was like something like 6,000 words. It was like a partial book. And a guy wrote back and was like, this was like more than I've gotten out of most courses. This was amazing. And I didn't sell anything in it. There was no link. But I guarantee you the next time I sent an email, the dude read it. And the dude was probably ready to buy from me whatever the next thing was. So you don't always have to sell something. Sometimes you're priming to build that trust. And I think way too often in marketing, especially like let's look at Facebook ads. As a vendor for somebody who's spending on Facebook ads, my number one question to the agency is how much am I making? How much am I making, right? Not what am I building? I use Facebook ads to generate leads, not to make sales. That's what all of you guys should be thinking about. Facebook is not about generating sales. It's about generating leads, and then you have a system on the back end. You put them through our 3, 4, 5 system. That will make you sales. So the 3 is use these like sort of, they're not really feelings, but logic, emotion, and scarcity. These are the reasons that people buy. So emotion is story, logic is stats. And stats isn't just for internet marketing, right? Hey, I make the best smoothies in the world. We were talking about that before. I make the best smoothies in the world. I spent 30 hours, and we ended up blending over 2,000 bananas with these different kinds of protein, and we had 25 people test them, and this was the winner. That's not a story. That is me giving you facts. And guess what you're going to want? The one that everybody liked the most. Now I can sell you my protein shake or my smoothie recipe or whatever it is. And it's all through stats. Now I can't accomplish this if I never give you a stats-based email. I can't get the person who's going to respond to the logic to respond until I give him the logic, right? So there are people, we just went through a pretty crazy pandemic, right? Now there's some people you give them the stats and they're like, oh, okay, cool. I get where you're coming from. Other people are all story, right? The headlines. I saw this. My friend was this. Like, I love the stories when you get the like, well, my friend, I have that one friend that it's like, that's an anecdotal story. There's 7 billion people on the planet. You have one friend that like this happened or that happened. Like, you're not proving anything. You're just telling me a story. That doesn't appeal to me. Some people are like, oh, well, my friend has a friend and that happened to them. And it's like, that's kind of how it goes. I will tell you that women typically do a little bit more on the emotional side of buying. They result a lot more to a story. Stats tend to appeal more to men just from I don't want to get canceled, but from like a, just from a gender thing that I've noticed over the time, men will respond more to stats because I think that's more of the computing and analysis that we do.
Or could we call them creatives and like the more scientific?
Yeah, you could say creative and science. Yeah, we could do that for sure. I'm not afraid to get canceled. I'll just leave it. And then this is probably my favorite thing, and this is where I've made the majority of the money in that promo that I'll keep referencing because I think it's a good example of like a small time when we did really well. Is scarcity. A lot of marketers don't use this. They don't leverage scarcity. They don't leverage it as hard as they should. Now, there's 2 opposites to this. There's Frank Kern's scarcity, which I do not agree with, and I'm calling him out because 2 reasons. Number one, I bought his course recently to figure out what he was doing, because again, I'm always trying to accumulate information. And he uses a version of false scarcity. He says, I'm going to take it away, and then the next day it's still there. I don't like that. But the other thing I don't like about his scarcity is he sends 9 emails on the last day. Like literally, hey, this is the last day. You've got 12 hours. There's 8 hours. There's only 4 more hours. Hey, we got 1 hour. Hey, this is literally the last chance. No, I'm not kidding. Here's another one that's your last chance. And then the next day I can still get it. Like, I don't like that. I want to see what he's doing, though, because I want to learn. And again, this is where I think it's funny is like, as a marketer, I look at all of this unemotionally. Like, yes, I don't like it. Yes, I want to unsubscribe, but how's he going to do with this? Like, I want to see how many emails does this dude send? How far can we push our lists? And if he's doing it, it's working. So maybe there's, can I mix some of that into mine? But I send typically 3 to 4 emails on the final day of a promotion because life gets in the way. Maybe you get my email at 9 a.m. and then you get busy and then you forget. I do want to let you know as the day continues, hey, we're kind of winding things down. You had a question? Oh, and then there's also a couple different versions of scarcity that I think are really, really important. And I'll talk about that.
Just on that point about those emails, especially where it's like actual scarcity and then they shut it down. It's always, I find it's always helpful because then you see the emails during the day and you're like, oh, I'll get to that. And then when you see it at like 9, 10 at night, and you're like just about to switch off, and actually I've done it a few times where it's like, oh, you know what, like I was planning to let's just sort it out now. Then that's the only time.
100%.
And because I've seen those throughout the day, it's like, it was there in the back of my mind, I want to get to that.
Yeah, it's already there. You know you're going to get it. You're in that 40% of people who are going to buy it. You're poised to buy it. Then you start to look to buy it. Scarcity can move people to actually buy because it's their last chance. And Trent and I have been doing a lot of text message marketing leading up to this. And we sent 2 text messages yesterday. We've been sending text messages for the last month. The same people. We got 1 sale here, 1 sale there. Yesterday I think we did like 3 or 4. Some this morning even rolled in. Same list. But it was because we were like, hey, this is your last chance. Stop putting it off. I'm not being mean. I'm not being pushy. I'm just saying this is literally the last chance because we're going live at 9 a.m. You don't have any other opportunities. When it comes to scarcity, you can scarcity on units, and you can scarcity on price, and you can scarcity on the value that you're actually giving. So one of my favorite ways to do scarcity, everybody thinks scarcity has to be, I'm taking this thing offline forever. I think that's awful. How can you have a business if you can't sell it anymore because your scarcity is removing it? So what I do is our scarcity is, I'm going to add in this bonus for this period of time. What I don't like is the marketers who are like, the first 20 people to get in are going to get this bonus, and then everybody gets it. That's not cool scarcity, guys. I hate, and I used to always call people out, like on my own webinars, I would host a webinar, somebody else would come on and sell their product, and they'd go, we've only got 18 licenses left. Let me check again. We've got 4 licenses left. We would literally, on some of these webinars, have 2 licenses left for 5 hours. But we got rid of 18 in 10 minutes. And so I told the guy, I'm like, dude, I'm going to cut that out of the webinar. Like the replay, I'm going to cut that out. I don't want to do that crap. I was on the spot, so I didn't want to say anything on there, but I'm like, dude, if you're going to give it to everybody, let's just tell them we're going to give it to everybody. Because then what you end up doing is causing this confusion. You guys are on the webinar. Am I 21? Am I 19? I don't want to buy if I don't know if I can get it. And then every single person, we got to be like, you can get it. You'll be able to get it. Just buy. You'll be able to get it. It's like now you're like counteracting the whole point of getting them to take action quickly. It's like now they're like questioning, like, I don't want to be number 21. If I get it right now, am I still in? Well, let me check. No, dude, just say everybody's going to get this freaking bonus. Like, get it before we get off the call. That's a way you could do it. So I like to add scarcity that way. You can also increase the price. So Trent and I were recently talking about this comedian, Andrew Schultz is his name. He was supposed to do a special. It was probably going to be on like Netflix or one of these. He ended up pulling it off because they didn't like his jokes. He was a little too extreme. So he ended up releasing it himself, and he sold it on his own website, on his own platform, and he only opened it for like 2 weeks. And then he closed it down. Day after he closed it down, he goes on Instagram, hey, I like money, guys. I'm going to open it back up. I'll open it back up for another few weeks. That kills the trust. All the trust is gone. You said you were going to take it away. I rushed to make sure I got it before you closed it down, and you open it up the next week. Now I feel like you did me a disservice. Here's what you do, Andrew Schultz. Raise the price by $1 every week. So when you reopen it, I'm reopening it, but I sold it for $49 the first time. It's $50 now, and it's going to go to $51 next week, $52 the week after. I just accomplished the same scarcity. You don't want to pay 59 for something you could pay 50 for, so you'll get it now if you want it, but you already had the opportunity for the full scarcity in the beginning. This we'll get into now in this next section, the 4. So now we'll talk about the 4. We already talked about the 3. Now we'll talk about the 4. Go ahead.
Just before you do, one scarcity that I've seen work really well is people that only open it up once a year. And like I've seen it work.
Sure.
Like they're creating a community, and like you get 4 or 5 days, and you go, those are the 4 or 5 days of the year. It's going to be available.
Those are great if you have a limited quantity that you can release, because the problem is then I have to spend the rest of the year not selling that thing. So it's great for that minimal buy-in allotment. I like to do either quarterly, so you can do the time-based stuff. But then also, there's always a new reason to offer this stuff, right? So let's say I wanted to sell Chatmatic at a yearly price. I could say, okay, up until October, it's going to be at $4.99. And then on my birthday, October 3rd, I could re-release it for $4.99, right? Like there's always opportunities for you to reopen a previous scarcity. I just try to add in a new bonus on the new run or take away a bonus from the previous one. So scarcity on units, scarcity on price, or scarcity on the value that you're actually giving them. The value is the easiest one. Hey, I'm not going to give you that bonus. Hey, I'm going to give you 10 website templates if you get access now. In the future, it's only going to be 6. Still has that same scarcity. And then you can still remove it. And then if somebody hits you up personally, hey, you know, I was in the hospital in a coma for a month. I didn't get your email in time. Then you're like, okay, cool. I'll give you the 10 templates. Like, that's fine. One-offs, you know. We get a lot of people in the hospital. Ask Trent. We get a lot of people in the hospital.
So you mentioned sending the text message, right? Where you start with email and you know, collect their name and email. Do you have a data collection sequence where it's like, hey, let me get your phone number?
I typically do like individual promos when I'm doing something specific to text message. So like for this, one of the ways that we can get text messages, I could say, hey, if you want the workbook completely free, text in to get this. I'd have like almost like a different funnel to get them in for mobile. I also have some funnels that are like name, email, and mobile optional. If it's like a webinar, for instance, you can do it that way. I just found that like you get into a lot of nuance when it comes to text. That's almost like it should be its own division, because you've got how do you accept mobile numbers from people in Africa, and like can you send those text messages, and like obviously we want to collect the numbers, but we don't want to error out if we're getting numbers from a country that don't, and then Zapier will return an error. So it's kind of back and forth, but we usually do like a text in service. So like text in to get this is a good way. And then it also starts that chat right away. Instead of it being like opt in, give me your mobile number, then I send a text out. This way they're sending a text in. It's like truly opt-in version of it. But text is a different beast. I definitely think it gives you a little bit more of that quality versus quantity. The people who give you their text number really want to hear from you. And we've studied some really cool ways to do it. Our method that we're doing it now is mostly through GIFs in our text messaging. It's just making our own GIFs that relate to our product, so that it's still like slightly entertaining. It's got some cool value. It's not like just beating me over the head. And also make it two-way. That was a big thing when we selected our text message platform. I wanted it to be two-way. So if they responded to me, I could talk to them in the chat versus it just being one-way broadcasts. What's that? Oh, I use Sales Message, it's called. So I think it's Sales MSG, Sales Message. Cool platform. They're pretty good. Okay, so what I want to do is I just want to cover this, and then we'll get to the 5 sale objections after lunch, because we're supposed to break right now, but I'll finish this, and then we'll break for lunch. My 4 pillars of a promotion. Man, I could spend the entire day on this. This is literally where all my money comes from. So this is the overarching theme of what every promo is going to be like for you. So remember now, we all know I'm going to spend 30 hours doing this challenge. I'm going to get a bunch of information. Now I have value. I'm going to compartmentalize that in a section that I skipped called lead magnets, which we'll cover when I come back. We'll talk about all the different lead magnets that we use and how to use them and what kind of value they bring. So I'm going to compile all that into a lead magnet, and I'm going to start promoting this one offer. So let's say you wanted to promote the mastermind. You wanted to promote the Wealthery mastermind. And I use this as an example. And I realized at the beginning of this, I said, you guys shouldn't, I'm not trying to make you promote for me. I'm going to use it as an example because I have the examples, right? So let's say you're now studying email marketing. And you're like, man, this mastermind's amazing. I'm going to tell other people about it. I'm going to build my list off of that as the offer that I promote. So they go to the squeeze page. They opt in to get more information about how to start a business using email marketing. They get to the thank you page. You now describe using our main offer sequence the value that's in the mastermind. Hey, you should go check this mastermind out. Click the link below. They go and get it. Now you're in promo phase. Now you've got automated emails that are going to continuously remind them, give them value. You know, again, using these three, right? You might talk about some logical stuff like, hey, I've spent 9 months in this mastermind. It's absolutely amazing. Here's 5 points that I picked out. You know, I didn't know this before. I didn't know that before. I didn't know this before. Here's, you know, this person did this, right? Some sort of like matter-of-fact stuff. Then you get into emotion. Like I asked on my last call on Wednesday, how many of you guys here in the mastermind feel like you've completely leveled up to a new level that you know, now you kind of know what you're doing? Everybody was like, yes, yes, yes. Tell that story of like the moment, the epiphany that like it hits you. That's an email in the sequence, right? So, but now you're in promo mode. You're promoting something, and now you get to do it again every time in a circle or in a like on this platform of 4 stages. And these 4 stages have to be done or else you will lose money. A lot of people have tried knick-knacking around with email marketing and you didn't make money because you didn't do all 4 of these or you didn't make enough. So the first is the lead in. This is when you actually get your lead in. A lot of times, let's say I'm going to use an example of my, my mastermind. I'm getting ready to release my mastermind. It's going to release on June 1st. If I wait till June 1st to tell people I have a mastermind, nobody's ready to buy. And people do this all the time. All the time. I'm working on my offer now. Okay, what are you doing to build your list? Nothing? So you mean you're literally going to put out a brand new product, a brand new store, a brand new company, and then tell people about it? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Apple doesn't do that with their iPhone, right? When a local business is about to open in a new community, they take an ad out in the newspaper. They're on the TV. They're on the radio. Hey, we'll be opening at this time. We're having a grand opening event. Imagine having a grand opening event that you told nobody about. Just you. You get a lot of champagne that way, but you have to tell people stuff is coming, and you can do this as a way of building your list. Hey, Black Friday is coming. We do this all the time with all of our clients. Black Friday is coming. Opt in here and we'll tell you what's coming on Black Friday. I'm not offering them essentially anything aside from getting the information that they're going to want on Black Friday. So you have lead in, then you have the event. The event is something that everybody always remembers. That's the promote the thing that you're talking about. Hey, grand opening. Hey, this, right? We always do the event. Even in a JV or an affiliate relationship, somebody's launch is coming up. We used to, back in the day, have something called a pre-launch. They stopped doing this because everybody was just so scattered for promos. Or this month I'm promoting your video thing, and then this week I'm promoting that video thing, and then that one. We used to have pre-launches. For a week before my launch, I would give free content talking about the thing that I'm about to release. And then when the doors open, people are literally like door busting on Black Friday to get into my offer because they've been waiting for it, right? I built anticipation on this lead in. So now you build lists, you tell them something is coming. Then when the event happens, you actually tell them it's coming. Here's another mistake that I see that happens. In the replay is the next phase. The replay. You know how many marketers I've seen go, hey, yeah, I'll promote your offer, no problem. They send one email and they're like, hey, I told my people about your product. It's like, no, you didn't. You sent one email. One email isn't enough to get somebody to pay attention. They're going to say, okay, cool. I've now been awakened to the idea, but I'm not being, continuously told about it. I'm not being reminded about it. So replay. Consistently tell people about the thing that you just did or the thing that you're trying to sell. An email sequence that has 3 emails, one of which being, hey, welcome to my product. You can go get it here. The second one being, hey, I just wanted to let you know, it's still on discount or whatever. And then the last one being like, okay, well, if you didn't get it by now, see ya. You're wasting your own time. It's not going to make you any sales because you haven't given it enough time for that user who just was on Facebook scrolling at their mom's barbecue pictures, and now all of a sudden you want them to buy your $9.97 course? It ain't going to happen in one email. It ain't going to happen in 2 emails. Spend some time replaying your message. And then the last one is the close. You have to close the offer. This is a cycle. This is what's really cool. You can actually do it kind of like this, where it goes down and then it comes back up. Right? So this is how you're going to spend all of your promos. Every single item that you promote should go in this fashion because we're going to get a bunch of leads in saying, hey, I'm about to have this great weight loss program. It's going to be 20 modules. Oh my gosh, it's going to be great. And then it's like, oh, hey, here I am behind the scenes filming the modules, and I just did the one on abs, and look how great it looks. And so I'm building all this hype and anticipation. And then, guys, tomorrow it's going live. all this time, get ready for it. And then I drop the event. Now the event happens. Hey, cool, you know, my sales letter is open. Great. The next mistake people make is like not continuously telling them. I built up all this hype. I told them once. I'm going to keep telling them, and I'm going to give them different reasons. And I use this to give them my reasons. Hey, you know, I had 20 students go through my program, and they all had a six-pack in 6 days. You should get access. Emotion. Imagine what Lucy felt like when she was able to lose 50 pounds in 45 minutes and blah, 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 all this, right? Then scarcity. This isn't going to be the same offer forever. In a few days, it's not going to be like this. That's just 3 emails right here, just on these. What if you sent 2 logical ones, 2 emotional ones, and 3, 4 scarcity ones? Well, now you're in a 10 email promo, and you don't have to be a copywriting genius to write this. You literally just take the information that you have at hand. So then we get to, obviously after the replay, the close. The close, you got to take it away. Guys, this program will not be offered with this many modules at this price for more than 100 people, for more than this date of time. Then you just change the offer afterwards, right? Give it a little bit of time to die down from that list that you already have. But what's great is this turns into an automated cycle, an automated system, because whatever you sent leading in, that becomes your warm-up email sequence when somebody opts into the funnel that we created back here, right? So when somebody actually opts into this funnel, you're running ads on Facebook, they opt into your landing page, they get a 7 to 8 day email sequence of like, hey, in 3 days we're going to be opening this offer, or we're going to be taking it away, however you want to do it. We play on emotion, logic, and scarcity in these email sequences, getting them over to our offer. And then the scarcity is where a lot of your sales are going to come from. Our evergreen funnel for Chatmatic had 2 scarcity points in it. It was a 14-day funnel. 7 days. I always like to give people 7 days. And the reason for that is because of this weird thing in my mind of like, the person opted in on a Tuesday at 7 p.m. I want them to have until next Tuesday at 7 p.m. because I don't know what Wednesday's like. I don't know what Thursday's like. I don't know what Wednesday's like. Like, you know, you look at it like one of my buddies is a firefighter, and I think he works for like 3 straight days, and then he gets like 4 days off, something like that. I don't know what everybody's life is. You might be opting in on a plane on the way to a vacation. I like 7 days because it's a nice round number. There's a really good chance that the time that you opted in is a good time and day for you to also take action again in the future. So I want to make sure I've got a full week cycle for you to be able to do it. Maybe you really like getting into stuff on Sunday, but you opted in on Tuesday. But my sequence is only 4 days long. Now what did I do? I just raised a baby chick for somebody else. It's like that's dumb. You know what I mean? So that's what I try to do, is try to make it to where I can take those points out. It's going to happen anyways, you know, but people are going to leave your funnel no matter what, but I try to eliminate that as much as I can. And so the close is nice because as a human being, we know I'll get to that. Like, especially with e-commerce, it's hard. Like, I'll get to it whenever, you know. One of the things that e-commerce likes to do is limit size. You'll notice that a lot of e-commerce stores run out of sizes, right? Well, it's because they do runs of like 50 to 100. That's strategic. Number one, it's less money from them up front, but number two, it's a really good way to be like, hey, we're out of mediums. We have 10 mediums left. Go, get your mediums. And then, you know what's the cool feeling of like, for the e-commerce store to be like, hey, we're sold out of that. And now that person who wanted to buy it is like, well, the next time, man, let me know the next time you get it. I'll be the first in line. So you're creating that. So many entrepreneurs and businesses are afraid to sell out, or afraid, you know, like sell out of an item, or to scarcity, pull it away. That's what makes people buy. It takes that freedom of the user. It takes their freedom away of like, I'll buy this whenever I get around to it. Because guess what? Everybody's life is busy. We never have time. We make time. So in order to make somebody make time, we got to be ready to pull it away from them, or else they won't take the time. So I use these 4 pillars in every single one of my promotions. Going back to the promotion where the affiliate promotion that I did, lead in. I spent 4 days. I usually start my promos 4 or 5 days before I'm about to launch something. 4 or 5 days, letting them know reasons why they should attend, right? So things that we're going to cover on the webinar or on the sales video or in the course, some key points of that. 4 days on the way in, I'm telling them about it. There's nothing to buy at this point. It's just setting the table so that when the thing happens, they're ready. Then the event. I actually do the event. Then the replay. I spend 4 to 5 days promoting that replay, and I like to end my replay moments on end caps of weeks. So Sunday. I usually end mine Sunday or Monday nights because it feels like the starting and end point of a week logically. If you think of a calendar like as a circle, I like to end my replay moments on a day where the week is also ending and or beginning, because it feels logical to me, like, oh, this person is setting up for the week ahead. They might want this, or they're ending that last week and they're trying to clear their slate of all their to-do list, and I wanted to get that thing, and my thing now becomes on that list. So I like to end my replays at that, and I do that by closing it out, telling them, this is the last day. You've got 12 hours. This is literally your last chance. That last chance email, the literally your last chance, like 20% of my sales in certain promos.
Is your replay video the full video, or do you break it up?
So that depends. It depends on how if I'm doing a webinar, let's say the webinar is over 2 hours. If I have supplemental content that I film along with it, so like one of the things that I'll do is in that promo that you're so salty about, in that promo, what I did was I gave on my replay page, I gave one of the training videos away on the page. So I don't want to break it up and have 7 videos on the page. So I had one video. I had the ability for them to speed it up if they wanted to. I added chapters to it. In like a Wistia video, you can have chapters. I added chapters to it, and then underneath I said, hey, as a preview of what you're going to get when you get access, watch this training video below. And so now they get like a full 1 hour free training video that's like, what's cool about that, again, is the free training video is the map to the gold, right? The speed and automation is the template that I'm teaching in the video. They can't use the training video without my template, right? So like, give that away. That's what I think is so funny about like Groove, Kartra, all these affiliate programs. Give every website away because they can't use it if they don't have Groove. So if you want to be an affiliate for Groove, give them every amazing funnel. Go funnel hack 10 different awesome funnels and go, I'm giving them all away when you sign up for Groove. Everybody would sign up. It's like, yeah, I want that one funnel. I'll sign up. Sure, why not? Everybody's afraid, like, but I just spent so much time and energy building these funnels. Yes, you did. And you're going to be rewarded with affiliate commissions from Groove. You don't have to be an expert, just like, hey, I just funnel hacked them. I just copied their pages and built their email sequences. The more value you build into that lead magnet, the better your list is going to appreciate you and look at you as an expert.
I have a question. So like when you're doing your event itself,
yes.
And I know that you do like the typical like the 3 or 4 day webinar.
I do it, yeah, like a 3 or 4 day live training and then webinars.
Considered the event as part
Yeah,
of the event?
yeah. The main event, so to speak, right? So the main event could be, like, think of a main event like a fight card, right? Fight card has undercards, but there's a main event at the end. My main event is always my call to action, but there's things that lead up to it. So when I do like a 4-day training, which is funny, my 4-day trainings are my most productive from a sales perspective. I break my 4-day trainings into the exact sequence that I told you on my thank you page. So my first day is the big opportunity. I spend 1 day talking about opportunity. The next day is the how. I show you exactly what I'm doing. The next day is proof. I show you case studies that I've done it or that my users have done it. And the 4th day is a big call to action. Here's why you should join, subscribe, book a call. My very first 4-day funnel ever did like $850,000. So like the 4-day funnels are amazing. Because that's how better can you build trust than to spend 3 days giving people something? And actually, I charged $7,000 for an event that teaches this, so this is worth noting. I did an event, my very first Wealthery Live event was actually called WTF Live, which was Wealthery Trust Funnel. And it was because those 4-day funnels is the easiest way to build trust with somebody who doesn't know you. You go, hey, opt in, I'm going to give you 4 days of information. Day 1 happens, it's an hour of training. After that, they can't get the link to day 2 yet. So what happens? Pressure starts to cook. You get people emailing you going, hey, can I please get the link to day 2? That's so cool. When have you ever had somebody that you're marketing to asking you for the rest of your marketing material? Usually doesn't happen. It's because you're actually cooking in value. That value is your education process to make them want your product. I can't sell tickets to my event about email marketing if I don't first make you believe that email marketing is good, right? I can spend 4 days making you believe email marketing is good and then sell a ticket and people are like, oh yeah, I'm in. And I trust this guy because I just spent 4 days learning from him. This is awesome. So that's my 4 pillars. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to break now. We'll break for probably about 45 minutes. We'll come back and we'll talk about the 5 in the 3, 4, 5 system, which is our 5 sale objections, other things you can obviously use in your email sequences. Continue on. So hopefully you guys at home are getting good value. Feel free to ask questions as you're watching the video. If you have specific questions, we'll try to have a little question answer session at the end. We'll be back for one more section after this, one longer section, and then we'll be breaking around 3:30. So that's it for this time. We'll be back. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, looks like we got a TV fix. If you don't, we just had to shrink the TV. That's all. Just had to shrink it. So when we were gone, I just squeezed it a little bit, and here it is. So I had some really good questions when we were on the break, and that's one downside that the live streamers don't get the advantage of, is obviously being able to engage in person. And I don't really want to withhold that necessarily. I want to share some of the questions that I had before we get back into this real quick that I think are really good questions. And for those of you guys on the live stream that don't like my opening and closing of the marker, apparently this click is not very good in this microphone. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to stop. I'm not going to be able to stop. It's a thing that I do. You try standing in front of 40 people and not do something, you know? What do I do with my hands the whole time if I'm not doing that? So I'll try not to do that. But so one of the questions that I just had was kind of referencing back to what I talked about earlier, when it's like, you know, everybody's got these little different circumstances, and you came in through a different product, or you have access to a different product that's giving you access to this and that. One of the traps that I see out there a lot in the marketing space is I'll do everything for you business model, business in a box products. And it's, we'll write the emails for you. You don't have to do anything. You just upload your name, you type it into the account, we'll do this, you pay for a couple of clicks, and then you'll be getting some opt-ins, and then they'll be promoting my product. That is a trap. That is quicksand disguised as a rocket ship, because it sounds like it's amazing. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna do all this stuff for me? But you are then in a circle of promoting their offer. Your entire ecosystem is built around their offer. It's their voice in the emails. And guess who makes the money on the back end when somebody buys that product and they're referring them to Kartra and they're referring them to this product and that product? They make that money. And they are making millions of dollars doing it. Trust me, I know the people who are hosting these offers. They're good dudes, but they've built offers that are MLMs at best, because there's no out from them. Literally, the fact that somebody even had to ask me, what could I do? Like, essentially, how can I make this my own? Makes me feel like it's an MLM, because I want all of you guys thinking, Travis just gave me the keys to my own thing. Not, he's got me in a trap that, like, if I don't do exactly what he did, I won't be able to figure it out. I don't want you using my emails. I write my emails by myself as my voice. None of you have my voice. So you might as well write your own emails. You might as well choose to promote the things that you want to choose to promote. I might promote, good examples, like there's a AI writing tool that I have in the workbook for you guys called Jasper. I might promote Jasper. You might use one of the other competitors out there. Okay, cool. We can still shake hands. I would disagree with you that maybe mine's better. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'm not that passionate about it. But I think your emails promoting your thing are always going to be better. So choose what to promote. Now, I do believe the one benefit to offers like that is the idea of what I talked about before. If something is good for me, then it could be good for other people. So I talk about in the traffic section tomorrow, I'll discuss this more. When you go into groups, let's say you're in my mastermind, every single week I share some dynamite golden nuggets. I'm talking about every week is like the best week, right? Every single week I think I try to put it all out there. Every week I write my notes out ahead of time before I go live on my calls. I'm going to be creating a funnel that allows me to give those notes away the day after my webinar or the day after my live call, but it's just the notes. People will opt into that. That's a lead magnet. They'll be like, hey, I want to get those notes, right? So you opt in to get the notes on the thank you page. I'm like, hey, these are just my notes. If you want the real thing, come check out the real mastermind. Look at all these people are saying about it. It's a good mastermind. I'm not being salesy and pitchy, but then after that, what I can do is I can open that up to my mastermind members and say, hey, do you want to promote this? Because you're in the mastermind. You're on the calls every week going, this is absolutely golden. I've learned so much. I love this. You're now doing a 30-hour challenge. You're researching other stuff in this ecosystem. You go into a Facebook group and you share a piece of content that I taught you. Somebody's going to be like, wow, that's awesome. And you can say, yeah, I learned it from my coach in my mastermind. You should check it out. There's nothing pitchy about that. It's you sharing real legitimate value. That's what that referral type platform should be. If you're an affiliate for somebody, a true sort of affiliate, it should feel like that. Like I'm bringing people in because I find value in this thing and I want it. The craziest question that I used to get, especially with Chatmatic and all my other offers, hey, do you have an affiliate program? My reply back every time, are you a member? No? Then why do you want to promote my thing? You want to tell people that my thing is good, but you don't think it's good enough for you to use it? Or like, hey, do you have a cheaper option for me, but I want to sell the expensive option to other people? If it's worth it to other people, shouldn't it be worth it to you? I've always found that kind of strange. So there's definitely a bit of a North Star for me, but again, built on that idea of trust, that like, if I'm going to promote it, I better know about it. And like, even when I promoted the Andrew Fox's product, I didn't use it myself at that time, but I went through it. They took me through. I saw that it could build stuff. I saw it was legit. I looked at their trainings, and I knew him well enough to know that there's something good behind it. So it wasn't like, never will there be a promotion for me that's just frivolously thrown up and like, okay, here it is. And I think that kind of rings true to like, when you guys leave, again, that's what the point of this event is I want you to feel like you're in control of your own thing, not then you should never have to ask somebody else, hey, I got this thing from Travis, but I don't know how to get out of doing it just for Travis. I got to do it for somebody else. It's like, I would like the promoting of the mastermind to be a secondary thing that you guys do. If you choose to go into the internet marketing space, obviously then telling people about the mastermind that you're in is smart. That's how most masterminds grow. There's a mastermind called the $100 Million Mastermind, which is $100,000 to join. They grow almost all of their membership by other members saying, yo, you should join. Because guess who hangs out with people who have $100,000 to spare? Other people who have $100,000 to spare. So it's pretty easy to grow masterminds through just word of mouth when it's, I got really good value from this mastermind. I think everybody in the world should join. And it's like, I've never been able to pronounce this. Proselytizing? I've never been able to say it. And so it's like that. And when it's like, when you feel something that is good for you, you want to tell people about it. And you tell people, and you make it your job almost to like tell people about it. And what I think is interesting is with something like our mastermind, which comes out to about $29.97 a year, with our mastermind, if you get 30% commission, you're at basically $1,000. 10 sales is $10,000 a year you could make by telling other people about something that you find very valuable. And it's that then makes it a really cool kind of system where not only are you in it, getting the value in it, but then you can promote it, and now it's like above board. But it's not, and I've never figured out the right way to describe this, but it's not a product where you come in and you learn how to promote my product. I've always just felt like that's weird. It's like going to a coach who teaches coaches how to coach coaches on coaching coaches. And it's like, I don't want to get into an endless cycle of something that's like, where's there actually value here versus what you're doing to me right now? Is that all there is? Like, it's kind of weird. But I know we left off before our break talking about our 3, 4, 5 system. So we already talked about, and I got slides. This is a game changer. The 5 sale objectives. Yeah, so I'm gonna definitely cover it. Go back to lead magnets. We'll talk about them from within the actual workbook. I've got some. It'll actually be kind of a cool thing to leave you guys with as we go through the rest of the day, and you guys go through the rest of your afternoon here. As you notice, the lead magnet is in the very front of the book, and we're no longer in the front stages of today's event. So I may have skipped page 2, but we'll come back to that.
Like you said right at the beginning that you were going to do.
Yes, I'm going to skip around. The cadence of this will, because I do think that it's almost like you're building a house when you do something like this. We're building a house, and right now there's a period of it that's got to be some foundation, and then there's some walls, and then like lead magnets are like the kitchen, right? It's the part that everybody wants to pay attention to, but it doesn't happen for a long time. So in speaking on it, you can talk about lead magnets pretty much right away because most of you guys here are educated enough to kind of know what that is, but we'll get more detail on that. I more so wanted to kind of build these foundations so that now when we get into lead magnets, you're like, okay, so I can use logic, emotion, and scarcity, and I'll do a lead in, and I'll have the main event, and then the replay and the close. Cool, I've got my sequence of what I'm going to do in my head. And I know what 5 sale objections I'm going to talk about in my emails. how am I going to get my list? Like, I know what the funnel looks like. What am I actually going to build? Like, that's like almost that last phase. So we'll talk about that. And hopefully it pulls all of that together for day one, which I wanted to leave day one with your foundation for then what we do on day two, which is now drive traffic. So in your mind after day one, and if it doesn't happen this way, we have, those of us who are here live, we have an hour after this where we're going to go upstairs to the bar area and just kind of hang out for about an hour. So if you don't feel crystal clear, ask me the question that's making things not crystal clear, because I want everybody to be able to leave. Same thing with the live stream. We're going to try to end today's call or today's session later with some questions from the live stream. So if you have questions, ask them. Cody will write some of the good ones down, and then we'll come back. But if somebody's asking, like, why is Travis clicking the marker? We're not going to answer those, but we'll pick like 2 or 3 good ones. Okay, I will get back to lead magnets here in just a minute. Let's talk about the 5 sale objections. So in this cycle, the 3, 4, 5 system, what I use this for is when you're creating your offer, you have your landing page, you have your thank you page, you have the main offer, and then you've got this cycle of emails that's going to go out after somebody opts in, right? So we want to know what to say in those emails. Not everybody's a copywriter. Not everybody has a proven, like, I know exactly what I'm going to say. There's really 5 reasons somebody's going to say no to buying from you. And also in the workbook, which we had a really great discussion about a minute ago, was the 4 stages of problem solving, also in this little workbook here. If you're not talking to people based on their stage of the problem solving matrix that I call, it's not going to resonate with them. You're not going to pull new people into the fold. So the example that I give for the, we'll talk about the 4 phases of problem solving first, and then I'll come back to this 5 sale objections, because I think it kind of goes along with this, but it's like an overarching premise to this idea. This is more granular, like enter email when you're making a sequence. You might use this system to help you write those individual emails. But the thought process that goes into them is based on this problem-solving matrix. So there's 4. Everything that we offer in our business is going to be solving some problem. Okay? At its most simple, we're solving some problem. It doesn't matter to me what problem you're trying to solve. You're a videographer and you're trying to teach somebody how to use a Canon versus a Sony. It can be small problems, but we're solving a problem, right? That's kind of what you're trying to sell, is the solution to this problem. So it's hard to sell something to somebody if they don't know they have that problem. This was one of the biggest things that made me the most money in my entire career, is I naturally have this way of speaking that I always want to go to the beginning. You guys will notice, like, I'll start talking about something and then I want to back up a lot. That's because I know that I've got to cover it from this 30,000-foot view before I can then dig in. So the 4 phases of problem solving, the first one is absent. So I like to give this example because I think it makes a lot of sense. I have a vitamin D supplement company that we're working on, and it is, in my opinion, the best vitamin D that you're going to be able to get. It is emulsified in sesame oil, so it actually gets into your bloodstream, so it actually helps the immune system versus just the bone density, right? So it's a good vitamin D product, and it's in a dropper, so it helps all those people who can't take pills. And it tastes like almond milk, so it's kind of cool, right? Well, if I did that, some people would say, hey, here's my money, I'll buy it, right? Now, that's a portion of my list. That's the 3% of that 5643. I just tell them about it, they buy it. What about the 40? The 40 goes, well, I'm kind of interested. I saw that they bought it. What's happening now? I've got to market to the absent-mindedness of their problem. They don't know they need vitamin D, right? They're absent to the idea that they even need it. So what do? My marketing now talks to the fact that they need vitamin D. How do I do that? Well, I talked about it before, right? We go with logic, emotion, and scarcity, okay? So emotion, I tell a story about somebody who, me, for instance, which when we start this company, is I had low vitamin D, and it was actually kind of leading to this, like, I also have multiple kinds of Lyme disease, which is interesting, but the combination of the two was kind of making it to where it was hard for me to get over the Lyme disease symptoms because my vitamin D was so low. And my doctor was like, you actually have like a disease, a vitamin D disease. You're so low that it's going to cause you to have like this, and it's like this, and it's going to be, your immune system cannot fight disease if you're low on vitamin D or viruses. So I was like, oh my gosh. If I tell that story, who in here hears that and thinks I should probably take some vitamin D, right? So that's an emotional story. That's an email, right? Everybody wants to complicate. What do I said? What do I do? Send that email. What got you into this space? What was the aha moment that you were at Wealthery Live in Tampa sitting there and you go, oh my gosh, I felt that in my soul? That's an email. Now, we go to logic, right? So logic, 96% of America is low on vitamin D. Stats, I give you stats. There is a study out of Taiwan that said that the people who had low vitamin D levels were at a 6 times increased higher likelihood of having a negative outcome from COVID. You don't want a negative outcome from COVID, do you? Take vitamin D, right? So I just used one email emotion, one email logic, right? So just hand raise. Does that make sense to everybody? Does that make it like kind of clear how these emails come together? You don't have to worry about what words to use where. Tell the story for an emotional effect. Give the stats for the logic, and then scarcity. Hey, we're having a really special deal. We've got a first run of 100 vitamin D samples. We're not going to have any more for a little while because we've got to do a whole new run, and we're testing it out and blah, blah. So because you're coming in early, we're going to give you a discount. What do you think Kickstarter makes all their money? And Indiegogo. All of them make money because, hey, you can get in. We don't even have the product yet. You can pay almost full price for the product, but you'll pay like $100 less. And people buy it, and they make millions of dollars doing it. And you don't even have to have a product at that point. It's literally just because the scarcity play is being pulled away that people end up buying. So that then becomes an email that you can use.
Is it too much then to go logic, emotion, scarcity in one email? Is that overload?
The question is, see, I got it. Is it too much to go logic, emotion, scarcity in one email? Definitely not. The only point that I have, the only structure that I like to have in this is you just want to cover all three at some point in your marketing. If you can do all three, like sometimes a story has stats in it. I heard this story about everybody having low vitamin D, and then I went to my doctor and got my blood tested. And so you can do that. And then, by the way, right now we're at 100 vials. That could be one long email. I'd be totally fine with that. I think it would probably perform really, really well, actually. So, yes.
Just on that point, from like running a bunch of campaigns, one thing we found was if you have one thing and it's clear, then people respond to it. If you have more than one thing, it gets confusing and then you get low click rates.
Yeah, so to summarize what he's saying is basically, I always tell people a confused mind won't buy. The more confusing something is, the less likely somebody is to buy. So the more stuff you have, the more, confusing you make the process, the more difficult it's going to be to get a sale. I like, if you're going to include multiple elements of the reasons that people buy, just make sure there's a reason for it. Don't feel like you have to add it in, but you definitely can. Another little sneak tip for all of you guys, because you're now all going to be in email marketing, is at least once a week, add a PS to your email and make that PS be either asking them to respond to you, or in that PS, you can have it be a forever PS, something that you send every single time that has an affiliate link to some product that you use all the time. Some staple training that everybody should go through.
I use 3 different PS.
Yep. See, and I don't like those because they get too divided. Now you have a main thing you're promoting, a 1, a 2, and a 3. I get it, they feed into each other, but...
I don't promote anything. It's all about them.
Okay, yeah.
The first one is always in that basic thing, hey, you should check this out because the PS is, man, you are awesome. Thanks for being here. And the third one, it's always back at them.
Yep.
Actually
okay, yeah. So he was saying he uses the PS to thank them, to come back to them, yeah, to give.
Thank you for being here,
Yep.
but I use those as that instead of just marketing. A lot of people just use it for marketing. I just switch it to, hey, it's about you.
And then, yeah, I mean, it's also cool if you could change that up and get people to expect it. I think that's cool. I do talk a little bit about sending emails, some things you can do to stand out. We'll come back to that. But the next phase of the problem-solving matrix that we're going to go over here is avoidance. This is when somebody knows they have a problem. So now I've told you that 96% of the world is low on vitamin D. You know you're low on vitamin D, and your thought process then goes to, and this is how we solve problems as human beings, how important is this? My life is pretty good right now. I don't feel too many symptoms right now. I can live with it like this. I'm going to put off trying to solve this problem because I don't really need the solution right now, right? So what we've got to do is we've got to now impress upon people my solution is darn near instant. It'll be at your house in 7 days. Look how easy it is, right? We're trying to create that value. It'll be very quick. It'll be very easy, and it guarantees that you get this off your hands. And there are still going to be people, even after you say that, who still actively avoid finding solutions to their problems because it's not a big enough problem for them. So I do like to market to explain how bad that problem is. So I'll do a lot of like future pacing of like, hey, look, if you're low on vitamin D, the last thing you want is to one day wake up and X, catch COVID and then you have a bad outcome, whatever. Sounds like you're scaring them. You kind of are, but you're being honest. At least you're being honest. I'm not doing it with the intention of scaring people. I'm kind of. But like scaring them for a good reason, right? It's almost like with kids, I've learned that like some things with my daughter, for instance, like I need her to be a little afraid of random dudes. Like hey, he could be a bad guy. Like, he's not. He's a nice man, but he could have been a bad guy. Because one day, I'll never forget, we were in the back at our pool, and my daughter figured out how to open the door. She was probably 3, went out our front door, and the neighbor 5 houses down brought her back to our house, rang the doorbell. And we were like, oh my gosh. And we were like, if this guy was like a bad person, we would never see her again. And it was like, we needed her to be afraid to go out front, like to not go in the street, not go walking on your own. So there's sometimes a good reason to scare people, and this would be one of them, I think. Then the next stage is acceptance. Acceptance is, I know I have a problem. I know I'm going to get a solution. I just don't want to have to worry about it right now. Again, not a big enough problem. Again, I can talk to them from a marketing perspective. I can talk to you through that phase. Like, hey, again, this problem is going to get worse, right? So, and then the last one is active. If you can use marketing to move people through this matrix, and that's what I think is cool. Going back to why I said email is so important. How do you move somebody who doesn't know they have a low vitamin D issue? How am I going to move them if all I'm using is ads? I get one chance. I can't, right? So many of these people definitely will buy at some point if I have enough opportunity to present my message to them, right? But it won't happen if I'm only using ads. Yes, you can use retargeting, but your chances of retargeting and capturing their attention again when they're looking at grandma's barbecue photos, like, it's pretty low. Yes, it's good. You can still make money from it, but is it as high as getting them to opt into your list and sending them consistent emails that remind them of these things? It's not nearly as good. So when you can get somebody into the active phase, they're going to actively seek a solution to the problem. Those are the people that when I said, hey, it's great and it tastes like almond milk, they're going to be like, yeah, give it to me. I knew I was low on vitamin D. I've been looking for a solution. Here's what's crazy, and this is a good analogy for it. In this room, I don't know any of your awareness of your vitamin D levels, right? 5 of you, 7 of you, 10 of you might know you're low on vitamin D. So if I had a vitamin D product and I said, hey, it's $45, 10 people might swoop up and buy it. I can't know that. So my marketing has to be based off of, my assumption is none of you know you have a problem. Because if you do know you have a problem, you'll buy right now anyways. But if you don't know you'll have a problem, I might not get another opportunity to market to you if I'm marketing to you assuming that you know. We were talking about this before. Like, talking to your audience as if they know their problem already is a problem for you as a marketer, because now you're hitting them with all the best material you've got. But they're like, this isn't even speaking my language. Yes, I opted in because I thought this was a cool page, or I was like, whatever, but I don't have this problem. And then all of a sudden, I have that. Oh, wow. She just told me this story that tells me these stats, and I connected, and now I know I have a problem. Now I can go through the rest of the marketing phase, and guess who I'm going to turn to when it's time for me to actually make a purchase? The person who enlightened me to the fact that I had a problem in a nice way, right? So the 4 problem-solving, that matrix is kind of the overarching theme I like to use in my marketing, right? So you can make ads that way. You can, how would I make an ad to somebody who doesn't know they have a low vitamin D problem? Talk about the stuff that lets you know you have one. How would I make an ad to somebody who now knows they have a low vitamin D because they've seen my video? What's my next video going to be? Hey, look, man, if you keep letting it go this bad, it's going to get worse and you're going to get sick and blah, blah, blah. How would I make an ad to somebody who's actively looking? Hey, 25% off right now, hit the link below, right? It's easier to get them to go through phases. Now, if I made the, hey, 25% off, link below, the person who doesn't know they have a problem, not clicking. Why aren't my ads working? Because you're talking in the wrong tone to the wrong people. You're only talking to the very, very small minority of people who might buy right now. That's what marketing is moving people through these phases, and we can do it systematically, the way that I like to look at it. Okay, so to end the 3, 4, 5 system, which is really the overarching kind of compass for my email, is the 5 sale objections. This is the 5 reasons somebody will say no to your offer. This is pretty cool because you can use this in your marketing. When I read my emails back to myself, I say, okay, which one of the potential sale objections is this going to eliminate? And that's a really good way to kind of read your email. So first would be no money. People can't buy your stuff if they don't have any money. Can you overcome it? Yes. Can you offer payment plans? Can you offer discount codes? Can you offer try now, pay laters, right? There's other things that you can do in your marketing to overcome somebody who might have a no money objection. No hurry. So no hurry. We're going to overcome that with what, right? Scarcity. When we add the scarcity, they're going to have hurry on it. No need. How do we add need? Well, we add need through the problem-solving matrix. I don't need vitamin D until you tell me I'm low. Now I need it. So our marketing now gets to tell them that they're low on vitamin D, that they need it, that it's good for you. Here's all the stats. Even if you're not low on vitamin D, you should be supplementing it because we don't get enough of it in our normal diet. And everybody's like, oh, I get enough sunshine. By the way, when you put that sunscreen on, the UV light, that's how you make vitamin D. Sunscreen is UV repellent, so it doesn't give you UV rays. So you're putting sunscreen on at the beach all day, you get 0 vitamin D. Also, you have to be in the sun for like 8 hours to get the same amount of vitamin D as you would get from 1 drop. So it's like, unless you're naked in the sun all the time, which I'm looking at you guys, I don't think so. I don't think so. Just as pale as I am, okay? So the next one would be after no need, obviously we can create need by educating people. The next would be no desire. We got to make people kind of want this product, right? And that's where you get into, I think desire is when you get into like product details, way more than like product facts. So like product details to create desire, like it tastes like almond milk. It's a dropper, not a pill. So if you're adverse to pills, you can just take this little dropper. That's more of a, I know I need vitamin D, I want that one. So desire is more like features and benefits of the product. You can create that through email. And again, I give you all these and you're looking at them, you're going, okay, hold on, 3, 4, 5, 4, 4, 5. Where do I use when? I use it as kind of like a guide if I have a question as to what I want to say. So it's like, okay, in this case, I want to talk to somebody who's going to say they don't have any money. I'm going to put that in my call to action, and then maybe I'm going to write an emotional email for this one. And that's all I would have to do in that case. Like, I don't have to use all of these elements in every single one, but at least I want to go through my whole sequence or my whole promo and go, okay, hey, you know what? I didn't send a single email or a single communication to somebody about getting a discounted price or to getting a payment plan. So there's people who are on my list who would buy it, they just don't have the money. So I'm not going to get those people. Okay, no hurry. I added no scarcity. So people said no because there was no reason to buy it now. No need. I did not educate people to needing my actual product. And then the last one is trust. This is a weird one because it's hard to, like, you can't put an amount on it, right? What I like to do is I go off of like a feel. Like, does it feel like I gave more than I'm asking? And then I feel like then I can get some trust. And again, I have like a more of a North Star anyway. So it's like, I know I'm not going to be promoting shady stuff. I'm not going to be doing the wrong thing. So it's like, if they listened and paid attention, some of them will trust me. It's hard in the marketing world to realize that not everybody's going to pay attention to you. So most people aren't going to trust you just because they're not watching all your stuff. There's a million things going on. But do the best that you can to get some trust. But the last thing you want to do is all of your emails are all like short. You need to go get this, go get that, go get this, go get this. Because then it's like, yeah, I wouldn't trust me either. Like, you kind of read them from your reader's perspective and be like, okay, I think I could do that. Yes?
So how does that feel if you, for like my course example, if I sold the course at this price and then I'm like, well, I'm going to offer a payment plan or a discount code.
Yeah.
If I do a discount code and people already came in at X price, I feel bad.
So so the question was, what if you have already sold your course, people have already paid full price for it, now you want to be able to offer a discount code to overcome the money objection. So here's what I would do. Couple things. I think that's more of an internal concern than it is as visual as you think it's going to be, because the people who've already bought usually aren't paying attention to the promos for the things they've already bought. So like I buy a pair of pants, if they go on sale next month, like missed it. You know, it's not that big of a deal. I do think there's a bit of overkill on that when you're always discounting and then pulling it back and then discounting and then pulling back. I think that what I would do is, on a discount code level, is either make it a little bit more private. Like, look, if you want payment options, book a call with me, and then we'll talk payment options. That way, I'm never publicly saying, like, get it now at this super cheap discounted rate, discount price. Just like, hey, I realize there's some people, and like, this is what I actually, it's really interesting. Like, this actually kind of fed my marketing for a little while. Like, one of the big pieces was I had a friend of mine who applied to Harvard, got into Harvard, or was waitlisted to Harvard, and the guy came down to interview him. This is when I was in high school. Harvard guy comes down to interview him, and the kid goes, look, there's no way I can afford $70,000 a year. And the guy goes, if you're good enough to get into Harvard, we'll figure out how to make sure you get in. And he was like, so that kind of concept resonated with me, because I'm like, that's the same thing with my products, right? Like, look, if you're really right for my product, come talk to me. I'll figure out how to get you in. If it's got to be, it's a $10,000 product, but now you're paying $1,000 a month for 11 months, maybe that's it. So my payment option usually doesn't go down in price. It goes up a little, like almost like you're paying interest, but it elongates the payment option. So it's like, really what I look at is, if you get the end result you're wanting from my product in month 1, you've still got 8 more months to pay it off. The result from my product should make you more, in my industry, should make you more than what that's going to end up costing you. So yeah, it costs you a little bit more, but you know, you're going to get that guaranteed outcome. You still get the course. So I do discount codes for certain periods of time. Hey, if you haven't got my course, it's my birthday, we're going to discount 25% off. Nobody really gets that upset at that point. You're doing new enrollment. You know, it's kind of it's just a good way to get lost leader in. It's actually, a discount code is a form of lead magnet that we use, so it's a good way to get new people in. I think most people are pretty comfortable with that. It's just one of the things that I would do is, if anybody's paying full price, I would try to figure out, can I add a bonus to them that when somebody buys at a discount, they just don't get this extra 2-hour podcast that I shot with so-and-so. Did you have a question?
Yeah, just on the bit you were talking about desire, you're talking about the benefits and like the product features. I'm just wondering, like, I've heard sometimes, like, instead of selling the products or the sizzle, the whole thing of like, what's the benefit to you having that versus this is what this does? Do you get what
yeah, so I think he's like juxtaposing desire with the whole idea of like selling the steak, not the sizzle. If I say to create desire, you're talking feature and benefit, but yet you're supposed to sell the steak, not the sizzle, not the steak. I think different things appeal to different people, and that's why I like to look at like no desire. If all of my other marketing hasn't given them desire by selling the sizzle, because most of what I do is the sizzle, I'm gonna still tell them it's a steak. Like, at some point I want to have that in my marketing so that I've caught everybody, because I know there are people that respond. Like, I was talking about this during the break. One of my best emails of all time was in this autoresponder sequence where day 6-ish, I literally outlined every bullet of every item that was in my offer, and it made more money than every other email except for my final close email. And I think it was because I just outlined it all. I gave them all of the benefits, all of the features. I said, look at all the stuff that you're getting. It was laid out in print in front of them, easy to see, and I think that resonated with a lot of people. So I feel like that's the big thing. I didn't talk about this in the group, but I've long believed in this concept of marketing love languages, which is like, some people buy through email, some buy through ads, some buy through text, some buy through handshakes. Some people need to talk to you. If you can do all of them, you'll get more sales. But if you want to reduce your time, you realize, okay, I'm only going to make X thousands by eliminating talking to people. But if I talk to people, I'll make more, right? So you can add income streams wherever you want. And I think it's the same thing with like even internal to your email. Some people are going to respond to emotional. Some people are going to be logical. I don't use it as like a matter of fact thing. I just like, okay, am I well-rounded in my approach to my marketing so that I am appealing to everybody versus just one specific type of like individual? And I don't mean applying to everybody. Like, not everybody in the world is going to want my product, but like, am I making sure to cover everybody who wants this kind of email, that kind of email, text, talking on the phone? Like, am I making sure that I'm capturing all of that, because it adds up quick. Like, you're selling high ticket and you can sell 10 more high ticket items by getting on the phone. That's $10,000 more that you just made by getting on the phone. And you don't have to be a great salesperson to do it. You just have to help talk people through what they're doing. Okay, so now, okay, yes, perfect. This actually worked out pretty well. I think this is the cadence of how we should do it. Now we'll talk a little bit about lead magnets, because I did have, I want to see if this slide says what I think it says. Yes. Perfect. All right. So we start everything that we're doing with this goal of, at least the way that I've always done it, is a lot of you are thinking, like, what's my starting point? Where am I going to start? Where am I going to create value? That's that 30-hour challenge, and then you have to put something together that's going to entice people into our world. There's a million ads out there right now that can offer you a bunch of different things. What's going to make yours stand out? I gave on my last mastermind call about 15 different ideas, business ideas, that you could take with no experience and in 30 hours have lead magnets and have a legitimate business where I believe after about a month of promoting that, you would have high-ticket clients. And the idea is this. Spend 30 hours going and analyzing all the best YouTube ads you see. Go spend 30 hours digging through the Facebook ads for Russell Brunson, ClickFunnels, Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, all these guys. Dig through them. Find the similarities. What size is their video? How long is their video? What's their headline? Does their headline match their landing page? Screenshot their landing page. Spend 30 hours doing this. And you'll come up with similarities between one and the next. And all the good guys are doing these kind of ads. This is interesting. And the videos start like this and they end like this. That's a lead magnet. That's a lead magnet. And now guess what? Everybody who opts in is going to think you're a YouTube genius, because you just analyzed all these funnels. You spent 30 hours analyzing stuff that I don't have time 30 hours to do. But I want to hear what you got out of it, and I want to see if maybe you can help me with mine. And it's really easy to create high value that way, right? Because you're saving me time. So you have to have a lead magnet, though. And I don't want you to overcomplicate creating one. I do recommend in this book and then everywhere that I talked about it, Jasper.ai, phenomenal artificial intelligence software. Starts at like $49 a month. Literally, you go into a box. It looks like a Word document. And you say, I want to write a lead magnet that describes the 5 things every Shopify store needs to get more conversions. Highlight it, enter, and it writes the whole thing, like as if you are writing it, as if a professional writer is writing it. Then you're like, I don't like that. Highlight it, right-click, rewrite that. Boom, rewrites it. In 15 minutes, you could have a lead magnet that you're reading going, damn, that's good. Like, I had no idea that this app, and then so I did this with a company called Mudwater, and it's like a coffee replacement drink. I literally said, like, I want to write a lead magnet that describes the top 5 coffee replacements, right? Because I was going to make a squeeze page that said these are the best top 5 coffee replacements. And it literally just like bam, 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 like cordyceps and mushrooms and blah, blah. And I said, no, I want number 1 to be Mudwater. So I changed number 1 to Mudwater. And then I put my cursor at the end of Mudwater and I hit write. And it, like, as if it knows what Mudwater is, wrote, it has this many milligrams of this and it's blah, 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 and it's made with these ingredients and blah, 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 like, because it's read 10% of the internet, this AI tool. And it's reading more of the internet every day, and it happens to have probably already read and crawled their website. So it has all this data. And it also has a ton of data from all these other sources that might be talking about Mudwater. And so it brings in like a real synopsis. So you don't even have to know anything about anything. The best way to polish rocks, I don't know. Oh, you're good at that? Oh. Yeah, I know, they're adding images. DALL-E, so it's all based off of an API. DALL-E is the image-based one. So now what it's going to do is, as you're writing it, you can highlight something and say create an image, and it'll render an image in real time that you own now. It's like artificial intelligence images. Like legit images. You can say like photorealistic picture of a pig riding a skateboard with a pickle in its mouth in a minute.
It's pretty legit. Like, I went through and did my 16 points, like with the header. Like, I've been in the field for 10 years, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah. He used it to do, and it impressed him as well.
There's no way he's gonna find it. It's like, yeah, valid.
Yeah. It's going to be, yeah. Yeah, and it's also like a lot of people are using it for stuff like that, like writing books. You can sell headlines. It does Facebook copy headlines. It does Amazon descriptions. I mean, they have little like recipes for everything, and then they actually have a recipe builder. So let's say I wanted to build a like a sales page. I can create a recipe that you could follow, that you just outline the name of the product and then the key benefits and all this, and then you like highlight it and hit go, and it'll just like brow, and it starts writing. You get charged by the word, but I have $97 a month. I have 10,000 words. I couldn't use that much in what I do. But imagine like now you have an email sequence and you're like, I want to write an emotional email about how this thing triggers this, blah, blah, blah. Bam, email done. All right, I guess I got the rest of the day to go drink Mai Tais on the beach. Whatever it is that you're going to do. Rewrite executive summaries for businesses. Those are good. I like it as like, if you're going to do a side hustle, you can go on like, Fiverr, you can go on Upwork, all these places, and offer that as a service. And there's a lot of people making a lot of money. It's also phenomenal SEO-wise. It'll analyze your SEO. It taps into surfer.ai, which will tell you how optimized you are for a keyword. You can literally rank for keywords in like a day without writing an article. It just writes it for you. It's insane. In about a month, I think it's going to be doing this event for me. So I'm pretty sure we're like really close. Yeah. Hey, Jasper, I need you to host a 2-day event for me. Click. So in all of these, you can pretty much do them, and we've done some of them. We even did a quiz in Jasper. It's a really cool platform. But I listed 14. There's probably more. These are just the 14 that we use. Ebook, for instance, that's something similar to what you see here. I will tell you exact price to get this and to get these printed if you guys want to know, because here's something cool. Lead magnets online are cool. What about getting this in the mail? Really cool, right? Just pay shipping. You know how much shipping is? $10. That's about what I paid for this entire book, so I can get it shipped to somebody essentially for free, right? And now they're opened the mail, and for the first time in a month, they got something that wasn't a bill. They're like, oh my God, this is great, dude. This is amazing. They got a personal note in there that's like, hey, I hope you enjoy it, signed by, Milla. You're gonna love it. And they're like, wow. And then their next email, that hits home, like totally different. So physical lead magnets are awesome as well. Hey, and then imagine the video, right? You're like in front of the camera. All of you guys that are here, sorry, live streamers, but you physically aren't here. But you can stand in front of a camera and you can be like, you see this book? Inside of this book literally was a golden summary of what I did across 2 days at this live event. I paid thousands to get myself down to Tampa and at the event, and all the stuff is in here. I also took notes. Now, what I did was I'm going to give you my notes, and I'm going to physically ship you a copy of this. I got Travis to give me a few extra. I've got 10. I've got 20. I've got 100. I'm going to ship you a physical copy of this. All you got to do is enter your name and email, and then we'll get your address. You just pay shipping, $10. Somebody ends up paying shipping. Now they're a customer, and now you could help consult with them on the email stuff that's in here. You could sell them access to the course as an affiliate. You could have your own email marketing course. So ebooks are great. Physical versions are a little bit better, but digital versions are just fine. To get this design, how many of you guys think this is pretty cool, right? Like if you actually look at all the pictures, they all make sense. I didn't do that. Like an actual lead magnet? I didn't do that. Somebody did that. And then like the avatars, there's like the problem-solving matrix is like this giant dude looking for problems, and then you've got, there's one, the avatar one is super cool. It's like 5 people, but not all of them are outlined because they're not all my ideal customer. I didn't do this. I got a 48-hour turnaround time, which was you pay more for, off of Fiverr. This would have cost me, I want to say $200 to have design, 24 pages, full design. He did everything. We literally gave him a Word doc with like lines of stuff. We're like turning it into something beautiful. And he did. It was going to be $220. I ended up paying him $600 because he did it really fast. So you pay him more, you tip him and all that kind of good stuff. But he made a beautiful book. So I'd all in for $600. I just made this little thing. I don't know a single person in the internet marketing space who wouldn't be intrigued if they saw it, right? They'd opt in for it. So now I've got myself a lead magnet, ebook. Free consult. That's one that I don't suggest on the front end, but if you're doing something more high-end, UX, UI, definitely could opt in for a free consult because consultations sometimes do come with a price. One of our best funnels that we ever ran was for a plastic surgeon. We offered a free consultation. We did it all through Messenger. He got a lot of really good, high-quality leads. First chapter of a book. This is a really cool one that I saw. If you're trying to sell a book, give the first chapter away. Get them hooked. It's like giving away an ebook. If it was a really cool book, I could give you the first 3 pages. You're going to want the next 21, right? So first chapter of a book. A guide and a workbook, kind of similar. Guide is, guide is sort of more like you're going to start at A, you're going to end at Z. A workbook is you do work your way through it. It's almost a little bit more like a map versus an actual workbook. This is the tasks that you take in a workbook. Again, you can just take your process for doing whatever it is that you want to do, outline it, and turn it into a workbook. $200, all in, designed, as long as you don't have to have it done in 24 hours. All in, designed, logo all over it, looks beautiful. And that's freaking awesome. You don't even have to be a designer for it. The world that we're in is amazing. Every excuse that you walked in here with is in a trash can somewhere now because there's no reason to not have an amazing lead magnet, to have a killer offer, to find good offers, which is also in this book. We talk a little bit about it if you're starting as an affiliate, how to find good offers. So even taking the first chapter of a cool book, like, oh, this is too good for me to give away the first chapter, the first 2. Get them hooked on whatever it is. Make it good value. Then a group. So a lot of people are using this now, like, hey, join my free Facebook group as a lead magnet. That's cool. Not super enticing to everybody, but to some people it might be good. And if you share good value in the group, that could be a little bit more of an enticing lead magnet. Hey, every single week in my group, I go live showing the 5 best ads that I found on the internet that week. People would probably opt in for that group. A giveaway. Giveaway is going to get you a lower quality lead, but it's going to get you a lot more of them. I did this on Instagram. I gave away a MacBook Pro, or a MacBook Pro small one. And I spent nothing on ads. I don't think I spent anything on ads, and we ended up doing about $68,000 in sales. After we gave everything away, we then captured their email in the giveaway. We then emailed them, here's this high ticket program that we have coming out. Some people bought. We ended up making money. 10 people bought out of 380 people who enrolled. So that was cool. Giveaways are great. You can give away things that are complementary to your business. In fact, we were talking earlier about Andrea. Andrea did a giveaway with us. And I was like, no, don't give away your product. I don't like when people say, I sell a course. I'm going to give away one or 5 memberships to my course. It lowers the value of your course by giving it away. I said, okay, what are those people that want your course? What else would they also like? So with Andrea, she was doing this like business type of course. So she gave away a neon sign that you might want in your office, fully customized for you in your office, neon sign. Everybody wants the neon sign right now. So it was an easy one. It cost her $150. If you do sell a physical product, I would definitely give away, something on your store. But remember, if you're giving away a $300 set of headphones, it only costs you $50. So, it's costing you $50. Give away 3 or 4 of them. Like, we've had some people we've run into some problems before with clients that one of them tried to give away a $25 sushi gift card. Ain't nobody opting in for that, bro. Sorry. And especially like it's a specific sushi place. Like, what if I legitimately love sushi, but just not that place? Like, I'm not opting in. And we tried to tell them, like, hey, not a very good opt-in lead magnet. Like, $25, I'm not getting out of bed for $25 of bad sushi. Like, definitely not opting in. Like, what are you doing? What about $25 in ice cream? I was like, you're missing the point. It's the $25. Like, let's give something, like give away. Take that instead, because this was actually a company that worked with local businesses and it helped advertise local businesses in Tampa. It was called What to Do in Tampa, or We Do Tampa or something. And I was like, how about this? Go to the massage place, the best massage place you have, and give away 2 one-hour massages. That value could be $500. To the masseuse, it's $20. So now they're giving you essentially $20 worth of time, but it looks like $500. The perceived value is really high. You're going to get a lot more people to opt in for a free massage than you are for a $25 sushi gift card.
I have a local group in my market that we have 11,000 people in the group, and we do a lot of giveaways there, and it works.
Giveaways, yeah.
Oh yeah, for all the businesses. It's really impressive in the local market to be able to do that too.
Yeah, I think local is probably more powerful to do giveaways because it has that tangible feel to it. where like, oh, you're giving me something and I can hold you accountable if it doesn't go well, kind of a situation. Like it's not like in the thin air kind of like fake thing. Discount codes. We talked about this earlier. Hey, 25% off. That's a lead magnet. Hey, for this time only, we're giving away 25%. Now, here's what's great. You don't have to use all of these, but you can use as many of them as you want. And you can use them ongoing. Maybe 25% off is the third weekend of the month every month, and your ebook runs all the time, right? So you can integrate these, and you'll get new people in every time. A quiz. A quiz is really cool, very misunderstood. I took the quiz course masterclass from Ryan Levesque, who's like the master of quizzes. The dude's really smart, he gets it, but I think he may overcomplicate his process a little bit. But at the same point, a lot of people have done really well with it. I think quizzes are phenomenal and way overlooked, because in a world where we're trying to figure out exactly what each one of you wants, quizzes can tell you that. And so at the end of a quiz, you can give somebody exactly what they need, not the thing that you have to offer, right? Which is cool. And even if it's all the same product at the end of a quiz, you can tell them it's for them. Like, oh, you're this kind of, introvert person, entrepreneur. You need the Wealthery Mastermind. And then it's like, oh, you're an extrovert. You love public speaking. You need the Wealthery Mastermind. Like, it could be the same product, but it's at least they think it's for them, right? Because it is for both of them. They just need to be told it's for them.
So there's a really cool story I remember. And what they did was they basically asked in their survey all of the things that they needed to know about what qualified the person as a customer. So be like, what's your current business status? How much revenue? What are your goals? That sort of thing. And then they would put those bits of information back into the email marketing tools fields, and then personalize each email back saying, you said your goal was to hit this income.
Oh, totally.
Are you ready to book a coaching call to discuss how to reach that income?
Yeah, using quiz questions, quiz answers as ways to further, personalize and also promote your product in the future. I mean, it's one of the things that we do when we do booked calls, right? We'll ask a lot of different questions on a booked call form to get to know, like, what are your income goals? Where are you at now? What have you done in the past? So that we can get on the call and say, look, you said your goal was this. You've been doing this. You're right here. This is good for you. You can't do that if you don't have that information ahead of time, so it's always important. I mean, look, you can have one that's running for years, man. Like, if people are still opting in, I would just base it off the data that you're getting from people that are coming in. If your lead cost is all of a sudden going up and you've tried changing ads, you've tried, messing with your landing page a little bit to update it, if you're in a big enough niche, I would create one solid one, let it get some traction, and just run it till the wheels fall off. Like, I don't worry about creating too many new ones. It's easy. I mean, look, the way that I kind of look at it is a new lead magnet is anywhere between 10 to 30 hours worth of like effort from you, right? Like research, effort. Doesn't have to be that much. You might already have that much information in your head. You're just putting it into a lead magnet. But let's call it 10 to 30 hours. Once you've got your first lead magnet out and now that's producing and you're generating leads and maybe you're making some sales. I mean, I hate to put it this way, but in the digital marketing space, you don't have a whole lot else going on. Like, do another one. Hey, now that I'm seeing people respond to my emails and this product sold really well, I'm going to make a lead magnet about that thing because I understand this in a different way. I mean, that's literally how I started my career. Was I saw what information was out there. I saw that I could put it in a different light, and I did. And then I did it again, and then I did it again, and then I did it again. I sold 6 or 7 different offers over the course of my first 8 years that were all email marketing, just in a little different format. And so those offers were all launches, and one would be, this is a landing page builder in WordPress. Oh, this is a landing page builder that you download to your desktop. It's a new thing that we had developed. And then it was, oh, this email system, or this, how to format your actual offer, but you're using email to promote it, like solo ad marketing. Like there's so many different takes you can have on one small little industry that I wouldn't worry about producing a bunch of them, but anytime one seems like a good idea, or with a quiz, for instance, like if you ever ask yourself a question about your leads, like, man, why aren't they buying? What do they want? Ask them. Give them a quiz. Hey, there's 2,000 people on my list and nobody's buying this stuff. Make a quiz. where are you at in your business? What are you looking to achieve? What is your experience? What are your goals? How many, do you have kids? Whatever it might be, ask the questions that actually matter. And then at the end, you at least have data. So now they've kind of told you what they want. Even if you're not using that to personalize the marketing, more of a survey, you now know what you can create. It's like, imagine like, I think it's actually kind of a cool idea. Like video editing is like a very big topic when it comes to Facebook ads. Everybody's sharing video editing tips. Well, what's the difference between this video editor and that video editor? This guy puts a spin on his offer and he goes, hey, how to edit videos faster. Not better, just faster. It's like, okay, cool. So he's got that lead magnet. What's to stop him a month later from being like, how to edit your videos faster and get more views? That's now a new product because now you're talking about getting views. So it's cool because you get spin-off like from all the things. Like once you head in one direction, I feel like a lot of people end up like kind of doing this for a while and like they don't get the momentum to like get through. But once you actually get through that little like budding point of like, I've got the wheels moving, I felt like what happened for me was like the world opened up to me and I saw everything as an opportunity to be able to make money and like a quick transition into being able to do it. Like I could make money doing that. I could definitely make money doing that. Oh, I could, do this and here's my lead magnet would be like this and I'd have this offer and I'd find a promotion that I could do and then this is why it makes sense. And like all the stuff that I was buying, I was looking at with that same mentality of like, what got me interested in this offer? What was their lead magnet? What kind of ads do they have? Just to kind of internally compute what's working. Because if I'm buying it, it's working. But yeah, I wouldn't spend too much time overthinking how many to create, what to create. I would literally do 30 hours, take 2 notes every hour at least that are something that resonates with you. And then when you go back through those notes, go, what of this can I format into one thing? An ebook, maybe I'll do a consultation. I analyzed, like this is what I think is interesting. I analyzed 30 hours of the best. I spent 30 hours analyzing the best YouTube videos on the planet. Book a free consult with me and I'll tell you what's wrong with yours. Right? Now it's a consult lead magnet versus I spent 30 hours analyzing the best YouTube ads on the planet. I found they all had these 5 commonalities. Opt in now to get it. That's an ebook. I spent 30 hours analyzing the best YouTube videos on the planet and I put together a workbook to guide you through creating your own YouTube ad script. That's a workbook, right? So it's like the same information can be laid out differently. It just depends on what the end goal that you're trying to get to is. But you can also create like 10 with one 30-hour challenge, which I think is cool.
So then I feel like if we're making lead magnets for maybe where people might be in their stage, it's like having all these lists now. Like I have this list for the people that are like absent and then people that are
sure.
Right? So then maybe I had, I don't know, a few hundred people here, a few hundred people here. At some point, are we bringing this into one big, like...
Most of the time I do a lot of my promos to one big list if I've not sold them yet. So the question was, you've got absent people, you've got avoidance people, you've got acceptance people, people who haven't bought, they're on sort of different lists, right? Because you have a different lead magnet. I still treat them all kind of the same, whereas like my emails that I'm broadcasting, so like remember, when they opt in, right, so let's say somebody actually opts into they're opting into my list, they're going to go through a dedicated funnel for that lead magnet, right? So you've got your landing page, your bridge, and then your offer. And so they're like, whatever system you use. So I use Kartra because it gives you a ton of stats. You can build your offers, you can build your pages, everything inside of it, which I think was pretty cool. And not for nothing, at our busiest, we had like 20 to 50 support tickets coming in a day because we had the software. Kartra also had a support desk, which was saving me like $1,600 a month from Intercom. So I was like, well, I can spend less money and do my emailing here, so that was cool. But so you have one list, like this is number 1, and then you would have 2, 3, that kind of thing. When you actually, so you can create the different lead magnets. One's like an awareness lead magnet, but what I've always said is like, you don't know, the person who knows they need help with this thing is still gonna opt in for that one. So in my marketing, I just wanna make sure that I always cover all of those avoidance, acceptance information, but not that I necessarily segment based on them. But so like, there's also, so this one right here, right? They opt in. they have this 7-day follow-up series, right? So they get this 7-day follow-up series. After that, they're all tossed into the bigger pool of subscribers, right? And it doesn't matter what lead magnet I'm using, eventually they all get tossed into my bigger pool. And now I'm making no assumptions. My assumption is everybody needs to hear all of the primary messages that I'm getting out. So it's like almost like they kind of start over. They've been through their trend. Now, what I used to do, and this actually worked out really well, this is probably taking a step in the more advanced for some people, but just bear with me here. What I was doing, and Kartra allows you to do this, and I'll write this in black so that hopefully the people on the live stream can see it. I would start by, again, with my WTF funnel, my Wealthery Trust funnel. So I ran ads. Let's say this one actually was a carousel. One of my best ones was a carousel. And it was a carousel of like a picture of day one, and it said, on day one, I'm going to cover this. And then on day two, it was like, day two, I'm going to cover this. Day three, I'm going to cover this. So they would swipe through the carousel and be like, oh, this is really cool. I'm going to opt in. So they would opt in. This was like, I don't know what you call it. This is like this is literally like a quicksand funnel, because like once they get in, they never get out. It's like, it was like I actually made a post on my personal Facebook page when I made the funnel, and I was like, if you ever opt into my list, you're never getting out, so don't even bother. And it was all going to be automated, which I thought was really cool. So then I have day 1, day 2, 3, and 4, right? Okay, so and what's cool about a 4-day funnel that's a little bit different than the one that we just talked about was the user opts in here and wants the next email. They want the next email. They want the next email. That's a huge change versus our normal affiliate funnel, because right away they might not have any desire to get the second email, the third email, the fourth, because it starts to get into some promo. That's why I like to build trust, give some value, you know, kind of use our system. But so they would go through this. My email follow-up would basically walk them through all of this stage. So my email would send them to each one of these days. I then had a binge page. So I had a page where you could watch all these at once. Nice long page with 4 videos on it, right? So that was my binge page. You could still get access to my thing, okay? 7 days this went on. Then this was like my main lead magnet, right? I'd bring them into here. Then, after 7 days, if they haven't bought, so let's say this is my end result here. If they haven't bought, then what I do is I would kick them down into a second funnel. Because guess what? Marketing love languages, maybe the person doesn't like 4-day trainings. Maybe they want all my information in a 2-hour webinar because they don't want to waste time watching training over and over and over again, and they don't have 4 days. So I boot them into special live presentation of new information, which was a webinar, and it wasn't live. It was live once. I did do it once, so it was live once. It's just not live anymore. Into a webinar that then pushes them through the live event. Then it was a replay, right? And again, we're trying to push people to buy the product. That was also 7 days. And then we backed them into a booked call funnel after that. So it was essentially trying to eliminate the reason somebody would say no through these multiple different versions of the funnel. I don't think you have to get that advanced, not yet. When you have your own product, you can to increase sales, because this allows you to systematically create basically 21 emails, right? You're doing it 3 weeks, 21 emails, where somebody comes in, they get tons of value from you, and then they get an offer. And then they get value in a different format, and then they get an offer. And then we would start mixing in like random YouTube videos that we did that were just training related, but that also had like a little bit of a hook to like, well, you got to use Chatmatic to get this, so go take the training. And then it was like, oh, cool, they would just give me 3 more days of free training. This is awesome. You have thousands of people who are going to freebie seek, but then in this case, you now have more formats to get them the information. So I would rather format in buckets like this, where it's like this funnel, bring everybody into this funnel, whether I think they're absent, avoidance, whatever, bring them into this. And then if they don't buy, this next funnel does the next step, this next funnel does the next step. And then at the end of all of that, I would kick them out to the main pool of my audience where like I'm just sending broadcasts. So after like 14 to 21 days, they're going to go into a mainstream pool where like, hey, at this point, I don't consider them a buyer yet. So like they're just not ready. I'll cycle back around. And what's really cool is in Kartra, I can kick this sequence off with a tag. So what I would do is once a quarter, this is like a really cool cheat to like run big promos without having to do anything. You can send an email to your entire list. Everybody who opens, tag, Q2. Everybody who doesn't open, tag Q2. So now everybody on your list just got a new tag, whether they opened or not, and that tag triggers off, hey, in 2 days we're going to go live on this event. And then it goes through the entire sequence all over again as if it's live. And it's amazing. But every time you run this exact same promo with the exact same emails, you will get new sales from the same exact list. Because open rates are 16, 20%. So out of 1,000 people, 200 are going to open your email, right? And we assume everybody saw it, 800 didn't. The next time you run that cycle, you might get another 15% opens, all 15 new people. You can get into a lot of nuance when it comes to email of like, hey, I sent this email on day 1, resend the same email to everybody who didn't open with a different subject line. Like, you can get crazy. I don't do that. I think it takes too much time. What I would do after my funnel is kicking ass, then I'll go back in and add little nuance like that.
Are the 1, 2, 3, 4, is one referring to absent, 2 is avoidance, 3 is something?
Kind of. So his question was 1, 2, 3, 4, is this absent, avoidance, acceptance, and active? Kind of. It's sort of that outline. What I like to do is I use my main offer framework on these 4 days. So this is the big opportunity. So it's like, hey, all day 1, I'm going to show you how you can increase the value of every single subscriber by making 5 changes to your UX, your UI experience, right? And then I spend all of day 1 explaining the fact that they're losing money, that UX is so important, that UI is easy to do, right? Then, hey, on day 2, I'm going to show you what we do. Here's the 5 things that we do. Now, to be truthful, this is where it gets cool. You can kind of lead towards a sales pitch. Now, to be truthful, there's usually more than 5 things. But we find these 5 things to be common, right? Because now we're opening the door for them to be like, I might have more than 5 things. Can you come in and fix my things? And then on day 3, we say, here's some proof. Here's some softwares, what they looked like before. Here's what they looked like after. Here's how their user value went up. Day 4, do you want me to help you increase your user value? I'm sure you do. You know I can do it. I proved it to you. Book a call. I'll consult with you. And then you sell them. Internet marketing is easy, right?
Yeah.
I mean.
But you do have the big pool of everybody, and your buyers are in there, and then you have your buyer pool as well.
Yeah, I have a automatically separated buyer list because in Kartra you can go like has purchased product, so I use it that way. But another thing that comes from the whole launch game is a lot of launchers separate their buyer pool from their non-buyer pool. So when they'll promote for you, like, hey, promote for me. I promote with my buyers. They promote for me without their buyers. So when nobody shows up to a webinar, I had this happen recently with a guy who did a webinar. He just finished top 10 in Dean Graziosi's Mastermind affiliate promo, which is a high-ticket promo. He did like 100,000 in sales. He brought 50 people to my webinar after I promoted for him. And he's like, oh, my bad, dude. I had email issues. Of course you did, dude. Everybody always says when they don't deliver, I had email issues. I so badly wanted to just call him out. When he made a post on Facebook, like, I just finished 5th. I wanted to be like, man, what happened when you promoted for me and sent 56 people on a webinar? You got like 100 sales to some $2,000 product that's not even yours, and yet he did it because that's Dean Graziosi and Tony Robbins. He would have brought the same heat for me if I was somebody. That's why I hate that like scratch my back, scratch yours thing. It's like, no, dude, figure out Facebook ads and stop relying on other people to promote your stuff because they won't always do it. There's going to be some new shiny object. You might not be cool next month. Like I left a lot of money on the table because I'm not that dude who like walks up to the other guys who's like, dude, I loved your launch last month, man. Kind of kiss his ass to everybody. I've never been that guy. I've always been the guy who's just kind of a little bit more realistic and like, hey man, good job, thanks. Like, we're both doing our thing. Like, you don't need me to congratulate you. I don't need to, you don't need to congratulate me. Like, and if you don't make certain people feel like the big dog, they don't like you because everybody else thinks I'm the big dog. It's like, dude, we're all just puppies. Like, all of us are just little puppies. Like Elon Musk's out there got $180 billion. Like, tone it down a little bit. Like, you just bought a bottle in the club. Like, we're all right. Like, it's not that big of a deal. So yeah, I would separate via that method. Yes. Length of the emails. I can speak to it, and I'm going to give you an answer. It's probably going to be a little bit frustrating, which is there is no. I don't ever want to tell people one way or the other. And I'll give you an example. If I'm going live on an email, if I'm going live on a webinar, my email is, hey, we're going live right now. Click the link, right? Or if I sent one email that was 6,000 words and not even a single promotion link in it because I was trying to build value, you've got to ask yourself when you're sending the email, what's my intention here? I think a lot of people send emails and they don't bridge that gap. Like, I'm just trying to promote this thing. I got to promote this thing. So what happens is they go to the JV page. They copy the email from the JV page. They put it in the email thing. Okay, I'll change the F name. So it's this F name. And then they hit send. And they're like, okay, cool. Go about my day. Good. You're lazy. You don't deserve money. Write your own email. Well, Travis, I don't know what the product is. So don't promote it. Like, it's really simple in my mind that, like, if you don't know the product you're promoting and you can't vouch for it, don't promote it because your name's on the email. At the end of the day, you don't want the feeling of somebody emailing you back and being like, yo, I bought that product. It sucks. They scammed me out of my money. They won't refund me. They never gave me access to anything. I trusted you. That would feel like crap. I've had it happen to me before, but I knew the product was good and it was a misunderstanding versus like I just got caught with my pants down. I didn't know. Like, oh, sorry. So yeah, length of email depends on what you're trying to get out of it. And I would definitely vary my length of emails. So like sometimes send a long email because some people like reading long emails. That's like what's helped me in my career too is the assumption that there's always somebody different on my list, that like everybody in this room is completely different than the other person in this room. And you might ask somebody a question and be like, are you serious? You like reading 2,000 word emails? Oh my gosh, I love it. I hate reading sales pages, but I like reading emails. And it's like, oh, I love reading sales pages and I hate reading emails. Wow, we can coexist in the same world together and we might be on the same guy's list. And so as a marketer, we just understand like these people exist on our list. Everybody is different. And it's so funny because as a marketer, I look at my list and you don't see faces, you see names, but you see no variance. In a room like this, it's very easy to see there's lots of variance. Some of you like wearing colors. Some of you don't like wearing colors. Like some people are tall, some people are short, some people like to sit in the front, some people like to sit in the back, right? If you bring that to your marketing that like I can't only speak to me, I got to try to speak to the people that are on my list in the way that they would receive it, it opens up a lot of different ideas that you might be able to use in your email. Like, oh, I kind of pigeonholed myself into only writing 100-word emails. I'm going to try one that's a little bit longer and see. Does that get more engagement? Do the people then respond? The more responses you get to your bulk emails, the better they're going to deliver. So if you do have an email that elicits some response from somebody, you're going to end up hitting more inboxes in the future. So that's a good thing. But you're not going to get a response if all he says is, we're going live, click here, right? So length kind of varies. I do use JV tools or like affiliate tools emails as a way of getting some research about what they want us to talk about. And I can rewrite it for myself based on my experiences. But so then I'll rattle through some of these. Resource library. These are really great. So like giving somebody, hey, I've been in the YouTube ad space for this long, and I use these 10 softwares to optimize my YouTube ads. Here's the 10 softwares. It's like a resource library of here's these 10 cool things. Guess what? All 10 things are affiliate links. So it's like you can make money off that, right? Then a checklist. Checklist looks a lot like the checklist I'm actually reading from, but it would be a checklist of like items that you can tick off a list. When you're building your list, these are the 10 things you have to do before launching your ads, right? That could be the same thing, just reworded as the ebook of like, I built the best landing page on the planet. Here's a 5-page guide for that. So they're just different lead magnets. See which one sticks. Mm-hmm. So again, I think it's still very similar. I mean, physical product sales is still kind of coming to that, the problem-solving matrix. Like, okay, if you've got crystals that have a certain, purpose to them, you've got to get somebody to understand why they need those crystals. So an email that talks to that. I do think that there's a little bit of variance in that, like you can do discount codes, you can do giveaways. Like those are more primary objectives for lead magnets, where you're like, this month we're giving away a $500 gift basket, crystals, shirts, the whole thing. And that brings a lot of people to get in. And then, hey, tag a friend to get into our giveaway kind of stuff. So it opens up a little bit more. I don't think you're going to do as many like PDFs, Yeah, I mean, like less words, more product. Yeah, so I think that that's probably fine. We did some email marketing for some e-commerce stores in the past, and yeah, I mean, it's then showcasing what your products are. Once they understand, so I'll get into this here in a second, the 5 things that you need to do once you get somebody into your email list, and I think it'll clear up your question, and if it doesn't, we can continue it. But the first thing you do when somebody opts into your email list is you indoctrinate them. So once you've gone through the indoctrination process of like who we are, what we believe, why we're doing what we're doing, they're handmade, and we do all this stuff, that now they know what they're buying into, then you can what we call activate them, which is the next phase. So you would activate those people by getting them to buy, and that's in like short as you need them to be emails. Obviously digital products are a little different because they're a little bit more wordy. It's the only thing you're actually getting is words and value or video. But yeah, I think with physical products, you're definitely you don't even have to spend as much time in the physical or in the writing out long emails. I would still have the products in the initial emails as well because that's what they opted in for. Just educate them. One of the best experiences I had was I bought this like retro golf hat for a golf weekend I have coming up, and I got a text immediately afterwards from the company that said, hey, so-and-so from the company, I just want to let you know a little bit about us. Hit the link below. I hit the link below, and I went to an article that was written about how they started the company. And it's like now whenever they send me a text, I got the intro text, I know who they are, and I know more about them, and it's like I want to buy into your mission, like not just buy your stuff, I buy into why you're doing it.
One of the things I want to add real quick to that is when we were selling a lot of physical products for a fitness publishing company, the opt-in is when we would capture leads, we would give them a free gift, a PDF. So if somebody wants to get on your list, you're giving them a free gift because they're opting in for something of value. At the end of that free PDF, we would present the offer, 5, 10, 15-page PDF at the bottom. Hey, limited time only, just because you read this, get a discounted crystal sent to you, and now they know the benefits. They spent 15 pages reading about your product or your business, your brand, and then you're pitching to them, and if they don't want to buy it, they're still on the email list, and then you go back into the funnel. So there's many different ways to sell a physical product without having them go through that funnel.
Also, if I can add to that, like with the physical products, there's also the storytelling. So say with crystals, for example, like these crystals help you with like negative energy or your health challenge or whatever. And then like once you start, like you can always just, we've got these new crystals. Did you know there's also this other benefit? And like over time, you can just tell stories of this person, this customer, case studies, and like you can slowly build up like all these people that have this benefit of this product and different stories. So one time it's a woman, one time it's a man, one time it's a child, like whatever that is. And then over time, you'll find, even if you just ask like emails, oh, how was your experience with crystal? Like, what did you find? Like, what was your experience with the product? And then as you get those stories back, you can include those in more comms as well. So that there's always more things to add to the story.
The lead gen can become also basically the quote. Well, they're opting in for some reason, and they're not just going to sign up for no reason. They want some value. That's why they're consuming the email. If you say, hey, sign up now to get this free PDF of how to use your crystals properly, or 5 mistakes of how to store your crystals.
Yeah, I feel like the information, the recipe on how to use your product is one of the best ways to sell your product. And that was actually like an old school, I talk about it all the time, Jell-O. The company Jell-O got their start because these guys created Jell-O. And they were like, well, how do we sell this like weird gelatinous, flavorless? And at the time it was clear, like Jell-O in a bowl, right? And they were like, I don't know. This was way back in the early 1900s or late 1800s, I believe. And what they did was, back in those days, you grocery shopped at like local convenience store type grocery stores. It wasn't like big box Publix or whatever. So they found out where all of their locations were. Within 3-mile range, they sent recipe books for things desserts you could make with Jell-O. Gave people a reason to need Jell-O. Jell-O was sold out in all the stores within 6 months. So if you can find the people that might be of good value for you, so that's what I'm talking about with groups, we'll talk about tomorrow in that. Find your ideal customer and give them the reason, give them the recipe, the guide, the map that gets them to your product. And I think that also goes to this problem-solving matrix, right? Like nobody needed Jell-O until they had a recipe of desserts they could make with Jell-O and no Jell-O. So it's like, oh, now I know I can make this, I just don't have it, so I need to buy it. So I feel like with that you can get into a lot. And then also, once you get somebody in as a lead, I know I kind of just got hit with this a little bit with, I'm big into cold plunge right now. I don't know if you guys have been doing that, ice baths. Pretty awesome experience. So I bought one, and it was a couple of emails, not too regularly, not like it was every day, right? So with our stuff, we do almost every day digital products, but he was every other day, and it was, one would be the health benefits of cold plunge. The next is, how many minutes should you do a cold plunge, right? All the questions that you may have when you get one, answer them ahead of time. Now you need one. And it's always funny, like, again, the map to the gold, right? The thing I was showing before. The map, the speed and automation, and then the hands-on. I would say in physical space, your product is the speed and automation, right? It's the result being mailed to me. The map to that goal, the thing that makes you need that goal, that's all you deliver all the time. So the same with Chatmatic. My product was my software. All I delivered was, here's how to use it. Use it for real estate. Use it for cryotherapy. Here's a real fun, template. You can have it, and it's for this niche. Now people are like, well, I have this template, but I don't have Chatmatic. Now I got to buy Chatmatic. So it's like almost counterintuitive. Give them everything they would ever need to benefit from your product, and the last thing they need, your product. And so they keep using it. So I'll finish this up. We also have on here workbooks, case studies, webinars, free trials, and recipes. Essentially all of these are good. What's really funny about recipes too is you can give somebody imagine a recipe with no step-by-step outline of when to incorporate the ingredients. So you have a recipe list of all the ingredients, right? But no step-by-step guidance. That's what makes a recipe worthwhile, right? So it's the same thing with what we're doing here. The step-by-step tutorial training recipe of building your first landing page that gets over 50% opt-in. Now, if we turn that into a lead magnet headline, who? Entrepreneurs. What? Grab this free 5-step outline that shows you the exact recipe to creating higher converting landing pages that generate you sales without the complicated process of writing any code or having to, fumble your way around copywriting. I'd opt in for that, right? Like, it seems easy, it's 5 steps, it's simple, and now you can deliver that. And what's cool about a lot of this, like I didn't put it in here necessarily, kind of case studies, but a lot of these can be built in video. So if it's easier for you to just produce content on a video, when they opt in, redirect them to that bridge page. The bridge page has the video of you giving them the thing they just opted in for. Trent and I actually did one of these, so it was a cool experiment to kind of talk about. We were sitting at lunch, and we were talking about creating lead magnets, and I'll go on rants, right? So like, I really feel this stuff in my soul. Like, the best is when you try to tell your wife about this stuff. Like, my wife's just like, at the end, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And she's like, yeah, totally. And I'm like, you didn't listen to anything I just said. Like, you don't care, but you want me to listen to your stuff? It's not fair. It's like, no, you could see how they spend 30 hours doing this. And I'm like, you're out. You're tuned out already. Trent has to listen to me, so I can rant. But we were talking because the one thing that a lot of people come to me with is, well, Travis, I don't have your experience. It's easy for you. You can just rattle the stuff off because you have 14 years experience. And so I went down this little rabbit hole. I'm like, look, Trent, you don't have the experience. You've not built my kind of business. But guess what? What do you have? Well, you worked for that kind of company for the last 5 years. You got to see the inner workings of it. You got to see what the clients and customers were struggling with. What about the 5 most common mistakes I saw from working for a $10 million a year company as the right-hand man to the CEO? And I'll give you all the 5 biggest mistakes so that you can avoid them. Mistake number 1. Not building an email list. Well, now I'm kind of feeding them up to getting into the mastermind. Number 2, using multiple softwares when one could do. Well, now I can affiliate link them to Kartra. And there was like 3 or 4 other ones. Trying to do it yourself. You have it on here? Oh, you airdropped it to me. Trying to do it yourself. We actually had this designed. I want to say it costs around 50 to like maybe $100 to have it fully done. Here we go. We created the 5 killer mistakes. Look at this. 5 killer, look at that little.
That looks like Severance.
Yeah, it kind of does, yeah. 5 killer mistakes to avoid when starting your online business, right? All right, already it's easy enough to understand. I want to avoid these mistakes. Now we're talking about emotion, right? The emotion of pulling me away from pain, of pain avoidance. That's all this speaks to is pain avoidance. Don't go through the struggle of failing your online business. So let me begin by telling you how I got here. So this is an example of how he actually put this together. At first, the first time he did it, he didn't have this. I said, you should add this in. Why? Because we're indoctrinating people to get them to know who you are. We want them to know you so that when they read it at the end, they go, this Trent guy, he's on to something. Not just like, hey, thanks for the stuff, rando. Like you want it to be who you are. It's got to be like, right? He's like from nowhere in Illinois. Oh, I kind of grew up in nowhere, in nowhere, Iowa, or I grew up in nowhere, New York. All this stuff makes you relatable. And the one thing I did learn from my first sales job was something called PLU. And he said, when you're selling people, you got to make them understand that they're people just like us, people like us. And he's like, they like to buy from people that are like, we like to buy from people that are like us. So he said, you got to try to make yourself seem like you're like them. And I'm like, I'm a 21-year-old college student selling to a 55-year-old real estate agent. I ain't got nothing in common with these guys. Like I'm walking in a button-up shirt and he's like just looking at me like, who is this punk? It's like, it was hard to find common ground. But the first step in your PDF is to get a little bit about yourself into the book, right? Like let them know where this came from. And it's nothing more, don't complicate it. It's nothing more than like your little bit of your story of like why you're writing this book. I spent 5 years working for a guy who ran a $10 million plus software company. I was managing support for a long time, and I also helped him do X, Y, and Z. I saw the 5 most common mistakes that people were making. I want to help you avoid them. Sound good? Cool. Here's a little bit about me. Yeah, I'd like to avoid those. Number 1, not building a list. We're also making this lead magnet with the end result in mind. He wants to sell the mastermind, right? So if we're trying to sell the mastermind, what do we need people to know in the avoidance, in the absent phase? We need them to know that email is the crucial step to building their business. So the number 1 mistake is not building a list. Now they're going to leave this document thinking the number 1 mistake I can't make is I got to build my list, right? Oh, we might have an offer for you at the end of this. It's a good thing, but it just kind of plays for us, right? So then we talk about a couple of stats. And again, this didn't even take 30 hours of research. I know it didn't. It did not even writing it out. We're talking 10 hours maybe? Yeah. Not even? Okay, yeah. We talked about the main ideas while we were sitting at lunch. We outlined the actual 5 things that we know are real problems. And then did you use Jasper for some of this?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of wrote it in Jasper and maybe some
yeah.
Others, but it's not like
that actually helped me a lot. It was really weird. This like almost psychological effect happened. I started writing what was going to be a lead magnet. It turned into a 75-page book, and I started writing it in Jasper. A mental effect happened by when I started writing in Jasper. I started feeling like if I ever needed to go for help, I had it, but I never used it. So like I just kept writing and writing and writing, and it like opened up a door every time where I'm like, oh, if I ever get stuck, but I never got stuck. Versus on a blank page on like a normal Word document, it's like I'm stuck immediately. Like I don't even know where to start. Well, I'll just start with doing this, So number 1 was not building a list, and then we talk about how to build a list. Number 2, unwillingness to invest. So again, if you have no email list, I got an offer for you, but you're going to have to be willing to invest. And that actually is a problem. There's a lot of people that would come to us and be like, well, I know I have this problem. I don't want to substitute my money to cure myself of this problem. And that's obviously a problem, but it's a problem that does benefit us as the builder of this process, right? Because if we can put in their mind, you're going to have to invest in your business and you need a list, I'm 2 steps closer to getting them to invest in a program that helps them build their list. Then we go. Well, yeah, and you can talk about that too, right? So then number 3, biggest mistake that will kill your digital business, using multiple platforms when one can do it all. The way that we teach email marketing is to use Kartra. So the good news is at the end of this lead magnet, we can say, like, look, these are the 5 mistakes. Here's how to overcome all of them in one program. It's a one-stop shop, right? So we teach you how to use Kartra, which is basically your landing page builder, your product creator, your email marketing platform, all of that.
You can do your courses in there?
I do all my courses. It does my help desk. It does quizzes. It does your calendar. It's what ClickFunnels was trying to be for a while. I think ClickFunnels 2.0 might be something similar to that, but yeah, Kartra does all of it. And the reason that I stuck with them is because I'm a big nerd on email deliverability. They have the best deliverability for a mass tool that I've seen. Better than Infusionsoft, better than HubSpot. HubSpot's like $1,800 a month for like less than my level that I would need. I'm at the cap level in Kartra and I pay $1,000 a month.
So how do you get the awards from ClickFunnels? Do you have like a first page and then speed it to Kartra?
I got the awards from ClickFunnels before I switched to Kartra. So my last like $8.5 million of business was in Kartra, so I get nothing from them. I was like, guys, give me a little thing. Like, can you make something that's like, it can be small, just I want it for my desk. Like a golden marker that I can just set up. Like, come on, he's giving me a plaque over here. Like, I want to go over there. But I have done it where I like would run a webinar through ClickFunnels because I like ClickFunnels page builder better than Kartra's by little details. I think it's a little bit more like attractive to the eye naturally. So I could use a webinar, and then what you do is, and this is why a lot of people can fake their 2 comma clubs, because you can say, hey, I made $1 million. They go, okay, cool. What funnel? Well, there's no money in that funnel. Oh, no, it was, I processed it separately. Okay, can you send me a screenshot? That's all I got to do? Send you a screenshot? You hit up your buddy, hey, do you have a screenshot of $1 million in your thing? Oh, you do? Great. And then you can, yeah, literally you can fake your way to a 2 comma club, which is why a lot of people have like 7 and 8. It's like, bro, get 10 million before you get 7 individual millions. Like, just focus on the one. Because that's what happens. You build a list like mine, and I could make $7 million on a bunch of different products because I would have partner with Travis, and I would have this offer, and then I would have that offer, and Chatmatic, and now this one, and this. And I could get my people to follow me through all of them and make $1 million on all of them if that was the route you wanted to go. But I'd rather go deep in that one thing. My business flourished dramatically when I took one item and focused on it with all my energy, and Chatmatic was that for me for a long time. And then in the transition between that and what we're doing now with Wealthery, I realized like I have much more passion for Wealthery. So I kind of got stuck with Chatmatic, so to speak. I loved it. I still love it. But what I'm really passionate about is more of this, like the actual marketing that grew Chatmatic, I enjoy way more than the nuance of like, let's build another real estate funnel with a chatbot. Like I want to do some fun ones, but like almost all the same stuff comes through. Then the fourth one was trying to do it alone. Notice, guys, there's no images in this. There's nothing fancy. Like it's just written out text. So yeah, the fourth one was trying to do it alone. Guess what's great about the Wealthery Mastermind? You don't have to do it alone, right? So all the things that are problems, we're also going to solve in our marketing. And that's a huge thing, like problem avoidance. It's all built into our lead magnet. And guess what? This is good value. Like, hey, these are 5 things that you really shouldn't avoid. I'm not telling you doing it alone is bad, even though it's good, right? I'm not lying to anybody. It's going to be way more productive. All of you, the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, you're going to get way more out of these 2 days than you would if you had sat at your computer at home. It's because of the community. I've already heard the people talking, meeting up, all of that. Like, doing something alone versus doing it with other people that are also moving, it's like trying to push a boulder by yourself, or we're all pushing the same boulder right now. Like it's a lot easier for it to move if we're doing it together. So it's not like you're providing bad value. And then the 5th is being the first through the wall. Now, we chose the order in which we shared this to make the number 1 problem building your list, which is the number 1 thing we solve with the Wealthery Mastermind, is list building and list building courses. The number 5, which is the last thing that they're going to read, is the first intro to our actual offer, right? So being the first through the wall is the reference of like, hey, you want to build your list? Don't try to figure it out on your own. Do it by somebody else's system that's already done it. I've already been through the wall. I've taken the arrows. I've learned the system that you guys don't have to figure out all on your own. Just follow what I teach, right? And so now this lead magnet, while providing good value, has people saying, okay, I want to build my list. I'm willing to invest. I don't want to do it alone. I don't want to make all these same mistakes. I don't want to be the first one through the wall. How can I solve that? Bam, my bridge video. So our bridge video is going to be in our office. He's going to film it. And he's going to go through these 5 topics and basically say, like, look, these are the 5 things that we honestly see happening all the time. Your business will fail if you're not willing to invest in it, time or money. Your business will fail if you don't build an email list, because guess what? Someday, Facebook's going to shut you down. YouTube's going to shut you down. Ads are going to be way too costly. That stuff's going to happen. So he goes through all 5. Then he says, we've actually solved all 5 of these. That's why we created Wealthery Mastermind, was to solve all of them. To take a look at it, click the link below. People go over. They're going to hit our main sales page. Bam. Now we've got our marketing system kicks in. So how many of you are worried about marketing coming across as spammy, scammy, like pitching, selling, asking for money, right? That like kind of awkwardness. Did any of that feel awkward or pitchy or salesy, right? Like it's a process. It's a step ladder, right? It's not shooting people up to the sky to be like right in your course, right? It's like, no, we're making small steps, and we're offering things at any point in time that are real solutions for people. And that's what all of this should be, is some real solution. What I think is amazing is that literally at this point, all of you are 30 hours away from being able to provide, even less, to be honest. I put 30 hours on it because I think that's a realistic, everybody from any background could get something of value built in 30 hours. You might even be closer, but to being able to then build that list and provide that value and send emails to people and promote offers. And it's literally just the step process of learning enough about something to have something to say about it, putting together a lead magnet or 3 or 4 and testing different ones, getting your literally 2-page funnel, landing page, bridge, getting that together, finding a good offer that you can promote. Now, there are things that I guess will kind of end our day today with 2 topics. One is something I call our big money making opportunities. So as an affiliate, there's some better ways for you guys to make money. One of the reasons that I made so much money on that promo that I competed with Jamie on was because it was a launch. Launches are a great way to make money. Speaking of groove, and I always look at you because I know you're the groove girl, groove gal, the groove guru, the guru. I tried. So one of the things that made them so much money and a lot of their affiliates so much money, and not for nothing, I made about $35,000 in commission promoting Groove, telling people about it pretty casually. It was a good offer, but it was because it was a launch. Post-launch, everybody already knows about it. It's not that exciting. The people who host the offer, they're not doing too much exciting around it. So that's why one of the things you'll notice is with Groove, they're consistently popping new things out that give you new opportunities to promote. It is hard to get an evergreen, exciting thing. So these new launches, if you're going to start your affiliate business, a good place to start would be with a really exciting launch of like, hey, I'm gonna piggyback on the momentum that they're getting a little bit. I'll advertise. I can create a bonus. That was another question that we got at our lunch halftime there, was how do you create great bonuses? And I look at it and I say that basically everything underneath the product or complementary to the product or that can be bolted on. I bought, 2 years ago, I bought a truck, Ford Raptor. I was pumped. I was moving to Hawaii. I was like, I'm going to get this Raptor. It's going to be so sick. And now I live in Tampa, and the parking spots are all this big. So didn't play out in my favor at all. But when you buy a truck, they're all like so customizable. Like I can add lights here, I can have the fold back thing here, all this. It doesn't take away from the truck to also offer these things. One of the things that I did to negotiate, I felt good about it. They were probably going to give it to me anyways. So I was like, look, I'll buy this truck right now if you tint my windows for free. And they were like, done. But, and this was their pitch, but in order to get it, you got to go speak to the customized lady. And the customized lady then's like, oh, but you don't want the roll top thing on the back, and you don't want the extra lights in the front, and you've got those auxiliary channel things. And I'm like, yeah, I want those things. And it was like free window tinting turned into like front lights, the rear back thing. Yeah. So they got me, but I was willing to be got. Like it wasn't a bad thing. Like I wanted it to be cooler. I was like, I bought this because I thought it was cool. Now it's going to be way cooler. But that's what I do with bonuses. Is like I try to act like, hey, you're going to buy the truck. Here's the roll top thing for the back. Here's the tinted windows. Here's the the lights in the front. Like those are my bonuses. Or anything that I see as like my perspective. Like I'm going to sell this thing. What goes well with it? What's complementary? It's like if you're selling ice cream, you give the toppings away versus you lead with the toppings. Hey, you've got all these great toppings. So that does sound good. I'll take the ice cream now.
Hey man, I own an ice cream place. We don't give away the toppings.
See? How much more ice cream could you sell if you were giving away the toppings is the question. Do you have a question?
No, I was going to say, one of the things that I was taught in one of the trainings I took was for your bonuses to cover like any objections that they may have, if you can cover that in a bonus, where it takes away that objection from them.
Yeah, cover an objection in a bonus. So again, if you go to like no need, no trust, no desire, so you can add to a feature set to them. I agree. I think that, you know, one of the things that I'm seeing happen a lot in this space as well, and I wouldn't suggest this because I think the perceived value is awful, is like, hey, I'm going to give you a bonus training. It's like, when we really dig deep into why we're getting something, it's not to spend more time working on this thing. It's to spend less. It's to get more information. I don't need your bonus training, especially when it's just bonus. What is it bonus for? What is it doing? Right? Like there's no detail. I'm seeing that a lot on bonuses. People are like, oh, in a 2-hour bonus training. That's why I'm not going to buy your thing, because you're making me spend 2 more hours like learning more crap. Like, can you summarize it? Yeah, it's like, I don't have time for that. And then it always is that, exactly. Like there was a time where when you bought a product, it came with a free phone consultation, and those free phone consultations were always hardcore pitches. I had a time where I did them similar to that, but we tried to do it where like, hey, we tell them like, we have additional programs. We get a lot of people who do ask, hey, do you have any other stuff that I can get involved with? And so, yeah, if you want to talk to somebody, do it. But there were a lot of people who were like, and as a special bonus, you're going to get a 2-hour phone consult with so-and-so. And it's like, it's literally a sales pitch to get into a coaching program, not a bonus. But hey, you can turn into a good thing, I guess, if you do the right thing. But now the other thing that I really wanted to cover before we go, just to kind of give you guys some more, like, I guess, two last topics here. I wanted to cover that value equation really quickly because I do think that it's worth looking at. When we're talking about creating value, so you want your lead magnet to have value, right? You want that to have value. It is also in the workbook, the value equation. So if you don't feel like writing this down, don't worry. I already wrote it down for you. And then we're going to talk about, lastly, our 5-step system here. So the value equation is dream outcome. Okay. Dream outcome times perceived likelihood of success. I'm just going to put. So what's cool about this is when you're thinking about your own offer, when you're thinking about your own lead magnet, when you're thinking about why would anybody give me something, deep down, the reason that stops you guys from already building your list is a question similar to that. Well, where's my value? Why would somebody give me something, right? So it's because there's a dream outcome that they have, right? We already know what that is. We're going to try to help them get that. Likelihood of success. If they work with you, if they download your ebook, if they buy your course, does their likelihood of success go up? If it doesn't, don't market that thing. You're going to have a really tough time selling something that literally doesn't increase the likelihood that somebody gets better at something. And the cool thing is, I don't care what you're helping them get better at. Oh, you're going to help him beat World of Warcraft in 3 hours instead of 5? That's got some value to it, right? Not to me, but to somebody else out there, it sure does. So likelihood of success and dream outcome over time delay. And again, I feel like I have to say this on video because video is permanent. And I said it before. Shout out to Alex Hormozi's book, $100 Million Offer. That's where I got this from. I think this is great. Time delay times effort. And he's got effort and sacrifice. I'm just going to put effort, right? Effort. So here's what I think is cool. Also being kind of being a little bit of a math geek. That was definitely my subject in school, math. What I think is really cool and what's kind of elegantly, built with this is if you understand fractions at all, you know the power, the exponential power that the bottom has over the top, right? So let's say the top is 100, the bottom is 1. If I change the top to 99, the fraction doesn't change much. It goes from 100 to 99. If I change the top, but the top is 100 and the bottom is 1, and I change the bottom to 2, the fraction goes to 50. Right? So the more you mess with the bottom, the more dramatically you're changing this value equation, right? So the way that I looked at it was, I think I can hack his equation a little bit. I think there's people who are going to read this equation and spend time trying to get people a better dream outcome and increase the likelihood of their success more. They're going to focus on the positive of this, like, you're going to get there and you're going to be living in mansions and Lamborghinis and all this. I'll let them play that game. I'm going to save them time and effort. Because if I can reduce this number down to 1, I make the value of this entire equation much higher, right? So the goal is as little of this, and I don't even have to worry about increasing this. And that's what I think is crazy. You want to provide real value to somebody, help them save time. Everybody in here can help somebody save time. You're trying to figure out, how do I make money online? Save somebody time. And we can present that in our course. My course is going to save you a year, 3 years of this mental block that you've had that's not letting you get to that next level. What is 3 years of your life worth? It's a lot more than like, oh, I'm going to get you to this thing and you're going to get here and you're going to have all this and life's going to be like this. Like, that's harder to make somebody make a move than if you show them time delay, get in right now. Imagine where you'd be in a week if you got in a week ago. Where would you be, right? Help them save time. I'm going to get you there fast, and effort. So this is where you get into being able to actually offer them assistance with stuff too, right? So the effort. I'm going to make my product as easy as possible. So Chatmatic being the end goal, right? Everybody wants automations with Messenger, all this, right? Without my software, you have to build that by hand. With my software, you don't have to build anything by hand. Reducing the effort dramatically, increasing my value, right? Didn't have to worry about their likelihood of success. I don't have to be like, you have a 100% chance of success. No, your chance of success is what it is, but it's going to be a lot easier and take a lot less effort if you use my tool. And this gets people to buy more than trying to increase the top. So as you're going about your lead magnets, as you're going about your offers, as you're going about what you're even promoting, and guys, you can leave this room and you'll start promoting affiliate offers, and you'll see they're not generating any sales. Email the people and be like, hey, I just want to let you know, I've been studying the game for a little while, and I definitely feel like you could help emphasize how little effort it's going to take and how quickly they can get this done, and I bet you'll start selling more. Start talking to those people, because you know what? That conversation could be, hey, you seem kind of smart. Why don't you come in and help me with my email stuff? Or why don't you come in and help me with my sales page? It opens doors that, like, you don't know are right in front of you by having those conversations, sending those emails. But this, I think, is super important to understand, that all we're trying to do is create value in everything that we're doing, and we can do that by decreasing the time it takes them to get a result and the amount of effort they have to put into it. Don't overcomplicate it with all the other stuff that likely bogs you down ahead of time, like, I got to put together this 28-module course, and then also, I love this one. Well, you know, like for me, Russell Brunson teaches email marketing. I should have just never even tried. Like, somebody already did it. They've already got it covered. They're good. They don't teach what I'm teaching. I've summarized different things. If I can spend 80 hours a week learning and doing email marketing, and Russell also has to focus on funnels, I might have a different perspective, maybe a little bit more to share. Maybe I've studied some more stats, have a little bit more to give. So that's what I think is so great. All of this comes back to the curation of 30 hours worth of data collection, essentially, on your part. You spend 30 hours challenging yourself to get better at something, learning something, pursuing something. You curate that information into a PDF and potentially into a course. It starts by building your list, and then after that you realize, wow, I've got more to give. Because you're probably only going to give 5 hours in that PDF. 5 hours of your 30 hours is in that PDF. Where's the other 25? Could be in a course. Could be in a consultation. Could be in a coaching program. The nuance of how you actually pull the trigger on getting them to buy, that's, you know, the next step down the line. Like, how do I make a sales page? How do I make a sales video? All that, that's for a different day, because it's for a longer, you know, event. But I wanted to cover this, and then this last little piece that kind of ties all this together so that you can understand what goes into, aside from those 4 pillars when I'm doing one promotion, this is kind of the another thing you can look at when it comes to your email, how I cycle people through, and then we're done for the day. So this will be pretty quick. And that is, I don't actually have a name for it. So if somebody at some point wants to name this thing, that'd be pretty cool. But it's basically the 5-step process that I work all of my automations, promos, not promotions, but all of my sequences through basically, like what experience I want. Somebody joins my list, what experience am I taking them through? This will give you really good ideas for writing emails. The first thing that you want to do is you want to indoctrinate them. So very first email, somebody opts in, tell them about you. Where are you from? What do you do? Why are you who you are? How often are you going to email? What kind of stuff are you going to email, right? Indoctrinate them. Get them ready to know who you are so they could go tell a friend, I just opted into Tim's list and he's got 5 years experience and spent 60 hours watching YouTube videos and he's going to teach me how to make the best YouTube videos. They should know something about you more than just, I want to sell you a course, right? We do want to sell them a course, but that's not the only thing that matters. First, we're indoctrinating them. Then we're activating them. Once we've spent a little bit of time letting them know who we are, now we can actually activate them. That's what I was talking about with the physical products and the crystals. Initially, I might tell them, here's who I am. Here's a text message. Here's a little bit about us. Here's this article that talks about where we got started. You know what's funny? A really good ad that we used to run for physical product stores was after somebody bought, we had a little cell phone video of the person in their living room packaging stuff, writing a little handwritten note, and then taking it to the post office. And we're like, hey, just want to let you know your package is on the way. We're doing our best. We're kind of a small shop. A lot of people look at that as a negative. And she did at the time. She was like, well, we're just too small. All of our stuff's in our mom's living room. And I'm like, you don't think the people on the other end are going to appreciate that you're hand touching all of their stuff? Like, make that a video. She made that a video. She got exponentially more sales. Like, we were at like a 60x ROI on that ad from her buyers buying more stuff because now they appreciated it. That's a little bit of an indoctrination. They just got a video inside your house. Hey, all the stuff comes from me. Like, I want you to know more about our process, not just that we sell this sports bra and it got shipped out and it could have come from China. This came from me. That's my handwriting. You're good. So indoctrination is really key because it's the first thing you can do at every step. They opted in, indoctrinate them. They bought from you, indoctrinate them further. They come to an event, indoctrinate them, like that whole thing. And I don't mean indoctrinate like brainwash. I think that is one of the definitions, like to brainwash or to make people willing to do what you want to do. I think that's what it is, but it kind of fits, right? In a good way. If you're going to brainwash them, just do nice things, Do nice things. So then activate. Activate is like, okay, now it's actually acceptable to start like pushing them through some sort of marketing, knowledge-based information to get them to buy your products. You're activating them. After that, we escalate them. So guess what? After somebody's been on your list, some of them are going to start buying stuff. Now we can escalate them. So I like to think about escalation as both horizontal and vertical. Vertical is higher priced stuff. Now I can actually, you bought Chatmatic, come to my coaching program, right? That's escalating the way that most people think about it. What most people don't think about is, hey, you just bought Chatmatic, buy Template Club. Template Club is a bolt-on addition that I can charge more for that's next to Chatmatic, not above, not below, right? So it's an additional offering. So if you have this kind of crystal, hey, it goes great with these 4, you should try this out. And also, you should put this shirt on, and I've got little pouches you can put your crystals in, like whatever it is that you do. So that's escalating sideways, offering more things, offering different things. You want to make more money? Make more offers. Escalate then also can go up. Then we have separate. I think separate is great. So now you've got this phase going on for a little bit of time, and now you can actually separate people who've made certain decisions. Hey, this person hasn't opened an email in 15 days since I did this. Hey, this person bought. I'm going to send them something separate. This person, I sent them through a quiz, and they said that their vitamin D levels are so astronomically low that they could die any minute. And so it's like, then you can separate these people and send campaigns directly to any version of the separation that you can get. Another reason that, and I'm not like sponsored by Kartra, it's just I want to give you guys my best take. One of the reasons I still use Kartra, and when I sold Chatmatic, that person got my old Kartra account, so I have a brand new one, and I literally the same day opened a new account with Kartra. So it's like I had an opportunity to change, and I didn't because they have all that filtering in there too, all based on every activity. Person visited this website, person clicked on this email, person has this tag, person had this tag, person didn't buy this email, person didn't open that. Like anything you could possibly want, you can actually use this separation for. So it's kind of cool when you're running a big campaign, you can separate people out. Like, hey, these people didn't open this email. Send the same body with a different subject line to those people. And now I'm not having to recreate the wheel and make 10 million emails. I'm just sending the same good email to different people who didn't open the first one. So separating is really cool. And then again, you get into like buying. Once somebody buys from you, you should be separating them automatically from your main, retargeting system, your main follow-up system. Now, if you're in the affiliate game, you're not going to be able to do that. It's going to be hard to have a 7-day email follow-up series, and on day 4, somebody buys. You don't know that because it's not your platform. You're still going to market to them. That is what it is. But separate to the best of your ability. Opens, clicks, tags, takes a quiz, does this.
With that, if you've got bonuses that you do with an affiliate offer, when you know they're activating the bonus, then you can identify that person who purchased.
Yeah, so separate them based off of a bonus. If you're doing an affiliate promo and they activate the bonus, it's a good way to plug a hole, but it's not perfect because it's like that's a colander of holes of not everybody's going to do the bonus. Some people do it differently. Yeah, I agree though. And then the last step in this 5-step email system is reiterate. This is probably the number one thing I see most marketers forgetting to do, and that is you promote your offer, and then it's like dead to your audience for all of a sudden. Like, hey, I went through my whole sequence. I nailed it on the head. Every single email was emotion, logic, scarcity. I freaking nailed it. And then a year goes by and you haven't told anybody else about it. Your same list, you stop telling them about it. Why? Why wouldn't you reiterate? And one of the best things that I've learned is to call that reiterate phase. The best way to reopen that is just what I was showing you guys before, where in like Kartra, you can just send an email and tag everybody who opens or doesn't open, and it starts the cycle off again. Frank Kern is doing this every single month to his exact same list and making $300,000 a month. Not adding new people to his list, his same list, same exact emails, same body, same offer, just resending it. Why? Because 56, 40, and 3. The people who buy this month are here. The people who buy next month are coming from over here because now they're ready. So he sells an email marketing. He sells a bunch of different courses, one on email marketing, right? So last month, so-and-so wasn't ready for the email marketing course. But next month they are. Now they read the emails in a totally different light. So literally resending the same emails that you used to. There's another system that you can do to reiterate to people, which is a brilliant move. Ryan Deiss talks about it in Invisible Selling Machine. That's the other book that I've read, the only other one. Invisible Selling Machine, he talks about an email called the Are You Still email. And he tells the story about this guy who was selling a course on how to stop biting your nails. And he said what he would do is he would use an email 30 days after somebody opted in. If they didn't buy, he'd send them an email and say, are you still biting your nails? Because they still have the problem that they wanted to solve, right? They didn't buy his course. So it's, are you still this? Are you still looking to start that email business? Are you still looking to do this? Are you still looking to start that garden? Are you still in need of that special crystal? Do you still want to clear this mental path? Like, are you still emails are great because what it does on the reader is it's like, yep, I'm still in this situation that I wanted to get out of a month ago. And now that whole email can talk to the fact that like, hey, let me tell you a story about this. I don't know if Ryan Deiss suggests this, but this is what I do. Is I go, hey, let me tell you a story about what your life would look like had 30 days ago you decided to actually make this change. About 7 days in, you would have done this, blah, blah, blah. 8 days in, 9 days in, 15 days in, you would have been like Tony, and you would have sent me this screenshot that said you made your first $1,000 on your first 18 emails, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you keep, you put that in, it's like, wow. So I could be there, I'm not there. I want to be there and say, hey, here's your last chance, or here's another chance to get back in. Just click the link below and we'll give you a whole new fresh start. They click the link below, then you could start your whole cycle all over again and they go through all the marketing again. So reusing old funnels is insanely cool and like a hack that not enough marketers are using. If something worked, keep doing it. And I know for me, big issue, I don't always think about it. Like I'll do a launch of something and it's like, wow, that funnel did really well. And it's like, why am I not using this more? Like it goes like 6 months and I'm like, I haven't done it again. I should do it again. And so yeah, that's definitely the, this helps you kind of think of that setup.
Because once you start talking about all of the tagging and the
Yep.
situation and stuff like that, do you personally go in there and do that, or do you work with a team of people to help you get your mind wrapped around all that intricacy that you're putting together?
I'm going to tell you right now, man, one of the reasons that I feel so qualified to host events like this, I make every one of my pages, I do all of my email funnels, I write every single email, I do every tag. It's not a good thing. Like, I have a problem. And it's like I have a really tough time handing stuff off. Like we started doing text messaging, and I know he's perfectly qualified to do it. And I told him, like, dude, you're going to literally have to pry this out of my hands. Like, I need you to just do it and not let me do it, because I have a tough time. Like, I know it's going to be easier for me and maybe get done better in shorter term if I just do it. So that's been my assumption. It's like, I'm just going to do it. And so I do. And so when it comes to tags, the way that I do it, though, is I trick myself into getting all that done. I don't do any of this all at once. So like I'll build my funnel pages, and that's my MVP. So like my landing page, my day one email. So when you add somebody to a list in Kartra, you can send a thank you email. So that email is set up, and my thank you page. Done for today. Tomorrow, automation, send email 1. However many emails I feel like I can fluidly flow through, go through, knock them out, cool. 4 emails, all right, that's good. I'll take some time away from that and come back. But if you went through some of my old sequences, you'd see like not all of them were tagged, not all of them were separated and siphoned, and like one of the annoying things that I wish a platform like Kartra would do is like ask you when you're making a sequence, hey, is this a sequence to generate a sale? Yes, okay. After every email, if somebody buys, would you like me to automatically remove them from the sequence? Yes. Instead, now I have to add a step, an automation step that says, hey, if person, drop down, buys, drop down, product list, this product, what funnel? This funnel, eliminate them. And it's like, that 30 seconds is annoying. I wish it would be easier, but I now know how to do it, so it's easier for me to teach it. I don't ever... Again, it's a problem. Like even with my Facebook ads, I had a tough time handing those off. YouTube handing those off. Like I started doing all of them on my own because I really enjoy the discovery, but I also feel like if anybody's going to do it, it's probably going to be done best if I do it. But that's not always true. Like somebody could definitely make my automations in my email system way better. Do I think it's good enough to make a lot of money? Yes, and that's sort of where my crux comes in too. Is like, I do well, which is great. And I can be home by 3 and do this, and I can make that same amount of money or whatever. And if I bring somebody else in, they got to learn my system. Do I want to take that time? Then I'm home at 5 because I'm working with them. So it's like sort of a give and take. But that's another thing I'm kind of pro Kartra on, is like a lot of those things you can just take 2 hours a day, do as much as you can in that 2-hour window, move on. 7 days later, you spent 14 hours making a bulletproof sequence. And that's, I think in 1 week of 2 hours a day, you can have everything done. Because I kid you not, the reason that you haven't seen me build a landing page, which I think a lot of you guys were like, well, maybe I was going to see him build a landing page. You don't need that. Because Groove, ClickFunnels, Kartra, all of them are so insanely easy. There's one 45-second training video on how to do that. What you need is the guts of how to make your headline. That's also in the workbook. What to put in your pre-headline or your post-headline. Because that's all that's on your landing page. Don't get it construed. If you're in the physical space, you might have like a discount code, but you can still use straight up opt-in pages for giveaways, things like that. And then the bridge page. The bridge page, there's more guts too, right? Because now you're literally bridging somebody from, hey, they just opted in for this free piece of information. Let me still give them value, indoctrinate them, but then also introduce them to this offer. It's if you treat it like your bridge page is the first module in a course, that second module is, hey, to get the full story, go over here. And I don't think there's anything bad about that or like unbecoming of you as the marketer to be like, hey, I gave you these 10 templates in Groove, but you're going to need Groove for them. So if you want to get Groove at the best deal you can possibly get, now I can be a little bit of a salesman to introduce you to Groove. Look at all these features. I just wanted to show you and here's what's cool too with templates. Let me show you exactly how you're going to install it. I go into my Groove, I install the template, boom, it's in. When you show them that, they're like, wow, in 30 seconds I could have this page up. All I gotta do is go sign up for Groove. I'm gonna check it out. And then you have a marketing sequence that goes through the emotional, the logical, and add some scarcity to the end that your bonuses are gonna go away or whatever it is that you're gonna do, of the emotional reasons to get Groove, the logical reasons to get Groove, and you try to overcome those 5 sale obstacles. Like, okay, what am I gonna do if somebody doesn't have any money? Is there another link for a payment option? What am I going to do about them not knowing that they need it. Well, I'm going to educate them on the fact that, you know, your business is going to slump if you don't have fast pages. Groove has the fastest pages. You think you have good pages with ClickFunnels, but they always go through Cloudflare, and Cloudflare screws up conversion rates. Like, you educate them through the email process. And that's what I think overall what everybody should leave with is that idea too with like, what do I put in my sequence? There's a lot of data here. I want you to interpret the data that I gave you in two ways. Number one, it's information for you guys to use as bullet points, like my 3, 4, 5 system. It's a bullet point thing that's nice to have. It would be nice to teach somebody else that same technique. It might help somebody, but it's not something that you have to use every single time you build one. I built the 3, 4, 5 system because I wanted to educate people over their reasons for not buying from me. And that's what my follow-up sequence is. It's an education process that's going to help somebody get over the obstacles they put in their own way. They're like, this is why I'm not buying your product. I don't have money, I don't have need, I don't have trust. My education process can get you over that. I will say, leaving you guys with some stats, the closing emails, you're probably looking at about 30% of your revenue from a closing sequence, a good closing sequence. So if you don't have that, you can't make that money. One of the interesting things, so I was talking about Brian before does media buying, and when he does media buying without building an email list, which I found like unbelievable. I'm like, what about all those people that leave the page without buying? You can only get them back if you spend more money, right? And it's like, how much more could I do if I convinced people via email, they opt in for like a freebie that's related to the product that I'm promoting, and then I get a chance to convince them more about that product, like, and I get years to do it. Like, again, there are people sitting in this event who joined my list in 2018, and it's like, that's just because that's when I started in Kartra. They might have been on my list before that. And so to think like to run ads and spend money, like you probably spent like at least $100,000 a month on ads, more? To spend $100,000 a month, and then at the end of that month, you have money from the sales that you made, but other than that, nothing besides an audience on Facebook. It's like, what would that have translated to in email? Like 20,000 leads, maybe less money now, but 20, 30,000 leads, 6 months later, you're still making money on those 20,000 leads. Like, to me, that's where I look at, like, email is the savior, man. Email is 100% when your business is having a tough time, email is like the thing that can pick you up. Or, hey, I want to justify, and I did this, stayed at a nice hotel with my wife one time. Hey, I want to justify staying an extra night at this hotel. I'm going to send an email, and if I make some money on this email, I will stay. Like, it can be kind of like selfish like that when you get enough, but like you guys are all very, very close to 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 subscribers. And doing the math on 20,000 subscribers, if you can get 30% opens, that's 6,000, right? 6,000 opens, maybe approximately 1,000 clicks. If you make $1 from every one of those clicks, that's $1,000 a day. If you send 15 emails, it's $15,000 a month. Right? My list, which I showed in a screenshot prior, I make $4 for every click that I generate in Kartra, not including my affiliate promotions. So for every single click that I send, I make $4. I send an email, 1,000 clicks, $4,000. And it's math. At the end of the day, I know all of those clicks have faces, so I have a responsibility to do what's right by them. But, you know, somebody who buys today isn't the same person who's going to buy tomorrow. We get people all the time, hey, I get paid on Friday. I get this check back from on Thursday. Can you wait? But by not being there in email, all those people, all that nuance can't come to fruition for you. You're left like hoping that they saw your ad on the right day at the right time, and they weren't in their car. Admit it. You've all been in your car driving and you've seen an ad, right? We shouldn't even be on our phone, but we see ads. We saw our ad while we were driving, or we were in the passenger seat. I just don't have time. Or my wife looks at me and goes, why are you always on your phone? And I'm like, shit, she got me. Put it down. I kind of wanted to look at that luggage, but now I can't because she's calling me out for always being on my phone. So I put my phone down. So now there's no way to get me back. Whereas if I could opt in, there's now a follow-up process, or if I had opted in. So you will get less people when you opt in versus sending them directly to an offer, but you'll get good quality, and it gives you a lifetime ability to market to these people. And so that's what I think is super important. So now what we're going to do, here's how it works. For tomorrow, we're going to be talking all about traffic. So now you've got your foundation. What I want everybody to leave with today is this idea of like, okay, what direction am I going to go? What am I going to pursue? What's my thing going to be? What am I going to spend 30 hours doing that if nobody was ever going to pay me for it? What would I do and enjoy the process? I want to take 60 notes in that process, and I want to look over my lead magnets and decide what kind of lead magnet do I think I want to create? What would entice me being interested in this space if I got this lead magnet? Then you can go down that rabbit hole. Do I want to just have it be a written thing? Do I want it to be a quiz? Do I want to go on Fiverr and find somebody who will design it for me really nicely for $100? Like, kind of up to you. And the more effort you put in, the more people will opt in. I don't care if it is a shit sandwich that you're giving away. If you dress it up, people will opt in for it. Okay? To put it bluntly, like you don't have to have the best information. It could be a little one-pager. Whatever it is, put the effort into it. Make sure it's good. Make sure it's got real value for the end user who opts in for it. Even though it's free, it should be worth more than that. And then you've got your page idea, and now you know how to structure a main offer for the bridge. You know how to create your landing page. So now the foundation of your affiliate business is there. That's literally how I started. A squeeze page and a bridge page and an email sequence. And I also realized that email was my savings account. Like, email is going to make me more money in 6 months than it can make me right now if I keep building it. Like, straight up, 1,000 leads a month. When you get 12 months in, you have 12,000 leads. That doesn't change if Facebook ads change. That doesn't change if the cost of those ads go up or down. You still have 12,000 leads. It's a savings account. I can go to that well when I need it. So I invested in it as if it was the forefront of my business. Everything I did went through a squeeze page of some kind. Not because I selfishly want all of your guys' contact information. It's because there's a whole marketing process behind the scenes of this that I need you to go through. And deep down, I'm going to offer you an end result that you want too. So you want what I'm giving you as marketing too. So we want everything to go through email. Day 2 is now going to be mostly focused around traffic. So it's going to be, we're going to start by talking about how to take that 30-hour challenge and turn that into free traffic via Facebook groups in a very legitimate way. I'm talking about the exact same system that you would use if you were trying to run that 7-figure business that this other guy in the ClickFunnels group uses. I know his entire platform because I had his closer as my closer. I know exactly what they do. And it's not that complicated. It's something that everybody could be doing in here by the end of day 2 to start generating some momentum. And then we're going to talk about Facebook ads. Then we're going to talk about YouTube ads. We'll discuss a little bit about solos. To be honest with you completely, I don't do them as much anymore. I don't have to. If I was just starting, I would, 100%, because solos you can get for about 90 cents, 80 cents for a quality solo, and you'll make sales. And it's almost like you're getting that inherited trust from other people, so that's a good thing. So yeah, we'll be talking about traffic tomorrow, how to go about getting traffic, how to then monetize it, and now you've got your foundation. So I wanted to break it in that 2 ways so that you have today to think about the foundation, where you're going to go, so that tomorrow you're putting ideas on paper for like the way you're going to generate traffic, what groups you're going to join, what you're going to talk about, things of that nature. And it works for physical products, it works for digital, it works for everything. And in fact, I think it probably works better for physical because physical is more of an impulse buy than a digital product is. So you can get more sales quickly using that same technique. So it doesn't have to take all of your time with the group stuff. So we'll translate what works in the group into what works in our ads, and then things can kind of scale from there. So that's it for today. What we're going to do now, everybody take your time, go change if you want to. I'm going to head up top to the rooftop bar until 4:30. If you guys are in the VIP, just meet me in the front lobby at 4:30 on the dot. We're going to Uber to the boat area. I don't know what they call it, the boat dock marina area, and we'll take it from there. So break.